This, yes. I'm sorry, Jen. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Washington College of Law. Could you please all take your seats? Thank you. Thank you guys very much for of course. Thrilled that everyone's here. I'm just putting my many contraptions down.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Washington College of Law, and in particular, welcome to our new legal campus. We are honored to be able to host the first commission hearing, and we hope that this will be the first of many. I am privileged and delighted to co-host this program with the Kogod School of Business, Cybersecurity Governance Center, and to continue our connections with other units of American University. As you embark upon your conversations today, I'd like to encourage you also to think about some of the outputs from your conversations, in particular as they relate to academic publications. And it's my pleasure to let you know about our American University Washington College of Law National Security Law Brief. The brief is the nation's first student-run law school publication to focus on this ever-growing field of national security. Indeed, the conversations that you have here are timely. Unfortunately, they are ever-present, and I urge you to think about the myriad ways in which you can continue to disseminate, inform, and support these conversations going forward, including the law brief. It is my pleasure to turn the podium over to my friend and colleague, Dean Delaney, but I'm thrilled to see so many of you here today, and I hope you have a wonderful day. If there's anything you need, please do not hesitate to let us know. Welcome.
Thank you, Dean Nelson. I'm John Delaney, the Dean of the Kogod School of Business at American University. Dean Nelson and I just arrived in July, and we're excited to be here. On behalf of the faculty and staff at Kogod and the administration and trustees of American University, it is a privilege to host the final field hearing of the Presidential Commission on Enhancing National Cybersecurity. We're honored to welcome Secretary Pritzker and the members of the commission to our campus. One of the commissioners, Dr. Patrick Gallagher, who I don't see, was my former boss at Pittsburgh, and I wanted to give a shout out to him. As Secretary Pritzker regularly stresses, the future of our economy is critically dependent on our ability to manage, protect, use, and leverage data. The Kogod School Center for Cybersecurity Governance was created with that thought in mind. The mission of the center is to use research and analytics in support of organizations facing cybersecurity challenges. More broadly, the center provides a hub for our efforts to educate students and practitioners regarding governance issues arising from cybersecurity challenges. It offers a space that unifies people and supports collaborations aimed at generating sustainable solutions to tomorrow's pressing problems. It's my pleasure to welcome the Deputy Director of the Cybersecurity Governance Center, Professor Rebecca Lewis, to the podium to offer a brief welcome and to talk a little bit about the center itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Delaney. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Secretary Pritzker, distinguished commissioners and panelists and members of the public, it's a great honor to be here today and be able to host this hearing. On behalf of the Kogod Cybersecurity Governance Center, I'd like to thank the NIST staff and the contractors supporting them, as well as the staff of the Washington College of Law for all of the work that you put in to make today possible. Thank you very much. We'd also like to extend a special thanks to Donna Dodson at NIST for approaching us with the opportunity to host today's hearing. The Kogod Cybersecurity Governance Center was founded in 2015 with the core mission of promoting cybersecurity governance by providing guidance specifically to boards of directors, senior executives, and other leaders so that they can make informed decisions about cybersecurity and confidently move commerce forward in a digital business environment. We view this mission as being very closely aligned with the mission of the Commission and the future of our nation's economy. When I first heard that AU had a cybersecurity center in its business school, I was intrigued, but a little skeptical and not entirely sure that there was something new here. I've been in DC for 15 years. I'm very aware of all of the fantastic schools, businesses, institutions who are very steeped in cybersecurity strategy and issues. So what was AU doing that was really all that different? Well, then I met the executive directors of the center, Drs. Bill DeLone and Richard Schroth, who are both here today, and they started talking to me about two things. One, the importance of a specific focus on governance, and two, the very real, rigorous, and interdisciplinary research that was happening at COGOD. Now, this got my attention because governance is about looking at the bigger picture, at all of the issues, and how to fit them together, and how to put these pieces together for the common good. This means considering all of the relevant challenges, so not just legal, financial, reputational, managerial, but all of them together, and helping leaders consider how to move forward in an informed and methodical, rigorous way. The NIST cybersecurity framework is an excellent example of this type of rigorous, methodical way that can inform leaders about how to move forward. So cybersecurity governance, by its very nature, requires not only rigor, but also a comprehensive, inclusive, and multidisciplinary perspective. And at the center, our approach is both diverse and inclusive. Last year, the center brought together CIOs and CISOs to talk specifically about cybersecurity governance in the higher education context. We conducted a training at the Hispanic National Bar Association's annual convention. Our papers and research are produced by faculty and practitioners who are collaborating across different disciplines, from everything from law to management accounting. Just last week, we held a student workshop where students teamed up together to devise a response to a hypothetical ransomware attack. We had students from 5 different schools across campus. We had students from a variety of other countries, and we had equal representation from men and women in attendance that day. Looking forward, the center will continue to serve as a convener. We're interested, for example, in bringing together different groups to help bridge the critical communications gaps that we see in cybersecurity governance between perhaps the technical and the managerial side of the house. By considering cybersecurity specifically from a governance angle, incorporating all of the many different perspectives and relying upon rigorous research, we hope to provide a pathway for success to those who lead and advise entire organizations. The Commission's work is very similar. As you've traveled the country asking for input from panelists and members of the public on a wide variety of topics, you have challenged everyone to give input to a set of actionable recommendations in support of the well-being of our society and our economy. This kind of holistic, creative, and collaborative problem solving is an approach that we at the center firmly believe will effect powerful change in the cybersecurity arena. In closing, I'd like everyone to consider for a moment, why are you here today? I hope, like the team at the COGOD Cybersecurity Governance Center, that you are here because you are hopeful about the future, because you believe that the problems before us are not insurmountable, and that if we work together through teamwork, diversity of perspectives, and thoughtful research, we have before us, in fact, a great opportunity to find a successful path forward. It is now my very distinct pleasure and honor to introduce to you the United States Secretary of Commerce, Penny Pritzker.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to introduce the Secretary and to call this meeting to order. Good morning and welcome, everybody, to the final meeting of the Commission on Enhancing National Cybersecurity. And we've had 5 tremendous meetings, and we're very privileged to conclude here at American University. Thank you, American University College of Law, to Dean Delaney, Dean Nelson, and to Ms. Lewis for hosting us in this beautiful facility. It is now my honor to introduce Penny Pritzker, the Secretary of the Department of Commerce. As the 38th Secretary, Secretary Pritzker has made cybersecurity a focus of her efforts and those of her agencies since she was sworn in over 3 years ago. She is uniquely positioned as a leader of an agency with a broad range of responsibilities, from the surface of the sun to the bottom of the ocean, horizontally across agencies such as the U.S. Patent and Trade, Census, International Trade, and NIST, to truly understand the diverse cybersecurity needs of this country in a growing digital economy. In this position, and as a former CEO, Secretary Pritzker also has an important awareness and recognition of where government policies and processes can improve to facilitate efficient functioning, particularly as they pertain to cybersecurity. She has been a relentless and effective advocate for raising awareness of cybersecurity among senior executives in the C-suite and in the boardroom. The Commission truly appreciates the work of NIST as the Secretariat for its work and the constant support of Commerce in its operations over the past few months. Thank you, Secretary Pritzker, for your leadership in this process and for the impactful work you and your agency have done and continue to do in cybersecurity.
Thank you very much, Kirsten, for the kind introduction, and good morning. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to address the Commission on Enhancing National Cybersecurity as you begin to finalize your recommendations. Kirsten, thank you for your introduction and for your outstanding dedication. And Tom, thank you for going above and beyond in your role as chair. Your leadership is really essential. You bring a unique perspective, and thank you for always pushing us to reach higher and do better. Finally, I want to convey the President's gratitude to everyone who's serving on the Commission, including the dedicated staff and the people who have agreed to help us, who are working behind the scenes on this ambitious undertaking. Your work on this commission is the centerpiece of President Obama's Cybersecurity National Action Plan. And by sitting on this commission, you are doing a profound service to your country, and we thank you very much for that. I know there's a lot of work ahead, but thank you for all your dedication to date. Today, I want to talk to you about two issues. The cybersecurity challenges that I face as a cabinet secretary, and the partnership between government and industry that's necessary to secure the digital economy itself. In today's digital economy, every device, every service, and every operation is connected, networked, and online. And cybersecurity, therefore, is integral not only to the core mission of every enterprise across government and industry, but also to the basic functionality of our economy and our country. So as Secretary of Commerce, I'm accountable to the President and the American people for the performance of my department's 12 bureaus. And essential to that performance is the security and resilience of our networks, our data, and our operations. So in other words, the Commerce Department cannot promote our economic interests domestically or abroad, or protect intellectual property, or deliver accurate weather data to our communities, or meet the many other critical responsibilities without strong cybersecurity. So consider me very wary of any vast centralization effort that dilutes the authority of a secretary as a manager to hold my team and my peers to hold their teams accountable. This commission faces many questions. For instance, do we need a unified .gov network similar to .mil? Should we use one provider for all of our services? Which is more urgent, moving Commerce's 12 agencies and 47,000 employees to one email system, or doing so for all 2 million of our federal government workers? So keep in mind, the functional requirements for cybersecurity vary a great deal across the federal agencies, whether it's securing the Census Bureau's vast data assets, or meeting the FAA's operational network needs, or protecting the integrity of the Justice Department's criminal investigations. Therefore, a fundamental question faced by this commission is how to strike a balance between centralizing certain cybersecurity functions and standards while preserving the independent authority needed for department leaders to fulfill our mission-critical responsibilities. As a manager, My ability to meet my cybersecurity commitments hinges on having the right people, resources, and technical support. So let's start with people. Since arriving at Commerce, I have faced a chronic shortage in both quality and quantity of cybersecurity personnel. Yet I do not have the authority, flexibility, or resources to do enough about it. Nationwide, employers face a shortfall of more than 200,000 cybersecurity professionals. However, the federal government's challenges are compounded by a smaller talent pool, uncompetitive salaries, and a cumbersome hiring process. And as many of you know, Washington is not the Silicon Valley. Hiring takes months, not minutes. In all honesty, I feel a little bit like Sisyphus here. I meet bi-weekly with my CIO and often find out that by the time we bring someone new on board, someone else has been lured away by the private sector perks or poached by another agency that offers hiring bonuses or higher pay. So we are only as strong as the team we can assemble, and to attract the best and the brightest, I ask you to think big. You might consider, for example, recommending a centralized system to recruit, train, and place federal cybersecurity personnel. Whatever the structure, we need specialized pay scales to compete with the private sector, like used for the financial industry. We must also end the musical chairs of cybersecurity workers among federal agencies. Maybe it's time for contracts with preset time commitments, or even private sector style non-compete agreements. Finally, we need to rethink recruitment with bold ideas, like debt forgiveness for graduates with certified programs, tuition-free community college in return for federal service, and cybersecurity apprenticeships with civilian agencies. Without talent, we cannot keep the federal government secure. Yet defending our government against an ever-evolving landscape of cyber threats also demands sufficient resources. Too often, cybersecurity is viewed as an added expense that competes with every other priority, instead of an indispensable condition for every priority. So consider our need at the Department of Commerce to modernize our legacy technology. In the private sector, a corporate board can make a long-term improvements. They can make that a priority. And executives have the flexibility and the authority to meet those targets. In the federal government, the appropriations process hamstrings our ability to make the multi-year investments in software, technology, and other infrastructure that we know we need, assuming we even get the money in the first place, which can often be a battle. Securing funds from Congress for specific programs is much easier than long-term improvements. As a result, we rely on loose change in our operational and maintenance budgets to patch outdated systems instead of making strategic decisions. Congress has proven with the Department of Defense, for example, that it is capable of funding long-term capital investments. The problem is that cybersecurity for civilian agencies remains severely underfunded. From the Executive Office of the President, through the Office of Management Budget, to the halls of Congress, funding for cybersecurity must reflect its place as core to the mission of every department. Agreement on this basic principle would mark a critical culture change in Washington. We also must make a universal commitment to empowering department leaders to meet our challenges in cybersecurity. However, we must not mandate centralized one-size-fits-all solutions for every agency. Now, don't get me wrong, we welcome the availability of more centrally developed services, especially when cabinet secretaries have the discretion to apply them in ways that meet the needs of our agencies. So, for example, DHS's continuous diagnostics and mitigation is a valuable tool for helping departments conduct real-time risk management. We see it as a service, not just as a top-down mandate that empowers my peers and me to meet our core responsibility to secure our department's networks and data. When done right, shared services can reduce the burden on individual agencies without undermining our ability to fulfill our own missions. I know that my CIO would welcome, for instance, access to emergency-ready cybersecurity personnel in the event of a serious breach or intrusion. Likewise, shared services for procurement could help IT teams more quickly assess the latest private sector innovations. My CIO should be able to test bleeding-edge cybersecurity solutions without having to wait months for Commerce's legal team to negotiate a single-use evaluation license. Perhaps the GSA, in consultation with experts from NIST and other agencies, could provide CIOs from across the federal government with a sandbox environment to evaluate the latest software. Whether it's rethinking recruitment or increasing funding, one thing is clear: we need the political will to secure our federal government's vast digital assets. The world is undergoing a sea change of innovation, and our current approach is akin to plugging holes in a leaky boat. Meanwhile, our cyber adversaries grow more sophisticated and opportunistic by the day. This commission's challenge, not only to recommend solutions, but also to convey the urgent need for bold action. We must get the government's house in order for many reasons, not the least of which is having the credibility to address the broader challenge we face, which is securing the digital infrastructure and the economy at large. So strengthening federal government cybersecurity is not alone sufficient to address the threats we face as a society from hackers, terrorists, hostile nations, and other bad actors. The vast majority of our critical infrastructure, from our broadband networks to our power grids, is owned and operated by the private sector. So to secure our nation, we must enable teamwork between government and industry at every level: technical, tactical, operational, and strategic. That requires universal cybersecurity standards and best practices that are understood and implemented by government and industry alike. Commerce is a federal leader in this regard, having convened public and private stakeholders to create the NIST cybersecurity framework. The framework is an adaptable risk management tool for businesses, government, and organizations of every size in every sector. The problem is we lack effective mechanisms for fostering meaningful industry and government cooperation across the full spectrum of cybersecurity issues. Only by working together can business and government reap the benefits of innovation and effective risk management. As cars go driverless, as banking goes mobile, and as medical devices are connected, the cyber threats we face will only grow more widespread. And without action, we not only face the threat of large-scale cybersecurity attacks on critical infrastructure, but we also face the risk that there's a gradual erosion of public trust in the innovation that is so vital to our economic future. We cannot afford to sit idly by while the digital economy suffers death by 1,000 paper cuts. Now is the time to create new, game-changing mechanisms for industry and government to work together and ensure that we bake security into innovation and develop a true joint defense posture. Today, our cybersecurity posture is failing to keep pace with the incredible innovations of our time. The report delivered by this commission will steer the next president's agenda from day one and influence our country's cybersecurity priorities for many years to come. Your recommendations will shape how our government, our businesses, and our people defend themselves from the threats of the 21st century. So I urge you to be bold in your recommendations, be creative in your solutions, and most of all, be unrestrained by convention. So thank you very much for inviting me here.
Thank you, Secretary Pritzker. That was terrific. And thanks for taking the time today. Our first discussion this morning will be on international issues. And to lead that discussion, we have Chris Painter from the Department of State, my former colleague from the National Security Council. Chris, you have an opening statement, and then we'll engage in Q&A.
Great, thanks.
And welcome.
Chairman Donilon, members of the Presidential Commission on Enhancing National Cybersecurity, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. This is obviously an issue very near to my heart. I've been doing some aspect of this now for 24 years, and I think we really are in a place where we are making significant progress, but there's surely more to do. Through its diplomacy, the State Department works energetically to strengthen our collective cybersecurity. Our efforts to coordinate, consult, and negotiate with a range of countries and international organizations complement the practical day-to-day work of our interagency colleagues who maintain network security. Our cyber diplomats work to reduce risk and enhance stability in cyberspace, and these efforts include, but are not limited to, a number of core areas. One, working with our interagency partners to promote internationally a framework for cyber stability. Two, building the capacity of foreign governments to promote cybersecurity and respond to cyber threats. Three, using diplomatic channels to support cyber incident response. And fourth, partnering with other countries to combat transnational organized crime. Let me briefly touch on each of those, and then I have a few proposed policy recommendations as well. First, the Department of State, working with our interagency partners, is guided by the President's 2011 International Strategy for Cyberspace, which sets out a strategic framework for international cyber stability. This framework has three elements. One, the affirmation of existing international law that applies to cyberspace just like it does in the physical world. You don't need a whole new legal construct for cyberspace. Two, the development of international consensus on and promotion of additional voluntary norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace that apply during peacetime. And three, the development and implementation of practical confidence-building measures, or CBMs, among countries. Second, the United States can more effectively respond to foreign cyber threats when our international partners themselves have strong response and cybercrime fighting capabilities. Therefore, the Department of State is working with others to build the capacity of foreign governments, particularly in developing countries, to secure their own networks and pursue cyber criminals. Third, in responding to cyber incidents, the United States uses a whole-of-government approach to respond to and deter malicious activities in cyberspace that brings to bear the full range of instruments of national power and corresponding policy tools: diplomatic, law enforcement, economic, military, and intelligence, as appropriate and consistent with applicable law. The State Department plays a key role in our interagency deliberations on major cyber events and how we respond, and engages through diplomatic channels when needed, such as raising concerns about cyber-enabled theft of intellectual property or responding to the denial of service attack that plagued our financial institutions, where we raised the level by doing diplomatic demarches to over 20 countries around the world. And fourth, the United States is a global leader in combating cybercrime. The State Department, with its interagency partners, actively promotes membership in the Budapest Cybercrime Convention, which we think is a core instrument that will allow countries to have the substantive and procedural tools. And the G7 24/7 network, which now has over 70 members around the world that allows better information sharing and preservation in incidents. As we look ahead to this rapidly expanding environment of global cyber threats, we know they're going to continue. They're going to continue to be a challenge. We're not in the place that over my long career I've seen where interest has waxed and waned in this issue. I think now it's clear that this issue is a core issue of our national security, of our economic policy, of human rights, and ultimately of foreign policy. So this commission's work is really coming at an important time to keep that momentum going. I'd offer 6 recommendations for the commission's consideration. 1, efforts to further strengthen the strategic framework of international cyber stability should continue through promotion of voluntary norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace that apply during peacetime, expansion of global affirmation that international law and state behavior in cyberspace applies to state behavior in cyberspace, and the development and implementation of additional confidence-building measures that reduce risk and the chance of escalation. There's been a lot of good work done there, but I think we continue to build on it and get more countries to sign on. 2, the United States pursues a vision of openness and collaboration and multi-stakeholder governance for cyberspace, which is in stark contrast to alternative state-centric concepts of cyberspace governance pursued by some countries, China and Russia in particular, who are trying to control content and draw sovereign boundaries around their cyberspace. Therefore, the U.S. should continue to advocate in bilateral and multilateral forums, including the United Nations, for multi-stakeholder governance of the internet that includes all parties. 3rd, the United States should continue to build the capacity of foreign governments, particularly in developing countries, to secure their own networks and to promote donor cooperation and joint capacity building initiatives. This will enhance our own ability to deal with cyber threats if they have that capability and if they have those policies in place as well. 4th, given the transnational nature of the internet and related communications infrastructure, international cooperation is obviously essential to effectively address cyber incidents. Therefore, the U.S. should continue efforts to enhance its understandings of other countries' cyber incident response capabilities and coordination, and to formalize communication channels that include network defense, CERT to CERT, law enforcement, diplomatic, military, and others, so we were able to respond to incidents which are always global more quickly. 5th, to further combat transnational crime, we should continue to aggressively promote membership, or at least adopting the tenets of the Budapest Convention, and continue to enlarge operational frameworks like the G7 24/7 network. And then finally, here at home, the State Department should continue to mainstream this issue into our foreign diplomatic engagements and build necessary internal capacity to formulate, coordinate, and implement cyber policy and execute our policies throughout our government. I would say, Tom, that when you and I were at the White House, this was a new field. Since my office was created 5 years ago, I now have 25 counterparts in foreign ministries around the world. There's a lot of understanding and dialogues, all of government dialogues about the issues, and that's important. So I will stop there. I will say that I've submitted a prepared statement, written statement, also some attached documents, including a report we gave to Congress that talked about our implementation of the international strategy, where we're going on norms, where we see the threats that I commend to you as well. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you for your statement. Questions? Do you want to start? Steve.
Mr. Painter, first I would like to thank you for an extremely prominent and meaningful career in cyber that continues, starting back from Department of Justice days and to present. It's really hard to imagine where our country would be without having had your service over the decades, so thank you. I have a question that goes to an issue that I've felt strongly about, continue to feel strongly about in this space, for which I think you're particularly well suited to comment in your role both as Department of Justice and now, of course, currently state. I tend to think that we overwhelmingly focus our efforts, policy efforts, financial resources, manpower on defense, on really just trying to throw this, it's almost at the lowest level, right? Every consumer, every individual, every business, every agency is defending itself because we haven't really brought this up to a level to try to get the cybersecurity problem as far away as possible from the end user. And one of the ways to do that certainly is going after the threat actor, whether it's nation-state norms and all elements of national power, as you said, or transnational criminal efforts. What I've seen in this space is twofold. One, the public's view, it's almost haplessness, that we really can't beat the bad guys here and deter them. So that's why we have to focus on impenetrability. There's really a sense that it's not almost meaningful to really think that we could reverse the strategy and make it threat-centric. But I also see that it might be a self-fulfilling problem, because when I see the billions of dollars just within the federal government alone spent on information security efforts, compared to what we're spending for the Department of Justice and the State Department in our international efforts to actually hold people accountable, create systems and policies that go after the threat actor to stop this problem from hitting us in the first place, it's so disparate. What are your views after your decades of service of the balance we're making between threat deterrence and vulnerability mitigation?
So I think you raise a very good point. I think you do have to do the kind of protect your systems, the harden the targets, if you will, to make sure that, because that deters all threat actors. As a practical matter, though, that will deter about 80%, I think people say, of the threat actors, but not all of them. And that can't be your only solution. It can't simply be locking the doors and focusing on that alone. So I think you do have to look at disrupting the threat, and there are different threats out there. There's nation-state threats, there's transnational criminal group threats, there's what I call lone gunman cyber hackers that are out there who also are targeting systems. And that really requires, in my view, working with our law enforcement, our network security colleagues, and our diplomatic colleagues to have a more common and cohesive response to those threats. Now, disrupting criminal groups is something Justice has been focusing on, actually doing undercover and other operations. Those are important in the context of our partners. So you have to do both, but I would agree that the disruption, there has to be a consequence. So if, I use the analogy, if someone's breaking down your door all the time, locking your door is great, but it doesn't necessarily deter them from doing that. There also has to be a consequence for them doing it. So you both have to have the protection and the consequences. And part of those consequences are law enforcement. Part of them are using these other tools I talked about, which could be anything from sanctions to diplomatic tools, pressure, to which what's used in China and the theft of intellectual property, to law enforcement tools, to even military tools in appropriate circumstances. So I think you have to have that full tool set. And one of our efforts when we do a lot of our international engagement is trying to get that collective response across all those different areas. And so I would agree that's an important, and I think often not overlooked, but maybe underrepresented part of the puzzle.
So let me just press you a little bit more. What would it take to almost change in kind our success against the threat? In other words, if we were going to change the equation so that the nation's focus was more predominant to get rid of threat actors and less focused on defending ourselves, what would it take for your organization and coordination with the private sector to change that equation?
I don't think we can do that alone. I mean, I do think it's shifted to some extent. I mean, I think we've been focusing now on not just denial, but also resilience, recognizing people will get in. So it's denial, resilience, and then also going after the threat actors. I think we have to change some of the mindset that, as you said, people think, well, we're not going to be able to change their behavior. They're going to keep coming at us. And of course, they're going to keep coming at us. But I know from when I was a prosecutor, when you go after people and there are consequences, that makes a difference. With nation states, there's ways to deter them using the tools that we have. And I think we've had some success there too. So I think that is a focus that has to happen. I'm not as, I guess, skeptical as you are that folks don't understand that the threat is out there and we need to be actually aggressively meeting that threat. Certainly when I do my international engagements, that's what I hear from my partners, and that's something we want to continue to press.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here today. I have a question. You've been observing this and very much a part of the changes that have been made in the last couple decades that relate to enhancing cybersecurity. And you've mentioned that we've made a lot of progress, and certainly there's been a lot of action. I wonder, as we look forward, if there were, and recognizing that we need to prioritize both our time and our treasure to be able to address all of the different aspects of cybersecurity, what are some of the things that you believe that we've done where we've allocated people or money that probably could come to an end, instead putting those resources towards some other end?
Look, I'm not sure that I can say where we should take money away from. I think the problem is that up until recently, we haven't devoted enough resources to this issue. And the number one thing, and I think We saw this when President Obama came in, and there was certainly some activity around cybersecurity at the end of the last administration, too, the Comprehensive National Cyber Initiative. Was the number one thing that's most important in my mind is leadership, of making sure that from the very top, and I've seen this not just in the US, but around the world, that there is a real priority on this issue and an understanding of this issue. And that includes not just at the White House, but at the cabinet level of all the different agencies. That is really a priority, both as Secretary Pritzker was discussing, a priority in terms of their own systems, but also a priority in terms of the policy and how they're engaging with the private sector and internationally. I think, certainly, as I said, my area pretty much didn't even exist 5 years ago, and we certainly made progress. It is a small group of folks compared to a lot of the folks who were doing some of the defensive and other activities. I think we need to understand that some of those efforts pay dividends well beyond the short-term dividends. I think that building greater stability in the long term will help all of us. I think some of the incident response will help all of us. So I think it's really taking a clear-eyed look of where we're spending all of our money, what our resources are, because the resources, even if they go up dramatically as the president has asked in the CNAP, we're still going to be stretched. We're still going to have to figure out where our priorities are. But I honestly think that one of the most important things I've seen is having a comprehensive approach, not a siloed approach. Our international strategy tries to do that. It talks about human rights. It talks about economic issues. It talks about military issues. It talks about cybersecurity issues. If we look at these things in stovepipes, as we have before, we make ourselves weaker, and that doesn't require more expenditure of money to try to bring things together. And that includes bringing the economic community and the security community and the human rights community together, so we have a shared interest in these issues. As far as allocation of existing funds, I think there's a lot more we need to do across the board. And certainly, my group has grown. It's still fairly small. The demand out there is huge. We have now whole of government dialogues with Japan, Korea, China, France, the Nordic Baltic countries, the GCC countries. It's an explosive growth area. But we always have to keep an eye on what are we achieving? What are we trying to do practically? And that's what we've been trying to focus on, not just having meetings for the sake of meetings, or discussions for the sake of discussions, but how we advancing the ball in this area.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chris, good to see you again, and thank you for your service. Chris, I have 2 questions, but they're both in the character of a status report. So you talked about internet governance. Yeah. The first question is, what's the current state of affairs with regard to state-based versus multi-stakeholder approaches? And the second question touches on this law enforcement cooperation. To what extent is the discussion around encryption affecting that cooperation?
And first, let me just say that when we talk about internet governance, the reason these are all interrelated is when some countries, more repressive countries, talk about information security, they don't really talk about cybersecurity. They're trying to secure and prevent the spread of information. They're trying to draw sovereign boundaries around their territory. So that has implications for human rights and for security and for governance. When they promote the idea of states running the internet, that's why they're doing it. It's not really for another reason. I think we made great strides. I think we've been successful in pushing back in a pretty significant way on the countries who are advocating a more statist system. That's not a battle that's over. That's going to continue. But I just signed a framework agreement with India recently across everything, across cybersecurity, across international security, governance issues. India changed its view on this from a statist system to a more multi-stakeholder system. That's a huge thing because of their leadership in the G77. But I'm not kidding myself. I don't think that battle is done, and we have to really continue that. And now internet governance sometimes means everything in cyberspace. It used to mean the technical running of the internet. Now it means everything, and so we have to be attuned to that as well. On the issues of encryption, I can't give you the solution to encryption today. If I knew it, I'm sure I'd be better off than I am. I think it's a difficult issue, and it's an issue not just the U.S., but governments around the world are grappling with. And I think everyone understands the reason that encryption is strong, including the president has said that we need strong encryption for privacy, for security, but we also need access to information to protect our citizens. And so I think we have to really look at that problem, try to break it apart, and I think that's important. How's it affected how we do business? I think it is one of the many policy issues that are out there that people are grappling with. But that's something we discuss with our partners as well. This is like old home week. Joe and I used to be prosecutors together. Steve and I used to work together. Pat and I used to work together. Of course we would.
Stick around long enough. So, Chris, I have two questions. The first is, shortly after the Sony attacks, I was talking to a national security official, and he said to me, the thing you in the private sector don't get in these international incidents is that to Eastern governments, companies are viewed as extensions of state power, and you Western companies don't appreciate your role in the middle of all that. And I'm curious, from your position in the State Department, what's your take on that issue?
So I think it depends. I mean, I think certainly for planned economies where countries have actually controlled, owned, or joint ventured in all their companies, they have a different view. When we talk about public-private partnership, it means something different to them than it does to us, quite frankly. And often we do see some extension in terms of their private sector. I think that's changing because just to be competitive, their private sector has had to grow largely and change. Not completely, though, and I think that's an issue. With one of the interesting things about the Sony attack is, I think some people said, well, why is the U.S., this is a private company, why is the U.S. raising this to such a high level? And that was both a violation of our sovereignty, but it was coupled with threats of actual violence, and it involved essentially an attempt to change free speech within this country. So it combined with a lot of things, including the threat actor, who we were quite clear on who that was. And interestingly, even some of the more repressive countries weren't happy about their territory being used by North Korea to launch attacks. So there's an area we can find some common agreement. Even when we talk about these norms and other issues, the reason countries we don't agree with will agree with us on things like that, these stability measures, is because they see a self-interest in it. And so we need to build that better coalition. But it's interesting. We see changes. We see the industries evolving in these countries. There's clearly a lot of state control that persists. Clearly not a complete understanding of businesses as independent actors. When I was arguing a lot with some countries about the multi-stakeholder system, they thought, well, you're talking about governments and private entities who are really the U.S. And I was like, no, you have plenty of private entities and civil society in your own country that should and can be playing, and that's exactly what's happened. So I think it's making the point that we really do believe in the system. It's not a unified voice. Government and industry talk to each other. They have different views. Will that change the countries who have more planned economies? Not right away.
But you're in a situation where the private industry in Western countries are not considered quote unquote critical infrastructure, don't have government agencies building their defenses, but are yet left as potential collateral damage or direct targets by states in other parts of the world that consider that fair game. What can the U.S. government do to kind of
Well,
mitigate
I think
that?
there's two parts of that. So targeted for what? I mean, if it's targeted for a disruptive attack, that's obviously a real concern. And the U.S.'s interest doesn't extend just to protecting our critical infrastructure. Now, you might prioritize that because that could cause major death, destruction, and damage. But we care, Secretary Pritzker has been working a lot with the non-critical infrastructure of commerce in terms of, and DHS working with them. So I think you have to have consequences for those attacks too. Sony was a good example where we, very quickly and I think very decisively acted, both in terms of attribution and also in terms of what we've done. But I understand that so there's those kind of disruptive attacks, but there's also the espionage, the theft of intellectual property to benefit the commercial sector of another country. And that's not limited to critical infrastructure. That is something that's targeting businesses, not just in the United States, but around the world. This is a topic of discussion I had in every bilateral discussion I have with our partners. I think we made significant progress in getting China to recognize there is a distinction between intelligence gathering and theft of intellectual property, and a commitment that they wouldn't do it. Now, as I said when I testified recently, and as I think Director Comey has said, and Director Clapper and others have said, the jury's still out. We're looking at that. But we haven't taken any tools off the table. And if we can get countries to adopt that as a norm, that countries shouldn't do that, then like-minded countries, just like with any other norm, can over time work together collectively to enforce it. So I think we need to make sure we're not just looking at critical infrastructure, we're looking at the targets we have generally and what those targets are and what exposure they have. And we need to work with those companies. And even in my role at the State Department, I meet frequently with the private sector because there are some things, shockingly, that in the government I don't know. I don't know what the challenges are, what the opportunities may have are, and we have to continue to do that.
The second topic I wanted to ask about is the conversation that's been ongoing for years about MLAT reform or efficiency of data sharing for law enforcement. Has that made any progress?
Yes, that bridges a gap from when I was, this has been one of the sticking points when we've been dealing with a lot of countries where when all the data is stored here, they don't understand when it's their own citizen who's committed a crime that they can't get the data. And so this has led to second-order effects like data localization, for instance, or viewing this as an impediment in the relationship. And we've made progress. We've given substantially more funding to DOJ to streamline the process and to do more to actually deal with these. But the MLAT process is not the quickest process known to humankind, as you know. We've also supplemented that by having the 24/7 network, which is a much faster network that allows at least informal cooperation, and that's been important. The other thing we've done is we started looking at some creative ideas. So we've been talking to the UK government at their original request to see if there is some kind of agreement that we can reach that would streamline the process for certain kinds of data. That would require legislation. We have sent legislation to the Hill to ask for that. That's something we'd be open to then talking about other governments if we get that through, because this is a big issue. But those governments have to have protections in place. It's not that we're going to share information with governments who don't have those basic protections in place for their data and privacy in the way we do with our Electronic Communications Privacy Act. So I think we're better off now. I think there's a long way to go, and I think we're looking for creative solutions.
Thanks. Sorry about being late. Nothing to do with cyber, just good old-fashioned weather issues. If I'm asking you something that you've already addressed, please just let me know. I've got two questions for you. And the first one connects to a little bit what Joe and you were just talking about. Most global companies are facing a multitude of regulatory frameworks in different countries that are evolving around the space of cybersecurity and now around the space of data anonymization and then worse, localization. It's not just a question of what it does for the company and its expenses and its material cost of operating, but it's also, I think, going to destroy some of the advantages of that scale brings you both in cybersecurity and in the capabilities around the Internet of Things if we end up doing everything country by country.
Look, I think these are real challenges because as countries are dealing with these issues, if you have a fragmented regulatory framework around the world, it makes it really impossible for companies. And this is actually a follow-on, as you say, to the MLAT process, where if companies are subject to different rules in different countries, it causes issues for them. What we've been doing is we've been promoting something that I think you're all very familiar with, which is the NIST framework, which is a voluntary framework which was built with the companies together. So it wasn't something that was just put on by the government that was imposed by them. And that's gotten a lot of uptake in a lot of our countries around the world, including in Europe. Now, Europe has recently just enacted the Network Information Security Directive. That is a good base in terms of telling countries what policies they should have. However, the trick will be in how it's implemented, and whether it's implemented in a very highly regulatory fashion or if it's implemented in a way that allows the interoperability which companies need, and I think really promotes cybersecurity. I don't think fragmentation promotes cybersecurity. Data localization, it's very interesting. I was at it's Chatham House rules, so I won't say who other parties were, but I had one representative of a large telecom company in another country say that they wanted a cloud for their region because it was better for cybersecurity. And many of the very prominent companies in that region CEOs stood up and said, that doesn't work for us because we're global companies. So I think the private sector needs to push back, and the government pushes back on data localization as not being a real answer. The interesting thing is when countries have a stake in the global economy, when they are building cloud and other services, they get that too. So Brazil was going to, as part of its Marco Civil law, had a data localization requirement. It got stripped out. It didn't get stripped out, I think, because we and others were pressing. It got stripped out, I think, because the indigenous industry there recognized that if that was applied to them all over the world, that would be a serious competitive disadvantage to them. So this argues the larger case of, certainly as a government, we need to push back against these things and give both the security and the economic reasons. But we need partners in the private sector to do that too. I mean, I think your voices are stronger in many ways than ours are.
I think that's correct. And I think you'll find a number of private sector companies willing to push in the direction. I think the problem is both in the case of the NIST framework, which I'm a big supporter of, and thanks to Pat, I don't know where he's gone, sitting over there, but a lot of it happened because of his leadership. I just feel that that there's two ways of doing this. One is to allow it to trickle down, which is to allow countries to look at NIST and say, well, that could be interesting, and then find their own way to navigate through how to implement it. And the other could be a more constructive, more productive way, which would require a group of countries to sit down together, like-minded countries, and create an example. In our history, that's how things happened. We got together with a bunch of countries, created an example, and others followed, opted in, changed it a little bit. I find in cyber, we're still at a stage where it's a bit of a laissez-faire. We're doing our thing and hoping that our example will allow other people to follow. And I'm kind of questioning that logic and trying to figure out whether this commission can, in your view, put forward a more constructive, more forceful point of view on this topic. And it's connected to my second question, so let me warn you in advance what the second one is. Second one's a little more controversial. And my view is that in this current system, there is no way to declare a state actor a pariah. We do it one-on-one, our country and another country. You just quoted an example. Others have done work between the US and China, for example, during a recent visit by the president. I get that. The problem is, we have no place to go to say, this behavior constitutes behavior outside the benchmark of acceptable behavior in the cyber world. In the physical world, we have that. We have bodies to go to and bodies to question, and certain states can be declared pariahs, and then action can be taken accordingly or not. What's our solution in the cyber world? Is it all, again, laissez-faire, trickle down, or do we need a more forceful, more constructive, forceful is the wrong word, more constructive, more driven way of thinking about this?
So quickly on your first question, I think certainly look forward to any recommendations you have. I think we have to be careful if we try to have one ring that rules them all, that tries to bring things together, because then you don't end up with what you were actually looking for. You don't end up with the interoperability. That's why the NIST framework is so powerful and something we've been advocating around the world. And frankly, I often have my NIST colleagues go with me to these countries to do presentations and discussions on this to try to get that happen, because I think they have to understand the benefit of interoperability. And as soon as you try to have some kind of global system, formal global system, then a lot of other things creep in. On the question of how you sanction bad actors, look, this is not really all that different than I can point to a couple examples. The Non-Proliferation Initiative is a good example. Money laundering is another example. We're in the process now of defining what is conduct that's unacceptable in cyberspace. These voluntary norms I talked about. Don't attack the critical infrastructure of another country absent when you're in peacetime. Don't attack the CERT of another country. Or there's an expectations you're going to cooperate if you have malicious code coming from your border. These are important voluntary norms, but a lot of countries around the world haven't grappled with these issues or signed up. Now, we've gotten some affirmation of the G20 and other venues that we're pushing, but when we've seen those other circumstances, non-proliferation or money laundering, the way we've done this is we build a larger and larger group of countries who support this. And then, if countries transgress, if you have a bad actor, those countries can act collectively together to sanction that bad actor through lots of different means. And I've seen that model in other areas. I think that model applies here too. I would say, though, we don't have the luxury to wait the 40 years it took to do nuclear policy. But at the same time, this is going to take a little time. I'm as a former prosecutor, I'm not a very patient person on things, but the fact that in just a couple of years, we've gone from even proposing these norms to getting them accepted by many countries around the world is pretty quick by any diplomatic measure. And I think we need to redouble those efforts.
So just to be clear, you're saying that it makes sense to have a group of like-minded countries constructively have a discussion. I actually didn't mean that you use one framework. I mean, get together where you can start talking about, look, we've got a common problem. We've got this great technology that could revolutionize access to information and democratize it beyond all limits. And look what's happening if we don't take control. And so let's all get together and have a conversation about what is the benchmark of good behavior, what's outside the norm. If you're saying that's a good move.
That's exactly what we've been trying to do. So not, when I've talked to, I just led our Nordic-Baltic plus U.S. meeting. We talked about these issues. They're like-minded countries. When we talk to our Five Eye allies, they're like-minded countries. So, our big push now, and the president's big push now, is to get more and more countries to deal with these issues and to adopt these norms, and then you can move to the next stage. So yes, now I wouldn't call this a formal, like-minded club because you want to have as big a tent as you can, but we need to continue to expand that, and that's really where our efforts lie, and I think we need to continue to do that.
Thank you for your spending time with us today and for your thoughtful comments. Kind of following on what Joe was asking you about, there's a lot of posturing by the EU right now with respect to U.S. privacy practices, with respect to Safe Harbor and Privacy Shield, for example. And the EU is threatening to halt all data flows to U.S. companies within this space. And so this has the potential to cause obvious, major hits to U.S. companies. And I was wondering what you think, and ironically, these are the same countries that depend on the U.S. for very privileged intelligence. So my question is, what should the U.S. government be doing to help U.S. companies that are sued from abroad, and do partly the perceptions about U.S. mass surveillance
Well, look,
in cooperation with these companies?
I think this has been a problem for the last couple of years, obviously. It's been an issue that Secretary Pritzker is probably a better place to talk about the Privacy Shield issue, although certainly people in my department have been working hard on that issue too. We think it's important, not just for U.S. businesses, but for European businesses, and I think they understand that having that system that's interoperable but not the same, we're never going to have the same privacy framework as the EU. However, they need to be interoperable for both our benefits, and I'm optimistic that will work out. So I think we need to engage with them. I will tell you, I've spent a lot of time in the last couple of years talking to our European colleagues, talking to our German colleagues in particular about this issue, and not conflating. One of the problems I see is people conflate all these issues together. They talk about what are the proper rules for surveillance and for intelligence gathering, and they make that the same as cybersecurity. They're not. I mean, they are both important issues, but they're not the same issue. And so it's hindered, I think, some of the progress we can make in terms of cybersecurity and collective response when people view that. I do think we need to have a discussion about surveillance practices. We've had it in this country. That's what President Obama launched. We have rules, we have oversight, we have proper purpose. That's a discussion that should happen around the world. And I think increasingly countries, including in Europe, understand that there is a distinction. We need to have that conversation, but the cybersecurity issues and our shared goals, the way I always put it is, look, if Europe and the US don't have shared goals and shared objectives, there are countries who are going to try to drive a wedge between us and some of the same core things we're trying to achieve in cybersecurity, so we can't let that happen. I think there's been real progress in that. I think the conversation has changed. It's not over, certainly, but I think it's changed over the last couple of years, which is helpful, but we need to keep at it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I want to follow up on Ajay's question. So your paper makes a strong point, and the United States government has made a strong point about trying to further the adoption of international law norms in the cyber world, and to develop a core set of peacetime norms that countries should abide by in terms of their economic and political and other relationships. What's the way to accelerate this, though, Chris? I mean, Ajay's talking about, isn't it to adopt, to get like-minded countries to come together in kind of an expanding circle around these norms? What in your mind is the mechanism, I guess I'm asking, by which we can achieve the goal of having a broad adoption of international law as norms, but also discussions and adopting around really kind of almost neutral kinds of standards of behavior, NIST kinds of frameworks, and basic kind of standard of care conduct in cyber. What's your thinking about this? Because I want to press this a little bit further on.
Yeah,
on
so
on
I
this.
don't.
I mean, I know some people have proposed that we move immediately to a cyber, kind of a cyber NATO of like-minded countries as an alliance, right? But let's talk short of that, at least for this conversation, about what in your view is the right mechanism for broadening the circle and getting accelerated adoption?
Yeah, so I think, as I say, I think we made some substantial progress even in the last couple of years, but we need to really press this in all of our international engagements, and not just me when I'm engaging with my cyber counterparts, but at the presidential level. And I think if you've noticed, every summit the president has had over the last year, there is a significant portion of the summit statement that talks about cyber issues, and almost every one of them, I think maybe every one of them, has talked about affirmation of these norms. The framework agreement we just signed with India last week has those 4 norms I talked about front and center, so India agrees with us on those. So it is really working very hard in both bilaterally and in various multilateral forums to do that. What it's not doing, and I think this is, some people suggested this, is trying to get a quote-unquote cyber treaty. I don't know what a cyber treaty is. I don't know who negotiates it. But I do know that, given different interests in cyberspace, that's unlikely to actually be of benefit to the U.S. I think that there are countries who want to use that as a way to control information. That's the norm they're trying to push. And Tom, I think you have to go beyond the like-minded. Yes, we need to build it with the like-minded, but it's important to have countries, including China and Russia, who agreed to these norms and this group of governmental experts in the UN, to see the benefit of it, to get wider adoption. So I think it's continuing and accelerating both at not just my level, but at the presidential level and the cabinet level, engagement and understanding of this. One of the things I think we need to do more of, and this goes back to capacity building, is yes, we've gotten the G20 countries to focus on this. We have a lot of our allies focusing on this, Japan and others. But there's a lot of countries who are on the fence. There are a lot of countries who are in the developing world who, they understand the siren song of stability that the Russians and Chinese talk about in controlling information. They also understand the benefit of economic growth and innovation. Those are the countries we need to reach if we're going to build this consensus. And so capacity building is a key element for us to do that, and not just the policy engagement, but actually helping them build their capabilities. So I think we just need to continue and to accelerate that. I think, we have done things like, last year we had a pretty good resolution in the first committee of the UN. But, we don't want to water these things down. We want to make sure that we have things that are genuinely useful to us and to the international community going forward. There's lots of threads of effort on that. There's been work on international law and what international law means in cyberspace. That's important. Confidence building measures are in some ways the easiest part because they're value neutral in the sense that they're practical measures. Having hotlines, exchanging doctrine, making sure you knew points of contact. We've done this in the OSCE. We have now 16 confidence building measures that we've done in the OSCE. We're now looking at ARF as another forum to do that, the ASEAN Regional Forum. We've talked to OAS about that. So rather than try just one place as a place to convene it all, I think we need to look at both regional organizations and then bilaterally with our partners.
Combine your comments on capacity in regional organizations. And so, I know the United States government hasn't made formal statements on what I'm about to talk about, but we obviously have a lot of cyber pressure in Europe coming from Russia. And we may be involved in, seeing a set of broad, again, I'm talking, and Steve's company is on work on this as well. We may be seeing a kind of broad-based international kind of information efforts, right? How would you assess the current state of capacity building at NATO and among European countries to confront this threat?
So I've seen a real change over the years. I mean, remember when we were both at the NSCs when NATO made cyberspace part of their strategic concept in the Lisbon Summit. And now we've gotten to the place where they just had the NATO summit where cyber was again reaffirmed. It was also reaffirmed as domain for NATO activities. the first issue with NATO was to make sure that they actually protected their own networks, because that was the foundational step that they had to take. I think they made some real strides there. Working with other governments in terms of their own cybersecurity, national cybersecurity policies has been going well. Soren De Caro, who's the ambassador who does the cyber issues and other tech issues for NATO, has been very active in trying to build this. So I think that that's been making real progress because people understand, and this is what's so different, in my mind from a few years ago, is people understand the nature of the threat. They may not know what to do about it generally for policymakers, but I remember a time when you went to senior policymakers, cabinet secretaries, and you mentioned these issues, and their eyes would roll back in the back of their heads years ago. Now, there is a substantive and I think thoughtful conversation, and that's not just in the US, that's increasingly around the world from leaders. And NATO, I think, has really grasped this as being something that's really critical to their future, because the threats we're seeing are not just physical threats. But that involves a few different aspects. Part of it is harnessing the capabilities of the NATO members. So NATO doesn't have to do everything itself as NATO, but also harnessing the capabilities of its members, and that makes sense, particularly when you're looking at various cyber operations. The doctrine is much better now. It's something we in the Department of Defense are very committed to continue to build. In the beginning, it was baby steps, but I think they're really beginning to hit their stride a little bit now. There's certainly more to do, and I think given the threat from certain countries that you note, I think that's accelerated the understanding there.
I'll follow up further on that, but I want to ask one last question, given our time constraints. So given all the interactions you've had around the world over the last 5 years, are there countries or sets of practices that you've seen that you'd like to see us look at more closely and adopt here? We have very effective cyber security regimes, for example, in Israel and elsewhere around the world. Are there practices you've seen? Are there regulatory regimes you've seen, voluntary regimes, governmental structures, and governance approaches that you'd think that we should take a look at as a commission?
That's a very good question. I might have to get back to you on some of that, because I'd have to survey what I've seen. I think in many ways the U.S. has been a leader in this area, where the rest of the world has seen the importance of it, and in some ways are trying to emulate it. One of the things I think is critically important, and we have in the U.S., but I think can be strengthened, is having that whole of government strategy. Now, we've had a strategy back in 2003, as you remember. People weren't ready for it at the time. We've sharpened that in the beginning of this administration as well. I now see Australia, the Prime Minister of Australia, they have a comprehensive strategy they just put out. That's really good. They have mechanisms for working in the private sector that I found has been good. I see changes in some governments have been traditionally very stovepipe coming together as a government. I think that's important. I can't say I found any regulatory regime that I particularly am fond of so far, but I'll think about that issue as well. But from our perspective, I think we want to have all these governments developing these capabilities and way for us to plug into them, and that's been what's been critically important. The UK, I think, has been doing some really good things. They just created a cyber center, and they've been working on those issues. But that's something, certainly, Tom, I can get back to you. I can think about that more.
Thanks,
more
Chris.
thoughtfully.
Appreciate it. Any other questions? Herb or anybody who hasn't asked? Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Thanks for everything that you're doing for the country. Really
well,
appreciate it.
and thank you for the work of the commission. I really do think it's important, and thank you to all of my colleagues for many years. It's clear I've been around too long if I know so many people doing this, but thank you for all your work. Appreciate it. Unlike you, I haven't given up the Diet Coke yet.
Okay, we'll go, Kirsten, we'll go right to panel one.
Right to the panel one.
So panelists want to join us up here. We'll get some nameplates, put them in the right order, and we'll get started.
Morning.
Morning. Yeah, it's a regular occurrence in Washington right now. We're on all the lines. It's actually work that's unavoidable now. Safety. Oh, look at that. I can't read it. Too small. Thanks for joining us here today. Sorry for the delay. We had an interesting discussion, which you heard going on with Chris Painter on the international side. This panel is going to focus, and we've got really terrific people to focus on the federal government. And it's addressing the questions of how we've gotten here, how we've done, and what we might do in the future to strengthen the federal government, protection of its own network. So what we'll do, I think, is just take opening statements in order here. I'll go from my left to right here, unless you all have agreed on a different pattern. And we'll start with Dan Shaduk. Thank you for joining us today, Dan.
Thank you, Chairman Dolan. Good morning. We're happy to go in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to the panel and the distinguished members of this commission, alongside experts and leaders in federal cybersecurity. I'm Dan Chenock. I'm the Executive Director of the IBM Center for the Business of Government. I also serve as chair of the Cybersecurity Subcommittee of DHS's Data Privacy and Integrity Advisory Committee. And I previously and very proudly served as chair of the NIST Information Security and Privacy Advisory Board. Prior to that, in the federal government, I was the chief for the Information Policy and Technology branch in OMB, where I had the honor of working alongside Karen Evans. This morning, I'll summarize some key points laid out in more detail in my written statement. The policy framework that governs federal IT with respect to cybersecurity has many pieces. Some major laws are the Paperwork Reduction Act, which in 1980 authorized OMB to oversee a broad range of IT activities, including privacy and security. Computer Security Act, which in 1987 gave the OMB director authority over civilian agency security. FISMA updated the Computer Security Act in 2002 and again in 2014 to drive agencies more toward operational security. The E-Government Act, which in 2002 vested OMB's Office of E-Government and Information Technology with leadership of IT and e-gov issues, including security. And last year's Federal Information Technology Reform Act, or FITARA, which added to the Clinger-Cohen Act of 1996 to give CIOs new authorities and tools to manage IT. In addition to these general statutes, DHS's cyber leadership was authorized first in the Homeland Security Act of 2002. These and other cybersecurity statutes are implemented through an array of policies that impact IT security, including OMB circulars that integrate federal information and IT policy and govern cybersecurity and enterprise risk management, FISMA guidance, which requires agencies to report on security activities and drives agency priorities and Inspector General reviews, and NIST guidance, which addresses security, privacy, and identity management in multiple ways that agencies leverage to make risk-based security decisions. And additional policy frameworks address privacy and identity management. These laws and policies are led by a diverse group of organizations, among them the White House Cyber Coordinator, OMB, led by the federal CIO, and the new federal Chief Information Security Officer in the eGov office, DHS, led by NPBD, and NIST, just to name a few. So the framework that I just described has evolved in a world of rapidly emerging threats. This administration has taken important steps forward on IT and cybersecurity policies, building on prior efforts, and yet much work remains. New policies can promote approaches and technologies through which government can continue to improve in predicting and preventing cyber threats. Following are three ideas for the Commission's consideration, focused on governance, innovation, and the integration of privacy and security. First, rationalize governance around key priorities by clearly identifying roles and responsibilities and focusing collective effort on improving cyber across agencies. This is especially important in a new administration that may have to take rapid action after a cyber incident. And by developing a short set of key goals and objectives and indicating how these goals would be achieved and measured. This could build on the Comprehensive National Action Plan and enhance cyber focus in the government's C-suite. Second, drive innovation. In light of the multiple policies that agencies must comply with, many cybersecurity resources necessarily go to compliance and reporting. But as Secretary Pritzker said, one path to pivot toward innovation could be through the procurement system, since most agency cybersecurity products and services are done by industry. Effective procurement requirements can incentivize sound cybersecurity practices, allowing companies to bring innovative ideas forward as an expected activity. This could enable government to leverage the large $90 billion spent on federal information technology to attract more innovation from commercial partners. And third, integrate privacy and security. since safeguarding personally identifiable information is a key element of cyber protection. The recent reissuance of OMB Circular A130 addressed privacy and security in a more coordinated fashion. Greater integration of policies, programs, and organizations can help align efforts to protect sensitive personal information. The collaboration of DHS's Privacy Office with NPPD provides an effective model of coordination. In addition to these three areas of government's innovation and aligning privacy and security, enhancing public-private interaction can leverage best practice across sectors by expanding real-time threat information sharing at scale and working with industry to understand the risk landscape relative to mission achievement as part of enterprise risk management consistent with the NIST cyber framework. Thank you to the Commission for the opportunity to be here this morning. I look forward to hearing from my panelists and to our discussion.
Thank you, Dan. And we'll go across and then we'll engage in discussion. Ms. Evans, welcome today, and thanks for coming into Washington today. And obviously, you have as much experience in the federal government in this area as anybody, given your nearly 30 years of service. So thanks for your service, and thanks for coming in to talk to us today.
Well, I appreciate that, Chairman Donovan, and distinguished members of the Commission. I am Karen Evans. I'm the National Director for the U.S. Cyber Challenge, which is a program within the Center for Internet Security, a not-for-profit organization. However, I'm here today to represent my previous role as the Administrator of E-Government and Information Technology. This role is now known as the Chief Information Officer of the United States government. I held this position for nearly 6 years during the George W. Bush administration. And prior to this appointment, I was a career federal employee serving in multiple positions at various departments and agencies, culminating in my appointment into the Senior Executive Service as the Chief Information Officer at Department of Energy. I'd like my comments today to provide examples of the recommendations that I included in my written statements. My colleagues today are going to outline the legislative landscape, but I would really like to briefly explain the relationships which are key to the success of the federal government's operations. During my tenure, there was a unique point of time of alignment. The federal government was reforming its intelligence community, and it was standing up a new federal Department for Homeland Security. Information and the use of information was truly being analyzed, and we were also implementing the E-Government Act, which was focused on citizen services, while we were implementing the Federal Information Management Security Act, which was focused on securing those. So my job was to provide greater citizen services while ensuring security, privacy, and record retention for the preservation of government information into the future. Just a small one. So my manager, Clay Johnson, was the Deputy Director for Management and told me to get this work done, to integrate and institutionalize the necessary processes into the federal agencies. He made it clear I was responsible, and he held me accountable. I'd like to digress just a little bit to explain who Clay Johnson was at the time, because I think that that's critical as you make and consider some of your recommendations. Clay Johnson was the childhood friend of George W. Bush. He worked at presidential personnel, so every political appointee that was in the Bush administration at that point had been vetted through Mr. Johnson. So when I elevated something to my boss, in fact, I was elevating it to the President of the United States. So when I kind of go through some of these other things, I'd like to have that little framework in there for you. With this background, the statements provided today, you can clearly see that the authorities are segregated between civilian systems and national security systems, between the Department of Defense, the Director of National Intelligence, and so on. However, given the direction of my manager, I worked with the DoD CIO, who was John Grimes at the time, and the DNI CIO, who was Dale Myros, and they agreed that I was a leader in all aspects of information technology, including cybersecurity. They publicly stated this at multiple forums, and the Deputy CIO of DoD was then appointed the Vice Chair of the Federal CIO Council. Additionally, at that time, the President's Management Council had an e-government committee. This was a very disruptive time, and so most deputy secretaries didn't want to have anything to do with technology. And at that particular time, the most outspoken one was the Deputy Secretary of Commerce, which was Sam Bodman. So I asked him to be the chair of the e-government committee off of the President's Management Council. We had a scorecard that used the tool for accountability, and the CIO was responsible for the e-government initiative. At that point, cybersecurity was included there. The deputy secretaries were responsible for all aspects of the scorecard. The president held an annual meeting where they sat in that meeting according to their performance. I viewed at, seriously, and we can talk about that. I viewed our office at OMB as a staff function to the deputy secretaries and appropriate management officials in order to accomplish their goals on the scorecard. There is another example that I'd like to share dealing with law enforcement authorities. Many of you may be familiar with the failed IT project called Sentinel. This was their case management system being implemented by the FBI. I had the unique opportunity to inform Clay Johnson that the FBI had now expended 90% of their funds and only had 10% of their functionality. Clay called the FBI director, and Director Mueller requested a meeting immediately. As we worked through the issues, Director Mueller then realized this was not an IT issue, but rather a business culture change issue, and took leadership for implementation. It is a little unsettling when you're commuting home and the director of the FBI would call you, the FBI operator would call me on the phone and say, can you take a call from the FBI director? And of course you're saying, sure, let me pull over on the side of the road. So, but the director at that point really did want to have an open line of communications directly into OMB, into my office, and he worked to ensure that the project stayed very closely on track, and he continued to be involved day to day with that project. As it relates to technology, innovation, public-private partnerships, and the role of NIST, I want to highlight the work that was done in support of Homeland Security Presidential Directive Number 12, which was issued August 27, 2004. The title of this HSPD is Policy for Common Identification Standard for Federal Employees and Contractors. You now know it as two-factor authentication. At this time, the technology did not exist. NIST was brought to the White House, and the undersecretary told us it would take at least 2 years for NIST to run its process so that we could have what we needed. We told him he had 6 months. They are the smartest people in the world, and that they could get it done. And General Services Administration was also brought in because they were going to have to receive the handoff from NIST, and it worked. And so OMB then requested cards from every department and agency, and these cards were tested for the interoperability. And finally, I'd like to bring the auditors into this, better known as Inspector Generals, and they're critical to this effort. The IGs evaluated the management processes to ensure the rigor was in place in the department and agencies. NIST provided the checklist that the IGs used for the evaluation in order for us to have a confidence level in those processes. In order to have the partnership necessary with the independent auditors, I personally attended every meeting, which is now called the Council of Inspector Generals on Integrity and Efficiency, to ensure that I could share the priorities of the CIO Council. This assisted with the integration of the IGs and the CIOs and their policies that were issued from OMB. I do believe that the Inspector Generals are going to be the solution to this overall issue, as they are independent and they are in place through multiple administrations. Their reports are used by Congress and should provide the baseline in order to measure the progress and improvement within departments and agencies, but also across the government as a whole. So I appreciate the opportunity to share my views and recommendations today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Appreciate it. Next, Eric Fisher from the Congressional Research Service. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Donilon, and distinguished members of the committee of the commission, and panel members for the opportunity to speak with you today. At the Congressional Research Service, our mission is to provide Congress with nonpartisan, objective information and policy analysis on legislative issues. In keeping with that mission, we do not advocate or take positions. Consequently, I cannot make any recommendations or be associated with any made to or by the Commission. As you know, federal IT policy exists within a larger and complex IT and policy framework. No single overarching framework legislation is in place, but many enacted statutes, more than 50, address various aspects of cybersecurity, the most recent being the Cybersecurity Act of 2015. Now, other panel members have discussed and will be discussing relevant statutes and policy directives, so I thought it might be most useful for me to focus on a set of fundamental and difficult policy challenges that can impede the development of effective legislation and policy. Now, the existence of such challenges has been recognized for many years, and of course by other people who've spoken before you all. They can be characterized in many different ways, but what I'd like to do is focus on four: design, incentives, consensus, and environment. Some recently enacted statutes arguably affect aspects of them. I don't have time to go into specifics in this statement, but of course I'd be happy to discuss them with you during Q&A. With respect to design, it is often said that cyberspace was not designed with security in mind. Developers have traditionally focused more on features other than security, largely for economic reasons. Also, many future security needs cannot be predicted with any certainty, posing a difficult challenge for designers. Harmonizing security with usability is also part of this challenge. If cyberspace has not been designed with security in mind, it can also be said that security has not been designed with usability in mind. That makes it much less effective, as the recent debate over passwords has illustrated. Education and awareness alone seem unlikely to solve this problem. Now, this impacts federal IT because, as has been mentioned, the federal government acquires its IT largely from the private sector. Research and development, the education and training of IT engineers and programmers, and the use of federal acquisition leverage may be helpful in addressing this challenge, both for the federal government and more broadly. The second challenge, incentives. The structure of economic incentives for cybersecurity has been called distorted or even perverse. It has been said that cybercrime is cheap, profitable, and safe for the perpetrators, but cybersecurity can be expensive, is by its nature imperfect, and the economic returns on investments are often hard to measure. The question is, how does one increase the net cost of cybercrime and make cybersecurity more effective and affordable? This applies to some extent, these arguments apply to some extent with respect to state adversaries as well. Now, an additional consideration is the degree to which users demand good security as an essential feature of IT. When does cybersecurity become an essential part of the value proposition that buyers and users demand? How does one shift the demand curve, in other words, for cybersecurity in the desired direction? Of course, that curve varies among sectors. For the government sector, with its inherently monopolistic features, trust is an especially important expectation for citizens, so the demand for security should arguably be much higher than for many other sectors. From that perspective, one can argue that the federal government should be a national and even global leader in cybersecurity. That does not, however, appear to be a widely held view at present. A question for the Commission may be, what should the federal goal be with respect to national and even global leadership in cybersecurity, and how can it be achieved? With respect to consensus, cybersecurity means different things to different stakeholders, as has been stated previously. Substantial cultural impediments to consensus also exist, not only between sectors, but within sectors and even within organizations, even within federal agencies. The structure of federal IT policy has arguably made consensus within the government difficult to achieve in some ways. FISM requirements are arguably not enough, but there are significant concerns about centralization, as Secretary Pritzker alluded to. Now, there's also a fundamental conceptual problem that may impede the development of a useful consensus in cybersecurity. Cyberspace keeps growing because it connects things and applies computing power to them in unprecedented and useful ways. In contrast, security traditionally involves separation. That arguably creates, potentially at least, a fundamental conflict. Traditional approaches to security may not be sufficient, but consensus on a new conceptual framework has yet to emerge. Now, significant progress has been made on some aspects of this challenge in the last decade, but it is complex and a more comprehensive approach might be worth considering. The fourth factor or challenge I'd like to talk about is environment. Cyberspace has been called the fastest evolving technology space in human history, both in scale and properties. This rapid evolution poses significant challenges for cybersecurity, exacerbating the speed of the arms race between attackers and defenders, and arguably providing a significant advantage to the former. New and emerging properties and applications further complicate the evolving threat environment, but they can also pose potential opportunities for improving cybersecurity. They might provide defenders with opportunities to shape the evolution of cyberspace toward a state of greater security. Given the inherently non-agile nature of the federal government, though, it may be particularly difficult for federal policy to take advantage of such opportunities. Now, at the same time the cyberspace is evolving so rapidly, there are core components that are highly conserved. That's analogous in some ways to the evolution of biological organisms, said by somebody who originally was a biologist. As the geneticist Francois Jacob said, evolution is a tinkerer, not an engineer. While it's easy to take such analogies too far, I think it's useful to point out that attempts to shape the evolution of cyberspace toward greater security need to consider the whole organism, not just the individual components. My final point is that the federal IT policy environment is embedded in the larger IT environment, which should be considered in addressing the challenges that I've discussed. One example the Commission might wish to consider is election security. It might be considered a special case given the role of state governments in running elections, but is an issue of national concern, and it may not be as atypical as it appears, given that most of the components of the nation's critical infrastructure are owned and operated by the private sector. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to further discussion with you.
Thanks, Mr. Fisher. Appreciate it. Greg Wilshinson from the General Accountability Office is here today. Now, unlike the Congressional Research Service, you all are in the business of making recommendations, right?
That's correct.
Lucky you.
We are. So we look forward to your testimony, and you're also in the business of grading the performance of the federal government. So thanks for coming here today. We look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Donlin, and distinguished members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am Greg Wilshusen, and I serve as the Director of Information Security Issues at the Government Accountability Office. GAO is an independent agency within the legislative branch, and our mission is to help Congress discharge its constitutional duties and improve the performance and accountability of the executive branch for the benefit of the American people. In my position, I am responsible for leading audits and studies of the information, of the security and information systems supporting federal systems across the entire executive branch, and as well as for reviewing federal policies and practices for helping private sector entities secure critical infrastructure and also protecting the privacy of personally identifiable information. As requested, I will discuss some of the key responsibilities for securing the federal IT landscape and actions needed to address longstanding challenges to improving the government's cybersecurity challenges. As been mentioned, several laws and policies provide a framework for securing government information and information systems. Chief among these is the Federal Information Security Modernization Act of 2014 and its predecessor, the Federal Information Security Management Act of 2002. Both of these are commonly referred to as FISMA. Under FISMA, the Director of Office of Management and Budget is responsible for developing and overseeing the implementation of policies and standards, guidelines on information security in federal agencies, except with regard to national security systems. OMB is also responsible for overseeing agency compliance with the requirements of FISMA to enforce accountability for compliance. Since 2003, OMB has issued a number of policies and guidance to agencies on information security issues, including providing annual instructions to agencies and inspectors general for reporting on the effectiveness of agency security programs. As required by FISMA, the National Institutes of Standards and Technology has issued government-wide standards and special publications that provide detailed guidelines to agencies for securing their information and information systems. At the agency level, the head of each agency is responsible for providing appropriate information security protections for the agency's information and information systems, including those operated or maintained by others on the agency's behalf. They are also required to develop, document, and implement an agency-wide information security program that involves an ongoing cycle of activity that is intended to cost-effectively reduce and manage information security risks to an acceptable level. GAO and agency inspectors general have responsibilities under FISMA for evaluating and reporting on the effectiveness of agencies' information security policies and practices. Our work has shown that they have not fully or effectively implemented these programs and activities on a consistent basis. While the administration and agencies have acted to improve protections over their information, additional actions are needed. First, federal agencies need to effectively implement risk-based information security programs consistently over time. Agencies have been challenged to fully and effectively establish and implement information security programs. They need to enhance capabilities to identify cyber threats, implement sustainable processes for securely configuring their computer assets, patch vulnerable systems and replace unsupported software, ensure comprehensive testing and evaluation of their security on a regular basis, and strengthen security oversight of their IT contractors. Second, the federal government needs to improve capabilities for detecting, responding to, and mitigating cyber incidents. Even with strong security, organizations can continue to be victimized by attacks exploiting previously unknown vulnerabilities. To address this, DHS needs to expand the capabilities and adoption of its government-wide intrusion and prevention system, known as the National Cybersecurity Protection System. And agencies need to improve their practices for responding to cyber incidents and data breaches. And third, the federal government needs to extend and expand its cyber workforce and training efforts, ensuring that the government has a sufficient cybersecurity workforce with the right skills and training remains an ongoing challenge. Government-wide efforts are needed to better recruit, train, and retain qualified cybersecurity workforce and to improve workforce planning activities at agencies. In summary, federal law and policy set forth the framework for addressing cybersecurity risks to the federal systems. However, implementation of this framework has been inconsistent. Specifically, agencies need to address control deficiencies and fully implement organization-wide information security programs. Cyber incident response and mitigation efforts need to be improved across the government, and establishing and maintaining a quality and qualified cybersecurity workforce needs to be a priority. Chairman Donlin, this concludes my statement. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcherson. Thank you very much. So we'll open it up. Herb, do you want to begin?
Hello? Yeah, hi. Thanks. Questions for Dan, Karen, and Greg. Dan and Karen, both of you in your written testimony called some attention to the importance of procurement reform and for some meaning of reform. And I was wondering if either of you could, or both of you could give examples of the kinds of procurement reform that you think would make a difference. I do know that at least within the system, there are some, 1 in 100 acquisition officers, procurement people that can make the system sing and, really make things happen really quickly and so on. What are they doing that the rest of the system isn't, and how can we get the rest of the system to do what they're doing? So, please.
Okay, he's deferring to me first, thank you. So I appreciate that question. So a lot of people are focused, and you gave good examples, that acquisition officers can get procurements done really fast. That's not necessarily the issue. The issue is really making sure that we're buying what we need to buy, and then we follow up on the terms and conditions of the contract. So there's a whole series of tools, and that's why I specifically gave you in my testimony, God, I feel like I'm on the Hill. Sorry, guys. I gave you specifically, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I feel the recommendation and the actual FAR clause, because it references back to the NIST checklist. And because we knew how hard it was to change the federal acquisition rules, and then it has to perpetuate through DOD and all these other things, the easier thing is to change is the NIST checklist, and then have NIST use those tools. So it specifically talks about tools that NIST would continue to develop, the checklist that you could put on there. The key to this is CIOs, when they buy stuff, they don't check that they actually bought what they said they wanted. So if you don't run these tools and you don't run the checklist, that's not the contracting officer's responsibility. It's the person who receives the goods, and the goods have to be checked. And so you have to build out those tools, and if NIST were building out more and more of these tools, then the market's going to respond if agencies are rejecting products that don't meet those checklists and those parameters that you said that you needed to have. And so that's the one piece that I think when we're talking about skill sets that workforce has to have, the IT community doesn't go and really check what they buy. So when we're talking about building security in and doing all this other stuff, you better have somebody on the other end who is checking the product to make sure that it performs the way it's supposed to.
They're buying the wrong things, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can give you an example. And NIST did a great job with this, and so did Department of Homeland Security. And we reached out to Microsoft before we started to do this. So, you know, you have to this is the public-private partnership piece, right? So when the operating system was going to change, that's a wonderful point in time to harden the environment. So we reached out to Microsoft and we said, look, we're going to determine what this configuration is on the desktops that come into the federal government. And we worked with NIST, we worked with DHS, and we worked with DOD. And what we ended up saying was, you know, Microsoft has this whole program set up with authorized Microsoft drivers. Why are we going to sit here and try to figure out what are the right drivers? We're just going to push everybody over, and the parameter is going to be you have to be an authorized Microsoft driver, which then allows all the agencies to have the flexibility that they need to have. But it has to go through that system, and that was a requirement. So that configuration was burnt in. And then we asked Microsoft to distribute that all through their value-added resellers, right? So it used the existing market. The very first time we're going to go buy a tool, and I'm looking at the stuff with GSA, they're ready to award the contract, so this is the follow-up. I said, so did you run that test before you bought it? What test? This GSA, the procurement people. I said, run the test. It didn't work. So I said, you can't buy it. So lo and behold, the contractor fixed it in less than a month because he wanted all his stuff out on everybody's desktop. So it was fixed. But that's what I'm talking about.
Dan?
So I concur with Karen on the general points in the checklist and was in the government when a lot of this got started and remember it very well. Let me talk about two other points from the sort of the seller perspective in terms of the incentives. One is, as I mentioned, there's a $90 billion annual spend on information technology. There's a $500 billion annual spend on professional services. And many of those services are themselves powered by information technology in indirect ways that isn't necessarily captured in the 90 billion. So that's a lot of investment every year, significant amount of the government's resources. When companies receive procurements with requirements that have sort of the design and mission parameters in one section of the procurement, and then over in the back, there's all the requirements that they have to do in the checklist for cybersecurity. The incentives for the designers are to focus, because that's what they get paid for, focus on the requirements that are listed in the center, and then build the security kind of afterwards with the security team. So procurements that really do take the mantra of bake-in security really do incentivize companies to deliver a solution across this vast spend in much more significant ways that do integrate security into the functionality, as you heard earlier from the panelists, of how systems operate from the beginning, as opposed to kind of waiting to see where the holes are and then coming up with a sort of a patch solution. Second point is around innovation, and I alluded to this in my testimony. There we go. Yes. Which is companies are basically incentivized to deliver what they are asked to do properly by the procurement. Good private sector partners will also think more prospectively about what they can bring into the government, but sometimes those solutions are not well received by the government because they hear, well, this isn't part of the requirements of the contract. And so there has to be a separate discussion between companies and governments around that isn't necessarily related to the work that they're being paid to do. If you actually, some agencies have experimented with putting into contracts basically the ability to bring forward innovation as part of the contract requirement, an innovation element of the expected activity of what the company delivers. This could be done in any number of technical ways, but in that way the company is free to, as a matter of course, come forward to the government, suggest new innovation, and that the government will accept that as an accepted discussion within the contract, as opposed to saying, well, we're not going to talk to you about that there. You have to set up a separate meeting with us over here, and maybe we can get to it later. So it's sort of building innovation into the delivery mechanism in addition to incentivizing cybersecurity.
Thank you. And Greg, a couple of questions on your end. You've talked mostly about, you talked about the fact that there's a framework in place, but that implementation has been uneven. Fair enough. Would you say that the framework or policy is policy side of it, as opposed to the implementation side of it, is relatively complete? That is, are there gaps? You testified about gaps in implementation. Are there gaps, significant gaps in policy that you see that need to be addressed?
Yeah, I think in terms of the policies and implementing FSMA, for example, I think FSMA pretty much addresses some of the key processes that need to be in place, and it does a good job of that. And I also believe that some of the guidelines and standards that NIST has developed are quite comprehensive and are often not only used within the federal government, but used by others outside the government. So I think the policies and the procedures largely are in place. It's a matter of implementation consistently over time that's been challenging for agencies to do. And that's something that, and it's probably for a number of different reasons. In some cases, agencies may not have placed a high enough priority to perform some of these activities. In other cases, the skill sets or the tools may not be available or the resources available to adequately implement them over time. And I would just also like to add one other comment to what Karen mentioned as well. I think that's also a very good idea in terms of having established baselines and configurations hardened into systems before agencies actually receive them, because what we often find is that agencies do not adequately configure their systems when they come in a default mode, which is usually more often than not very flexible and allows for not really with security configured into it. And so by having the operating systems already configured to secure settings is one of the benefits, and I think a key benefit of the program that Karen mentioned.
Okay, so the summary is we would do a pretty good job if we only did what we said we would.
I think that's in large part correct.
Okay.
And one of the other things too is making the contractor, the vendor of their products, confirm or provide evidence that their products meet the requirements and these configuration guidelines. Not always relying on the federal government to check up afterwards, even though they should, but also putting some onus on the contractor to prove it.
Fair enough. And the last question here is as you've looked over the cybersecurity landscape of the federal government, are there a couple of agencies that stand out as being particularly good at this? And what are they? How can we scale that up? And if so, what are those agencies?
Well, I think there are probably a few agencies that do well. Some of them, for example, National Science Foundation, but they generally tend to be smaller agencies. One of the complicating factors, particularly for the larger agencies, is that their computing environments are so diverse. They're very geographically dispersed, highly dynamic, and extremely complex. And complexity introduces risk. And the fact that many of the systems that larger agencies and probably most agencies use are often riddled with security vulnerabilities. And these need to be addressed. They come from, from the vendors. Often they have vulnerabilities that need to be patched, and often that creates an additional logistical operation for the part of the agency. And often we find that they just can't keep up with patching all the vulnerabilities that are identified in their systems, thereby increasing their individual risks.
So there's no large agency, in your view, there's no large agency within the federal government that does a good job?
Well, I won't say that there's none that do a good job, but I think overall that the agencies need to do a better job. And certainly there are vulnerabilities at each of the agencies. Just as a point of comparison, 19 out of the 24 agencies covered by the CFO Act reported material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in their information security controls for financial reporting purposes in fiscal year 2015. The IGs at those agencies, at 24 agencies, said that their agencies or the cybersecurity was a major management challenge for 22 of them. And I think that's in large part due to the overall complexity in trying to secure these systems that those agencies operate.
I'll pursue this offline. Eric,
Yeah, I just wanted to add, with respect to sort of possible policy gaps, obviously a lot could be potentially identified. Whether those should be addressed by legislation or something else is always an open question. But you know, there's one thing, it has to do with the agency heads. Now, agency heads have responsibility for cybersecurity under FISMA. And the question is, you know, but they also have responsibility for the agency's overall mission. So just like in the board, you know, in boardrooms, one of the old criticisms was that, well, you know, the C-suite didn't understand cybersecurity. They thought it was a tech issue, and so they, you know, didn't do anything about it. Now, that's obviously started to change with a number of initiatives, including the NIST-led cybersecurity framework, which was, you know, aimed at trying to help do that. But with respect to the heads of federal agencies, it's, you know, when you see these sort of difficulties in cybersecurity, sometimes what the response is, well, we have to make a compromise with respect to the mission. So is there a way of giving better tools to the head of the agency through policy than exists now?
And if I could just add, I think that hits on a point that we just reported on last week with regard to CISOs. 18 out of the 24 Chief Information Security Officers that we surveyed cited the tension between operations and security as, to a great extent or moderate extent, affecting their ability and authority to implement security at their agency. And so I think that's a very good point that Dr. Fisher raised, is that tension and coming up with tools to help those in the C-suite understand the risk and understand the need for security, as well as, of course, focusing on their delivering services in accordance with their mission.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go, everybody wants to, I'll go back and forth. Peter, before you, one just kind of a fact question, Greg. Have you all done an assessment as to the extent of adoption, express adoption, implementation of the NIST framework by federal departments and agencies?
The new NIST framework, we have not. In fact, we have been tasked to look at the adoption of the NIST cybersecurity framework for improving critical infrastructure cybersecurity for non-federal entities, particularly out in the critical infrastructure. That was under the National Cybersecurity Enhancement Act, I believe, of 2014, which has charged us with first looking at the development of that framework and the collaborative nature of that. And we issued our report back in December on that. And our next step is to look at the level of adoption among critical infrastructure owners and operators of that framework.
But you haven't been asked to look at kind of the extent of its adoption by, express adoption by, and implementation by federal government agency and departments?
No, what we do look at, though, as part of our...
Do you have a sense of the level of adoption, or the scope of adoption?
Well,
I mean, do we have a majority of agencies of federal government not doing what we see almost every Fortune 200 company doing?
Under FISMA, we're supposed to evaluate and report on the effectiveness of agencies' implementation of the provisions of that act. And so for our criteria that we use includes the provisions of the law as well as the guidelines and standards issued by NIST in accordance with implementing that law. So we do that on a regular basis in examining the federal information security policies and practices at the federal agencies using that set of criteria. Okay. Not necessarily the NIST cybersecurity framework, although there is a great deal of mapping and inconsistency between them.
What's the current percentage of effective adoption and implementation?
In terms, well, we look at it more in terms of the individual controls that are in place at the agencies and the effectiveness of that. And I would say that generally we find in most agencies have vulnerabilities and some in significant deficiencies in a majority of the control sets that we look, that GAO looks at. And those are, for example, access controls, and which are intended to detect, limit, and prevent unauthorized access to agency systems. And there's a series of different types of controls that we examine. And we look at configuration management, segregation of duties, contingency planning, and then security management. So there's not a direct correlation per se, but the mapping to the cybersecurity framework, but there is a mapping to the types of controls that should be in place.
Okay, all right. Peter.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments, and thank you, Karen, for upgrading your operating systems. So, I really appreciated all of your comments with respect to innovation and the need to embrace innovation. And I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the internal cultures of federal agencies with respect to innovation. When I think about this in terms of the tech industry, I think there are three key elements. One, which I think you've spoken to and is maybe addressed by looking at procurement reforms having to do with having the right tools and technologies at the leading edge. A second would be to find ways to incentivize or reward the development of new intellectual property and its exploitation. And a third is a culture of empowerment so that workers at the front lines feel bottom up that they're empowered to make change. And I would point out that the malicious actors in cyberspace actually have in spades all three elements of innovation in their operations. And so I wanted to understand, what we could possibly do to improve within federal agencies the second two elements. I can understand procurement reforms as giving access to the latest tools and technologies. But for example, in the stories that you gave, Karen, what can we do to promote a culture that enables risk-taking, gives a sense of top cover and reward for embracing new ideas, developing new intellectual property, and to empower people on the front lines to make change? Are there things that we can do management-wise? And then I have a second question after hearing from you.
So thank you for your question. And it's a very important element because no matter how you change rules, people are going to behave in certain ways as they operate systems across government and in industry working with government. There's been a lot of progress in the digital services world, both in industry and now coming into government, with bringing in sort of innovation through strong intellectual information technology professionals who are working in government in new ways, coming in from the private sector. And there are ways to continue to expand sort of the integration of people with those kinds of skills into agency teams. So far, they've been set up primarily as separate teams in government, and they've not been, in many cases, well integrated across into chief information security operations, CIO offices, et cetera. I think there's an enormous opportunity to leverage the best of innovation that's coming into government through these new programs like the U.S. Digital Service and integrate them with the rest of government in ways that you can really, again, leverage that very large investment and that very large set of activities. So it's not like you have the old line technology, cybersecurity folks over here, and then the new innovative folks over here, that there's ways to bring those together, and that requires leadership. It requires agency heads and CIOs working with chief technology officers in this kind of shared governance framework to enable and empower teams working together to come forward with ideas and to, in a sense, celebrate failure for the right reasons. As agencies in a sandbox try new things and test new approaches, new ideas, it may be, I know in certain companies there's a fast failure award. And that type of environment can really promote the attempt to seek out something new and reward both the learning from that, celebrate success, and also understand sort of how you can move forward.
So I'm going to challenge you to be bold here on some of this stuff, because you said, what should the federal government goal be? And when you look at IP, innovation, empowerment, I would caution you not to try to layer more hierarchy on top of each other. But so I'm going to be really controversial here. Maybe the role of the CIO has come and gone, okay? And what you want that chief information officer to do is not really be the chief information officer to manage information and to meet mission requirements and to provide those services, but you really want them to be the infrastructure officer, right? Or the IT guy, or back to the day, we're back to the future. They should be the ops guy. okay? But I mean, we're layering chiefs upon chiefs, so that causes a little bit of issue. So I'm asking you to be bold and maybe pull, like dissolve a job. What a novel idea. Like get rid of some of the federal jobs that are out there so that the responsibility is clear. So if the day has passed, then maybe we should have a chief data officer that actually is really looking at things so that they can say, hey, we're in the days of big analytics, and so we need to be able to do these types of things, and we need more data scientists over here doing things, and these ops guys can do this part over here. And maybe the agencies don't need chief information security officers, because right now, chief information officers and chief information security officers are the no police. And so they are focused on compliance. So when you ask, how can I incentivize IP and empower, they can't, because, no offense, Greg, I mean, he's there, and then the IGs are there, and then Congress is there, and they don't get any reward. And when you ask, like, why aren't they adopting the new NIST framework, is because everybody's so focused on these numbers. It doesn't have an 853 number. It doesn't have an 800 number. It doesn't have a FIPS. They're so focused on that the cool stuff is going to the digital service guys. But I will now flip it back and say, career people, I'm going to be the big voice for career folks, they know what needs to get done. They know how to fix things. They know what's broken. They just need a voice to be able to do it. So I read a lot because I don't feel like I'm one of the best managers in the world. So Peter Senge talked about creating a learning environment that allows for, the manager takes the hit and the people get to learn. And so, that takes leadership, and that takes a set of management skills that need to be developed and rewarded within the federal government. But you have people here that if they were given the right avenue to come up, they know what the answers are, and they look at 18F and they look at digital services, and they're like, I want to be with the cool kids. You know that song, I want to be with the cool kids, right? And so, I mean, they're sitting over here doing compliance exercises when they know what needs to be fixed, and they're not given the opportunity to do it.
On the point about CIOs, I think there are kind of two paths. One is the path you laid out.
Right.
The other is, and there are examples of strong CIOs in the government that are taking the more integrating path and really treating information and risk management as a strategic goal and working with other parts of their agencies and other CIOs. So really, the extent, I don't know that it's whether the CIO is a thing of the past. I think it's more, how do you empower IT leadership to embrace innovation? The CIO is the legal leader in the government of this process.
Sure.
So moving forward in that direction may be in the sort of long run more instructive and more consistent with sort of the legal framework what we described earlier. But I agree with Karen that the risk is there of going down the other path.
It's an interesting set of comments. I'm sure this is true for IBM. You should tell me if I'm wrong. It's certainly a trend at a company like Microsoft that increasingly the enterprise customer is not the CIO, but is someone else in the enterprise, or is the CIO in partnership with someone else. And so maybe it actually speaks to that desire for innovation.
I think it's an integrated team approach.
Just to add something, what your questions made me think about, or brought up the what happened and mostly it's been with respect to biological research, although it's broader, in the 1980s when there were concerns that federal research in biomedical research, the results were basically being trapped inside the government, and there needed to be opportunities and ways to make it more applicable. So, and that led to the Bayh-Dole Act and the Stevens-Widler Act, which are widely considered to have been successful at, helping to develop the great engine of biomedical research and applications. Now, whether or not that should be revisited with respect to cybersecurity specifically is something I haven't looked at, but it might be worth thinking about.
And one other thing on innovation, there are research and development. So in full disclosure, I have a cooperative agreement from Department of Homeland Security and research and development from S&T dealing with new innovative tools for workforce, because workforce is an issue. So So the S&T Directorate they have a whole thing focused on cybersecurity where they're working with private industry to develop a lot. And so I know you have some other things that you're going to be talking about here, but if you have the opportunity, you may want to talk to them about their whole portfolio as it relates to innovation in this particular area, and then how to get the IP out to private industry as well as adopted by the federal agencies.
Yeah, I would just like to add a couple things. First, within the agency, I think the integrated team approach would be helpful for providing additional avenues for empowerment. All too often, information security is cited as a separate issue done by the CIO, whereas it should be actively involved with the senior managers of the agency who are responsible for delivering services, and the fact that they need to assess and address cybersecurity within their sphere of influence. And so having the integrated approach, I think, will help raise the level of risk management across the enterprise related to cyber as well as other operational risks. The other aspect is on a global basis with in terms of the I guess, new innovation is federal government spends billions on research and development each year, but there hasn't been, at least in years past, an overall collective repository of information about the different types of information and the projects underway, research and development efforts underway related to cyber. And so who's performing the research and development, what the results are, the costs of it, having some sort of central repository can help others identify what's being done, help to reduce duplication perhaps of those efforts, and be able to probably facilitate the sharing of results from R&D efforts funded by the federal government.
Just to mention the NITRE D supplement every year, of course, deals with that to some extent, but it's really at a very high level, so not like what you're talking about.
Great, thank you.
I wanted to thank everybody on the panel for really a tremendous history of leadership, both on your own personal behalfs and the organizations that you lead. I wanted to touch upon the life cycle of today's hardware and software. Increasingly, I feel that almost everything is disposable. I hate to say it any other way, right? That, you know, certain devices I have that have batteries, the batteries just won't last for really that long. But what we've heard is that the way the government is set up really doesn't allow for refresh as much as it does for operations and maintenance, which is a point, Dan, that you kind of touched upon. And on top of that, there's a lot of stickiness, right? That's what the vendors want, making it a little bit more difficult to transfer out hardware, to export data readily between products. Where do you see it seems that there's a need for, if we're going to do all of our best practices and figure out what works and what doesn't, and we have lab environments to figure out what's best to breed at any given time, the back end has to be as flexible that you could actually refresh these systems in an easier way. And it was hard for me to understand if this is a procurement budgeting problem, what we're asking for, what we're receiving from Congress, if it's our vendor requirements that would allow for a little bit more nimbleness and changing out hardware, software, and moving data. What ideas should the Commission consider to allow for essentially better, system refresh and shortening the life cycle of what really isn't intended to be 5-year or 8-year or 10-year hardware and software installs?
So the answer to your question is yes. First of all, Secretary Pritzker referred to the appropriations cycle. The fact is that agency CIOs are working with their budget offices pretty much 2 years in advance of when technology is actually implemented under contract through the life cycle of how the agencies plan for this. So building in greater flexibilities to basically pivot in implementation into the appropriations, especially sort of the budget execution process. When we talk about the budget, we often, those of us that lived at OMB, think it's all about budget formulation, but in the agencies, and Karen was a CIO, it's all about budget execution. And having the CIOs be able to work with their procurement shops and be able to make shifts as technology changes, which are not always written into the rules by which the money is appropriated or the contracts that carry out the spending for that money, would be of great assistance to agencies in exercising the flexibility that private sector partners can exercise in working with their commercial partners as well. So that's one piece. And then the second piece, I think, also gets to a little bit back to the culture question. Agencies believe that they have to follow that path of sort of the life cycle through, and it's really hard to change, and contracts get written with 10-year clauses and that sort of thing. And building in more of an agile approach into the contract requirements, which the government is starting to adopt. It's a private sector best practice, but needs to be accelerated. As an expected element of how companies work with governments can enable government to do that shifting more flexibly.
Okay, this is another area, Steve, hi, that I'm going to encourage you to be bold. So I'm going to be controversial again here on this. The reason why I believe that we have so much challenges with this is that agencies still want to own the hardware and the software, or that they want to build the hardware and the software. But if you look at innovation and the things that are out there, and this is a discussion, when you look at your previous discussion about international and what you're going to do international in the global economy, you might want to frame this about how can the federal government then lead this? Because if you can figure out the issues of data and data flows and how that's going to work, that trickles down into the federal government and into the federal market. So say, for example, you were to say the data belongs to the individual, right? And the global company knows that, so that would then, that's a principle. You can make a principle that the data belongs to the individual. So citizens here in the United States, it would belong to us, and we know as federal agencies in the hierarchy above, MLATS is being reformed, Privacy Shield is going to happen and all this other stuff. That allows for flexibility for agencies now to take advantage of cloud, to take advantage of some of these other things so that they're not buying hardware and software. This is what a chief information officer really should do. So I'm going to make the argument on the other side. Look at the information, help the secretary with the mission, how do you balance that, and take advantage of all the new technologies are there, because he knows the principle, or she knows the principle is the information is with the individual is a citizen of the United States, therefore I can build my infrastructure and my enterprise around this way. That would break the mold. Because right now, the way that we have it is, because we have the Privacy Act, because we have this, because we have that, because we have this, you end up with data localization. That's why you have states saying that, we have to have data centers within our states. That's why you have all this stuff. So if you were bold and say, here's the principle, and then you could go down and do this, all these other pieces that are rolling around here would change, and then the agencies could embrace it. Because right now, it's like one network, one application, one data center, one application. I got to look at my servers because I'm being held accountable to all these configurations. That would shift, and that would go to the cloud providers. You can say, here's the stuff. I mean, NIST has done all this work. All the infrastructure, that's a true shared risk model at that point, and you're managing risk, and now you're into who are the people that should be on my network, who are authorized to do what, and then you have roles-based access into your service. So you would reduce all that noise so that you could do some of the things you're talking about.
Yeah, the problem with, capital budgets versus O&M has been a long-standing problem in a number of areas with respect to federal procurement. And I think it's particularly become acute in the IT area because of the rapid evolution of the space. There are just two things I wanted to mention. One is that the president, as you may know, in his budget proposed an IT modernization working capital, essentially a revolving fund, right? And that has now been incorporated along with an agency-specific fund in a bill that was just reported out of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. I don't think there wasn't a bill number when I looked at it yet. Anyway, but it's on their website. You can see the draft, and it basically, as I say, creates these two kinds of working capital funds. But one of the purposes of the agency fund is to move toward cloud computing. So that's one way to help maybe, assuage some of those problems, because money can be paid back into the fund and that sort of thing. The other thing I just want to quickly mention is some people have suggested that a model that might be worth looking at is, that's CRSEs, by the way, what I just said, is energy performance savings contracts. Energy savings performance contracts, whichever way it's said. But basically in which, rather than, an example would be, instead of an agency putting a whole bunch of solar panels on the roof, what they do is they, and this is now moving into the private sector, they contract with a provider of electricity or of some company who then pays the capital cost, and they just pay for it as part of their operational budget. So the question of whether those sorts of models, which are available in other areas, might be more used by federal agencies.
And I think it also, the complexity of the federal enterprise is influenced and exacerbated quite a bit because of the old technology that's still in use. I think the federal government spends between $80 and $90 billion a year on IT, and about, I think it's 50 to 55 billion of that is on operations and maintenance. While there are a number of efforts underway to include data center consolidations to help reduce the overall footprint and the more movement out to the cloud, it's not going as fast as it probably should have or should be, and it's still complicated. I know another director in GAO testified on this about a month or two ago, and one of the things they found out is that one agency is using a system that's as old as I am, and I'm no spring chicken, and they're still using 8-inch floppy disks for some of the data storage process. So there's definitely a need to update this technology in place, and by having this old technology alongside other technologies just increases the inherent security risk to that technology.
Although there are probably no hackers that know how to get into that system.
Yeah, security
Thank you
through
all
obscurity.
for your comments.
But if the one person who does know how to program dies or retires, where are we?
I have a couple of questions around the cybersecurity workforce in the federal government. First is, do you have a sense of how large the group of professionals is in the federal government who are actual, say, security engineers as opposed to compliance or other types of auditing roles?
OMB used to report on the number of individuals or total full-time equivalents who were involved in cybersecurity activities. And in many cases, it could be an individual who does security on a part-time basis. Over the last couple of years, it hasn't provided and reported on that information in its annual FISMA reports. And so it's kind of difficult to say in terms of how much is actually on computer engineering versus other types of activities. More recently, OMB is reporting the amount that is being spent on cybersecurity activities. These activities include shaping the cybersecurity environment. Also can include, I believe, protecting and detecting and responding to security incidents. And I think the third category has to do with perhaps training and some other aspects. And there it does break down the costs associated for each of those activities as reported by the federal agencies to OMB. But in terms of actual numbers related to cybersecurity engineering, I don't know that. I'm not sure if that information has been collected.
As mentioned, for a number of years, there have been concerns about how exactly do you identify who works in cybersecurity within different federal agencies, and different federal agencies have had different criteria for identifying it. DOD, for example, is very different from a lot of other agencies in terms of how they identify their cybersecurity workforce, and that's been reflected in the annual FISMA reports that show, among other things, agency budgets for cybersecurity. Now, OMB recently, a couple of times during the Obama administration, has tried to adjust the criteria for submissions of those budgets to try to harmonize what different agencies report. But I think the other thing I wanted to mention is that at the actually it was in the Cybersecurity Act, one of the titles actually requires OPM to develop a sort of series of an employment code structure for federal cybersecurity, which didn't really exist before. And so as a result, you get widely varying estimates of how many people worked in cybersecurity and what they did.
Well, and also in there it says that they can use competition. So this is another thing to think about, another idea for you in workforce. So actually this administration has moved forward. This is a build off of what happened with the CNCI dealing with workforce issues, because we knew we had this disparity. So we were actually reporting on critical skills needs through the Klinger-Cohen Act all during my tenure, because that was a requirement, and so we had to look at those. Cybersecurity is not viewed across, so the distinction you're making between engineers and policy compliance is huge, because the major bulk of the workforce is focused on that in the civilian agencies. And I would say that in the DoD and the intelligence community, they have changed some of their workforce makeup. So the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education actually takes job descriptions, puts them into 32 categories. This is another thing that NIST does. See, you guys do a great job. And the idea was so that you could make that distinction, and then OPM would then come in and say, here are the job classifications, because right now, what the government has are what we call parentheticals. So you have a job description of a computer specialist, and then you get a parenthetical. So you have, I'm a computer specialist who does cyber. I'm a computer specialist who is an architect. I'm a computer specialist who has database. So we have these parentheticals. So that has to take it a little bit further to be able to actually answer your question. So in the meantime, the way that civilian agencies actually complement that is most cybersecurity engineers are in the private sector, and we contract for them. And so this gets back to, if we're contracting for that service, then we ought to receive that service, because we're paying a pretty high dollar. So if you start going and looking at some of these agencies where penetrations are happening, you know, we're back to what did they contract for, and what was the solution that was being put in place in order for them to be able to manage the risk associated with the services that they were contracting for.
Yet something that struck me is the high volume of contractors in doing the technical work for the civilian services. And what should the commission recommend to address that problem?
So I think there's benefit in a diverse supplier base. So I don't know that sort of saying that by definition we want to decrease the number of providers is necessarily the answer from a sort of supply management perspective.
Well, we want to have enough people inside who can actually judge the work.
You need, no, I fully agree with you. So you want more people who are on the inside through things like direct hire for cyber authority, which is an authority that agencies have for cyber professionals that they don't necessarily exercise as much as they could. So getting more cyber expertise into government is a key element of this. And then to Karen's point, managing the workforce, understanding that there are going to be hopefully more skilled leaders in the engineering side in government, working with teams in their own teams, as well as teams that are coming from the companies they work with, and incentivizing that sort of blended approach, because that's the reality of how the work gets done. It's by contractor employees and government employees working together on solutions. So treating them as a workforce with consistent incentives, consistent expectations, recognizing that government provides the leadership and does need those additional skills, I think is critical to addressing your point.
Why should we assume that a blended workforce of outside contractors is more effective?
I don't believe that, that given the number of people providing engineering services that are necessary to secure government systems, that if you actually were to put them all in government, I'm not sure that that would be a realistic approach, because the number of government employees would rise to an untenable level politically.
So I would say it would depend on what you say is the long term. Like, I'm back to what should the federal government goal be? So depending on what recommendations you're going to make as it relates to the overall piece about data and what federal agencies should do, how you come down to that could actually answer that question. Because if you shift more of these things out, and then a CIO and its shop is more strategic, that means they need to have different set of skills. So you would have to have more engineers that understand this, as well as some people on the front lines that are there. I like to call them first responders, so that they can detect and be able to know how to elevate up through the appropriate. I mean, it's a great analogy of like something's happening and I need to tell somebody. So that's internal. So depending on how you envision how this could work, it could be more this goes out this way and the government is managing and has a different set of skills that CIOs know how to actually manage the procurements. They have engineers who can actually test the types of things that they need to have in order to be able to do this, to be able to go forward. And you shift us away more from compliance and the ability to embrace innovation and bring innovation in, because, you know, if you keep measuring, and I'm back to, I apologize to GAO, they measure points in time, okay, and those are outputs. And those outputs are indicators that something's not right. But if you're driving to data center consolidation, you're going to get data center consolidation. What are you driving this nation to with the federal agencies? What do you want us to do? You want us to manage citizens' information in the best way that we can with record retention into the future for preservation of that information of how we made decisions. That's what you want. So how do you figure out what's the right mix for that?
And I would just add a couple things. One is, as Karen mentioned, measuring outputs. I'm not so sure that's necessarily what GAO does. I would say one of the things that agencies need to do and the government needs to do is better define and measure outcomes. And I think the government's very good at measuring outputs, but so far as measuring the outcomes of their activities and whether or not they're being successful in achieving the goals that they intend, that's where it's a more difficult challenge for the federal government. But I would also say, too, with respect to the whether it's private sector or government employees doing certain types of work, to the extent that it's being performed by contractors, the federal government needs to have the employees and the capabilities to assure that whatever services are being provided by the contractor is appropriate, is sufficiently strong, and meeting the requirements for that particular product or service. All too often we find that agencies do not do a very good job of assessing and reviewing the work of their contractors insofar as securing the systems and information that they operate on behalf of the federal agencies.
So how can we structure it so that the federal government will get more of these people into the government? I think that's the ultimate question.
I can say, I guess I would the question I would have is, in response to your question, is what exactly do you want them to do and how do you want them to do it? So some people at least talk about, you have these two competing sort of goals, if you will. One is stability. You need people who can understand the mission of the agency, what is needed, make sure that it gets what it needs. And on the other hand, you have flexibility. You need to be able to bring in people and bring them on to meet problems as they change. Now, when you bring somebody in as a civil servant, then you've got them as a civil servant, right? I mean, there are reasons why, civil service is stable, and some people argue about whether it should be, but under the current structure, that's what you have. So the question then becomes, okay, can you just keep educating those people and bring them up to speed, right, to provide the flexibility you need, or is it better to rely on the private sector for that? And so achieving that balance is something I know that some of the nice people have been looking at, and that might be useful to think about.
So if you're going to look at this and bring engineers in specifically for cybersecurity or something along the lines like that, you can look at some of the models that this administration has moved forward to bring the integration in with U.S. Digital Services and with 18F. But I would also say is that you also need to take a look at, if you're going to have them specifically in this area and you're going to start recruiting, like NSA does a great job of recruiting people to get into there, and they start really early. Like they go to my college and they say, you're going to graduate in 2 years, apply for this job, because they just know how the process is. So it has to be clear about the national security clearances and the things that you want. So if you're going to structure that, I mean, we had those. We had, during the Gov Act, and this has sunset, there was an exchange program, and DOD used the executive exchange program. And the intent of that was to bring engineers in for specific projects and then to rotate them out so that they would have a better understanding of what was going on. And that provision has sunset. And DHS went to go use it and tried to get it reauthorized, and Congress said no, because there's a whole host of other issues that everybody thought, it was people coming in to do surveillance, about getting an unfair competitive advantage. But that's a way that you could look at that, and that authority could be brought back up to the agencies, and the agencies could do that. And in that way, when they're surging, they could have engineers that are right on spot, that are a part of the government, and then if they don't need them anymore, they can go back to industry, but now they have a greater appreciation of what's going on in the federal government and can give you better solutions.
Here's a specific idea that you might build on from this administration. The digital services teams pretty much started with a program called the Presidential Innovation Fellows, where people came from industry for a period of time. Imagine an offshoot of that called the Presidential Cybersecurity Fellows, where you brought in people at significant levels, then created a pathway, made it a real presidential mark of distinction for people to come into the government. It would be a way to kind of drive a leading edge activity along the lines that Karen's describing.
Thanks, Tom, and thank you to the panel. I really appreciate your comments. I've spent my career in the private sector, so my eyes sort of roll in the back of my head as I listen to the four of you talk about the intricacies of making government work. So I wanted to build on the concept of being bold. And I know, Karen, you have taken some stabs at that in answering some of the questions, although what I would really like to hear from the four of you is political incorrectness. You have lived in this system for a very long time. And from what I hear from your comments, it really is not working when it comes to cybersecurity. And I don't know if it's accountability or incentives or all of the above or just structure. But I'm sure all of you have been out for drinks, either together or with your colleagues, and you have some ideas of how you would really shake things up if you had the opportunity with that magic wand. So from a policy perspective, sort of get out of what you know and take what you know from an experience perspective and give us some thoughts on real bold change, paradigm shifts that we could implement here or recommend for implementation that could truly move the ball down the court, not years from now, but there's a sense of urgency with this. So give us your thoughts on that. And I know, Eric, even you could probably give those thoughts because they're not policy recommendations in the context. That's right.
All right, I will. So here, I have a couple, and this is using the system within and trying to get people to venture out. So say, for example, there's a policy actually in place, there's a policy in place that we're going along with, a certain configuration or whatever. I mean, my view is DHS ought to shut down an agency. They have the authority to do it. They ought to take an agency offline. We kept trying to push them to take an agency offline. I can tell you in my own career at Department of Justice, when I was running the networks and stuff like that, we found a computer that wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. So I went to my boss and said, let me take him down. And so he was like, okay, well, what does that mean? So, I mean, I couldn't totally knock them off, but we took over control of the computer and didn't let them do anything. And then when they, turned on their network, it was like, you were busted and all these things blew up. And so they called us holy crapola. So, I mean, we need to be bold. And if we say that this is the policy, then DHS should shut somebody off. And they don't want to. I don't understand why that, if we're running operations, you should if the person isn't doing what they're supposed to do, then they should be offline because they're introducing security vulnerabilities to everybody else. And they should stay offline until they do it. And you know what? The courts have done that to the federal government. Look at Department of Interior. It was taken off the internet because the Indian Trust Fund and Department of Interior was not doing what it was supposed to do. So the court ordered total shutdown, and so they couldn't do anything. So I don't think we need to go that far. I just think DHS should say, don't do it. Take them offline. And as far as CIOs, we're talking about, I tried to get there because I know it was publicly. As far as CIOs, if a CIO is sitting there, I call them whiny bats that are sitting there I don't have this, and secretary won't meet with me, and all this. Then, that's not the right person for the job because we're talking about people who need to partner. So if that person is spending up all this time making excuses as to why they can't comply and why they can't get something done, they should be moved aside. They're SES. They're political appointees. They serve at the pleasure of the president. The president's not pleased. I mean, I had to have those conversations with CIOs, take them to lunch. Say, guess what? The president's not pleased with you right now. That's that's not an easy conversation to have, but you have to have it. So, you only have to do it once or twice, and the message is out there, and people do their jobs. So, I mean, somebody should be taken offline.
So a couple of ideas. One is an idea around a cyber national guard. So we have a tradition around training people in school and then having them sort of be available for call-up in a reserves kind of capacity. There are, both within government and across critical infrastructures, there have been some discussions around creating this, and the administration actually put sort of a nod to this in the budget last year, of enabling people to basically be part of a cyber National Guard, where they'd serve maybe a weekend a month working with an agency and then be able to be called up if there's a national level cyber incident. That would really tap into the private sector, create interchange between the private sector and the government, and create a sense of citizenship for the fate of the nation in terms of how government systems intersect with the private sector. So that's one. The second is, so right now we have CIO teams and CISOs, and they're organizationally often sort of within their own line within an agency, and then there's the program side. And they work together, and we talked before about integrated teams, but it may be, and this is something that I haven't thought through a lot, but your question sort of caused me to think a little more in light of our conversation, embedding a cyber leader in each major mission team, embedding that person in the team. So not just sort of creating an integrated team as an exception, but making it the rule, making a cyber leader be part of major agency operations that are providing services to millions of Americans every day, having them be either dual reported or even sitting in that team, providing cyber awareness of how technology is affecting that mission every day.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next. One, I think probably the elevation of the Chief Information Security Officer within an organization should be considered. Right now, we have situations where CISOs don't have strict or even a line of authority over CISOs or Chief Information Security Officers at the component level. Often those individuals are reported to the head of a component within an agency. And so I think in some respects, we need to elevate cybersecurity and the risk management of cybersecurity into the overall risk management of the enterprise, and to elevate it. Because all too often, I believe in the past, and it's probably changing now, but the priority given to cybersecurity hasn't been as high as it probably should be, particularly if we hear and listen to our intelligence community that says cybersecurity is one of the greatest threats to our nation's security. Should we not attribute it or should we not consider it as such, and make sure that within our federal agencies, we are treating that as a key factor and put the appropriate resources and elevate it within the organization?
So does the CISO report to the head of the agency? Is that
No,
what you're
not
saying?
now. Normally, they report to the Chief Information Security,
Right, but
or to the Chief Information
I'm asking
Officer.
you, where should they report?
Well, that might be something to elevate it to a higher level. Is that, should that be a peer to this Chief Information Officer? Perhaps, because one of the things that we found with our recent survey is that CISOs identified, and this is like 3/4 of the ones we surveyed, said that the tension between operations and security affected their ability to secure their systems. CIOs typically focus on delivering services, and on the operations side, that's just generally the case. And now, if by subordinating security in some respects, and again, we have to remember that security in and of itself is not the end product. You know, we're still trying to deliver services, but to do it securely.
So I've had the opportunity to be 8 years outside to observe, so I appreciate private industry and how private industry looks at this. And I am going to disagree with my esteemed colleague, because the title that he's talking about is Chief Information Security Officer. So you're going to cause more confusion because of the information. To me, if I was a secretary coming in, you're head of an agency, I would want a Chief Risk Officer. And that the risk, if you want to go to a risk-based framework and you want to go to a threat-based approach, then you need a risk officer who is looking at the environment overall and then can say, here's the mission, here's the risk, and then it would then perpetuate down. So I think if you're going to have a CISO, the CISO stays under the Chief Information Officer because it's information security risk. You have a risk officer where cyber could reside because that's one of the risks. Then you have the secretary looking at risk to the enterprise as a whole. So if it's cyber, if it's mission, if it's homeland security, and this is what you do in private industry, you look at risk, you look at what's the investment, how's that going to affect shareholder, and it's a comprehensive risk approach but then you go ahead and do your capital investments and
So
everything
that's a
else.
report to the head of the agency, is
It
it
could
direct?
report to the head of the agency, or you could even look at it now, really be bold on some of this. Could be the head of the agency and then work with the IGs, because like you have an internal audit function, right, that works within a corporation that is looking at things. And that's really what an IG could look at. And then GAO is your external auditors from that perspective. So you could have the risk officer report to the secretary, but work with the IG, and then you have GAO coming back and looking at
That
that.
also opens things up more to the integration with
Absolutely.
public-private partnerships too, because it's a
Yes.
similar structure to what
Yes.
businesses have.
Yes.
And I think that's appropriate to have a chief risk officer. Where I think there's a danger is where the CISO and his input may be, go through the
Or
filter.
hers.
Or hers, sorry, excuse me, of the CIO, and where there are different focuses than what may be on security. So if we're talking about risk, certainly that should be, I think, unfiltered input to the chief risk officer.
Yep, great.
Well, let me just say, suppose that the next president were to declare in the State of the Union that the United States has the goal of becoming the United States government has the goal of becoming sort of at the top of the list or in the top group with respect to its cybersecurity practices, innovations, and so forth, right? Then then proposing some specific things relating to that. Well, that could lead to some congressional activity if it's done right. For example, Congress enacted the Homeland Security Act and FISMA and that sort of thing back in 2002 originally after 9/11 and the concerns that were raised about cybersecurity at that time. Then basically nothing much happened on the Hill until really the Obama administration initiated, there was some stuff after the CNCI, but as the Obama administration initiated the cybersecurity policy review and proposed some legislation. Now, it took, 4 Congresses for them to come up with legislation that they finally enacted, but a number of the things were actually things that were administration proposals, and they're now in law. One of them is the Cyber Scholarship for Service program. It was a very small program. One of the things you might think about is, well, should that program be greatly expanded and changed so that it really is a draw for recruitment? And there are some shortcomings, even though it was finally given statutory basis, there's still some shortcomings with that. The cybersecurity framework was basically came out of an Obama administration initiative that was promulgated after Congress failed to enact the Cybersecurity Act in I think it was the 112th Congress, the beginning of the 113th Congress then. Now that's in law. So, and the Obama administration also said, okay, well, if ISACs, if information sharing is important, if ISACs, the information sharing and analysis center, are important, then why not make that, basically a much broader thing? And so they proposed the use of, the ISAOs, the information sharing and analysis organizations, which, a little bit of
Hey,
that.
you're getting into that speak again, so.
Say what? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, but basically, how do you share information? So the part of the problem is, there's this selection of ISACs that were created, ISACs, that were created pursuant to a president's directive in the Clinton administration, and for critical infrastructure sectors. And there was a set of about, 15 or something like that. But they were, limited in, like the financial services ISAC is considered to be one of the best, I guess, by most people. And there are others for different sectors. Well, the Homeland Security Act had this thing where you could, basically information sharing and analysis organizations could be created, so it doesn't have to necessarily be limited to those sectors. And what the Obama administration did was to basically sort of stretch that as far as it could, I suppose, in proposing that there be developed a kind of, let 1,000 flowers bloom or 1,000 lights or whatever, information sharing and analysis organizations that could be very specific. And one of the reasons I think they did this, and people with the administration probably know better than I do, but was, remember, after the Sony hack, Well, Sony, even though Sony is a member of the IT-ISAC, the entertainment part, is something else. So one of the things the administrators think, well, why doesn't the entertainment industry have its own ISAC? Well, they're not a critical infrastructure sector, so, and that was one of the factors involved. Anyway, so the point is there are a lot of these things out there people have been trying to, do, but it requires leadership from the top to make it happen. So one of the points of leverage is what would the next president think is the top priority, and how would that then
Right, so
be
a
translated?
national cybersecurity strategy coming from the new president.
Well, there is a national cybersecurity strategy that the Obama administration has,
But I'm saying
come
a
up
new
with.
one.
Well, the question, right, how bold do you want to be, is,
Bold.
like I said, right.
Right.
So what might you propose that the president do to
Correct.
really move the ball forward?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Heather, do you want to? Okay, Annie. Or Ajay? Okay, Annie, go ahead.
So thank you all for joining us today. My question may be a little naive, but I'm curious about the GAO reports. And when you go in to do one of these studies, it seems like there's a lot of emphasis placed on management practices, business practices, and perhaps not as much on like a technical review of the systems that are used to support different things. For instance, looking at how the government is securing personal or sensitive data, how we do notifications of data breaches. And so my question is, it seems like we're focusing a lot on reporting of incidents and compliance with regulations, and as an auditing and oversight activity. And I'm wondering whether we have an equally important engineering activity that should feed into the innovative redesign and implementation of advanced analytics systems that would, for instance, thwart data breaches rather than simply calculate when should we notify people, right?
Right. Well, first of all, I believe, our audits also have a very technical-oriented aspect to it. We examine in depth the technical security controls that are designed and implemented into the systems. The results of those reviews typically are not publicly available. We issue them strictly to the agency as well as to the requesters in Congress for that body, for that engagement. And so while it may appear from our publicly available reports that we focus on processes and other aspects, we also look at the technical security controls. And just by way of example, we may have 15, 20 recommendations in our public reports relating to an implementation of information security program, but we can have anywhere from 100 to 150 or even more recommendations related to the implementation of technical controls over the networks and systems that we examine at an agency. So there is that, but that information is not publicly available because that could inform someone with malicious intent to try to exploit those vulnerabilities to gain access to the detriment of the agency.
And what kind of follow-up happens after that?
Every year we go back and follow up on our recommendations. We check to verify that first of all, see if the agency has implemented our recommendations, and then we seek evidence to verify the effectiveness or that the agency has in fact implemented our recommendations. And we track that. And that's one of our performance measures at GAO is the percentage of recommendations that have been implemented after 4 years from the date we made the recommendation, from the fiscal year that we made the recommendation, because some of the recommendations we make takes time to implement. And generally for information security related recommendations, agencies typically will implement about 89, 90% of our recommendations after 4 years.
So it seems that waiting 4 years or just tolerating vulnerabilities for 4 years
No,
is
that's not the case. What we're doing is checking up regularly to see if, in fact, the agency is correcting them. So we're verifying going back every year. It's just that our performance metric that we measure our work and performance is based on that 4-year time frame. So, but otherwise,
I don't know. It seems like a great opportunity to shut some things down.
Oh, right. Oh,
So
absolutely. If I may, we're getting ready to issue a report. We already issued one report on the Food and Drug Administration, the limited official use only. Sometime probably, maybe even this week, we'll release a public report on that body of work. And that work will also indicate the types of processes that we've identified, as well as the number of technical recommendations that we've made. Since our LOU report has been made, the agency apparently has, and we've been in contact with them, will see and has been taking corrective actions on the technical control weaknesses that we identified, and we'll be working with them to verify the effectiveness of those actions.
One of the,
If I can just say one more thing, is there any way for what is learned and isn't public to feed into the design of new systems rather than being a completely separate activity that never ever helps inform the way that we need to design systems in the future?
Yeah, I think there should be a way to do that. And indeed, through the NIST process for developing new guidelines that it issues, it goes out through a public comment period. And so there are opportunities to inform new standards and special publications and guidelines that are being issued to the federal government.
And how does that happen? How does that coordination happen?
Mean in terms of the NIST guidelines and that? Or,
do you feed it directly to NIST? What kind
well,
of
we can provide
collaboration
comments to NIST on its output, but also, I think for the most part, we report on that in summarized form every 2 years as part of our FSMA reporting process, in which we discuss, without necessarily identifying the specific agencies, the types of vulnerabilities that we've identified in the categories of controls that we examine as part of our biennial report on FSMA that we're required to do. So we report that aspect broadly, but in terms of how that information may be used for the development of NIST guidelines per se, there might be a gap there.
Thank you.
So I want to follow up about this is my job, this was my job. So the law is set up that the OMB director is responsible for this. So to your point, like 4 years is too long, that's the unintended consequence looking at this stuff. So all that information, the job of the CIO, or in this case my turn as the gov administrator, there's a lot of authorities in that act that allow you to do stuff. So that's my point about the CIO is supposed to have operational capabilities, not just a policy wonk in that job. Because when this information comes and you're asking who's supposed to do it, in the particular case during my tenure, it was my office. It was my office who analyzed what is pervasive coming across, what are the trends that you see, where do we need to get industry to respond, where do we have to have NIST fill the gap on the policy, because that's what the OMB director is supposed to do. So, if you came up with a job description about what this person is supposed to be in the White House, that might be actually kind of bold and innovative there as well. Because like a lot of people get this job for a lot of different reasons. And maybe you should be really clear about what this job is supposed to do, because a lot of the things that you're asking is what we did, and we have the authorities through the eGov Act and several of these other acts to do what you want done. It needs to be clear that that's that person's role when they take that job for the administration.
And it's especially true now, especially under the FSMA of 2014, because that really changed the dynamic to operational cybersecurity as the paradigm that agencies should strive for. The previous version really said, we're going to certify and accredit systems. It was pretty much every 3 years. And now we're into a much more continuous review. The DHS Continuous Diagnostics and Mitigation Program is an important tool that we heard about earlier this morning. So it's moving in the right direction, but you have to take the steps, as Karen described, to provide leadership to implement that.
Okay, when do we go? I'm going to try to keep us on time. Ajay?
So again, private sector approach to this. I think when you define a really big problem in front of a company, in this case, the government and country being cybersecurity and threats there. And the first thing you do is you decide on a strategy to do something about it. Once you have the strategy, you figure out who owns executing that strategy. Then you give them a budget. Then you set up methods to measure progress, and you assess them, and you either celebrate success or you fire them. You've talked about a little bit of ownership, a little bit of assessing, a little bit of measuring success or firing. I'm not sure we're going to get into the depth of that discussion here. I'm still not clear who owns the darn strategy in the federal government to do something about this. That's not clear to me. It feels it's dissipated across every department, every CIO, every CISO, and a bunch of watchdog agencies that then come in tasked with looking at what they've been asked to look at, which is not the strategy, but the executional elements of things. So I'm struggling with who owns the strategy. How do you raise this dialogue to the level where we really tackle what to me is a mission critical issue of survival over the next 5 years? And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
So I think it's an excellent observation and question. As I pointed out in my opening statement, having a clear statement of priorities from the president, that would be another bold activity in week one or month one of new presidency. This administration has actually brought together a lot of these authorities, and a lot of the offices work together. After a period of years, they've kind of gotten to that point. Setting that out at the beginning, I think, understanding that there are laws that set in motion these different offices and they continue to have to work together to provide a whole of government approach, but creating from the presidential level, working through the Federal Chief Information Officer, NIST, and DHS in a sort of a governance framework where it's clear the expectation of the chief executive for cybersecurity to drive performance across the government, and as Karen pointed out, holding agencies accountable. When Karen met with the agency CIOs, they knew that the president was paying attention because there was a scorecard that went to the president about how they performed. And that scorecard, to your point, or a version of it, could be a metric system, if you will, updating that to address new priorities of a president who issues these kinds of authorities and priorities in the first instance.
Who owns that strategy there again?
It's the President of the United States owns the strategy. I mean, I don't know how else to be clear. The President of the United States owns the strategy. The cabinet officials, and you guys were all in there, the cabinet officials are responsible for their portion of the implementation. The law is clearly set up that the executive branch, the president is in charge, and the agency head is in charge. So we are arguing about these peripherals. That's why I told you, don't layer more stuff. I was going to use something else, I'm sorry. Don't layer more stuff here, because then you're not going to be able to answer that question. And the bottom line is the President of the United States is in charge of the national strategy. There's other pieces of it, but within the executive branch, he is our boss, period, or she is our boss. and that's how it goes. And the executive branch knows that. And the executive office of the president knows that they support the office of the president. So when Secretary Pritzker was here talking about the Office of Management and Budget, all policies, all legislation has all roads go through the OMB director because he is the resource guy or she is the resource guy. See, I'm being very sensitive here. And so, they know that this is the president's priority and this is how you do it and you balance it. So we're arguing around these and everybody's making excuses about this stuff, but the bottom line is President of the United States is responsible for this for the nation. You can make recommendations about, you have a risk officer who works with these components. The executive office of the president knows how to support presidents through transition. That's what they do. And the Office of Management and Budget knows how to do that too. And that was my job. And then the other part of that is that the president needs to stay on it and hold his secretaries accountable. And it may be tough. And so, I'm sure in the OPM situation, that director went to the president and said, do you want me to resign? I mean, all of us were asking, am I hurting you more now than I am helping you? And that's a discussion that has to happen between the president and his agency head. Not at a CISO level, not at a CIO level. They all work for the agency head. And it's clear, and it needs to be held accountable. And the person who gets my job needs to be just as clear about how that goes through. And Tony Scott, I think, is doing an enormous job in that role.
And if I could just follow up a bit on that, obviously the president is constrained by the statutory authority and the constitutional authority under which he or she operates. So that's something that needs to be taken into account. Now, with respect to cybersecurity specifically, I guess I would just want to point out that remember that the agency heads are responsible for the cybersecurity, but their kind of primary responsibility is mission fulfillment of the agency. So if they're in a situation where, given budget constraints and various other problems and political considerations, whatever it is, they find that there is this kind of tension between making sure the cybersecurity is right and making sure that the other aspects of the mission are fulfilled. How do they balance those out? And that is not always very clear. In the case of OPM, you may recall that one of the things that was said by the OPM people was, well, they had to keep fulfilling their mission. And so it was difficult to deal with these other problems because they had limited budget and all that kind of stuff. And at the same time, they're going to, if you bring down the agency's services, there's going to be pushback, right? Because people rely on those services. And that actually happened at OPM when they brought down the online system for security applications and the like. So it's hard to know how to balance that. But as Karen pointed out, under the law, it's the agency heads that have the responsibility reporting to the president. Now, OMB does have some authority to go into agencies if there's a problem with their IT or whatever, and do some things. One of the things they can do is cut the budget. Well, maybe you don't want to do that, but but they could also actually just go in and say, okay, somebody else is going to solve this problem and bring in somebody else to do it. DHS has been given some additional authority under the Cybersecurity Act to, agencies are now required to implement the Einstein program, right? And DHS has authority under imminent threats, basically, to be able to go in and act to, to resolve those threats with respect to agencies. They can issue binding operational directives. However, DHS cannot enforce the binding operational directives. Only OMB can do that. So.
Okay, thank you. We obviously could go on for a long time here today, but we're going to break. It's around 12:15. Why don't we reconvene at 1:15? Thank you all for your help today and testimony. Appreciate it.
Are these mics live? Can I turn them on? Just wanted to make an. Okay. Everyone, I just want to announce there's lunch available for the commissioners, panelists, and their guests down the hall, but it's only the commissioners, panelists, and their guests. Thanks.
Okay, why don't we gather? Here? Okay, thank you.
So as we open the second half of our meeting, two administrative notes. The first is, if you haven't already signed in, JP, where's the sign-in sheet, just so we can identify? Due to FACA regulations and rules, we really need everybody who's present for any part of this meeting to sign in, so please don't hesitate to please do so on your way out. The second part of this is I'll be turning it over to Sam Palmisano, the Vice Chair of the Commission, to do a quick readout of the August 3rd Governance Working Group session that was held here in Washington, D.C. Sam?
All right, thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, everyone, for attending. I apologize for being late, but I was coming from New York, and there's some activity up there, as you know, between roads and planes and UN, and it's great. Good to be in Washington. So anyway, we met on August 3rd. There's a working group. It was briefed by the White House, OMB, GSA, DHS, DOD, DOJ, FTC, NIST, and NSC. So anyone in the audience who could tell us what they are, that's terrific. No, but seriously, the people were great. They were very responsive. We thank them for their attention. They identified some issues and some challenges for the commission. Clearly, which I guess you've heard again this morning, although I wasn't here, and we've heard in many other hearings, is that there's many people responsible, a lot of great work going on, but connection points are weak, and so therefore coordination sometimes is a challenge, especially when it comes to, I'll call it more the civilian side of government versus national security. They also identified areas where there's a little bit of a conflict between mission of an agency and then cyber, and how do you bring those two together, and what gets the priority? Is it cyber or is it mission? And that's a challenge that they have. And of course, they all have challenges around skill sets, which is not unique, given our country has a problem around the skill sets around cyber. So I think there are a lot of practices underway that are good and they're effective, but there's more that can be done as far as cooperation. But again, I'd just like to thank all the agencies that spent some time with us, and it was very helpful. With that, Kirsten, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, and I think we're ready to start with our panel.
Alan, we'll start with you.
Terrific. Well, good afternoon, and thank you to the Commission for having me to speak today, and for all the work that you've been doing over the last few months. So, my name's Alan Davidson. I'm the Director of Digital Economy at the Department of Commerce. It's a relatively new position. We've had it for about 18 months, and my role is to harmonize across the far-flung reaches of our department our approach to digital economy and internet policy. And I'm not one of our deep cybersecurity gurus who you know and hopefully have gotten a chance to spend time with so far, but I can offer perspective from that role of trying to harmonize our digital economy policies across the Commerce Department and across the government. And I'd love to explore three main themes with you here today. The first is that the digital economy is now something you all know, a central feature of our broader economy and our future prosperity. The second is that we know that the digital economy will not thrive if people cannot trust their security online. And we also know that any solutions we pursue need to be consistent with our values and with the strategic goals that we're pursuing across the whole broader internet policy and digital economy agenda. So why don't I start by talking just very briefly about our digital economy agenda and how we look at it and how it might inform how we think about cybersecurity. In our own work at the department, we of course driven by this conviction that the internet and the broader digital economy are a critical part of the future success of our broader economy. And there are lots of statistics I could give you about how big the digital economy is. It's actually an active research area where we try and think about how to measure the digital economy. And even those numbers wouldn't necessarily capture what we think of as the true impact or potential. Every company today is a digital company, right? Websites, back-end systems, the Internet of Things, technology's really making it so that it's very hard to be a business today in America without having some big digital component. The success of the digital economy, and we really do believe it's been very successful, is at its heart, we believe, a function in some ways of the architecture of the modern digital economy. It's open, it's gatekeeper free, it allows innovation without permission, it allows access to anyone around the world with a connection to get access to the world of human knowledge and commerce, and that has enabled it to grow at scale. We have millions of organizations, billions of people, tens of billions of devices now all connected. And we do believe that that is very much a function of the approach that's been taken to the digital economy. We also know that this is a success that we cannot take for granted. We should not take for granted. Technology is changing rapidly. Increases in computing power, new increases in connectivity, greater data usage, all the trends that we see out there, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. We could talk more about what we see as the most impactful, but they are definitely changing the business posture, and they certainly will be changing the cybersecurity posture. We know that U.S. business faces intense competition overseas, so we can't take the success we've had to date for granted. And we've also seen new forms of regulation rise over the internet. The old conventional wisdom was you couldn't stop the internet, right? It's a force for freedom and opportunity. If you have the internet, you've got an open economy, you've got an open social platform. The new conventional wisdom is very different, that actually countries around the world are regulating in ways that we don't always find comfortable, and that we think may be jeopardizing much of our of the digital economy as we know it. So we find ourselves situated in a broad debate about the future of the digital economy and the future of the internet that none of us can take for granted. We have an agenda at the Commerce Department that is sort of deeply involved in all of these different pieces. I've tried to lay out some of it in the testimony that you folks have. I'm sure some of it you're familiar with, promoting a free and open internet around the world, working on issues like internet governance, the privacy shield, promoting trust online, all of our cybersecurity work, which you're probably familiar with, our work on privacy, issues like encryption, the internal debates within the White House about those kinds of issues. We do a huge amount of work on access to the internet. 25% of American homes still don't have broadband. Bigger issues even around the world. We do work on spectrum to promote adoption and access to the digital economy. And we do a lot of work on promoting innovation, smart intellectual property rules, engaging with new technologies early in the life cycle. I say all this because I think the core point I want to emphasize is that we have been pursuing, probably for 20 years now, an approach to the digital economy that embraces these kind of basic tenets of openness, decentralization, technology neutrality, a humility in the face of when we think about regulation in this space. And that has arguably been very successful, and it's something that we've had going on for 3 administrations now, since the late 1990s. And so anything that we do when we engage in this space, we need to think about that broader strategic posture, and we need to think about the broad debate we're having around the world, in many ways between open and closed societies, about what kind of digital economy we're going to have. I say all that because I think that's the right context for looking at cybersecurity. I've tried to lay out in my statement, which you folks have, some of the high-level approaches that we think are important to think about. We know that a comprehensive effort to address cybersecurity is going to have many facets. There are going to be many. There's no silver bullet that gets at everything. You folks have discovered that. This is not something that the government can do alone. It's also not something that any one country can do alone. There's a huge international dimension to anything that we pursue. I'll just tick off some of the highlights of approaches that we think are worthy of your attention. And I say this because each one of these merits a session of its own. In some ways, you've had sessions on many of these topics, so we could discuss them more in the Q&A. But I just wanted to mention, obviously, a starting point for us is pursuing risk-based approaches to the issue. We focused on public-private partnerships and processes. We've worked arm in arm with the private sector on the cybersecurity framework, which you're very familiar with. We think that is a great model for how to pursue solutions in this space. We believe that openness and innovation are ultimately going to be important in building the solutions. We've got to harness the power of the private sector. We've got to use the openness and decentralized approach to that we've embraced for the digital economy. We've got to put it in harness in service of promoting cybersecurity solutions. Private sector engagement, security by design. You've heard our Secretary and Deputy Secretary talk about these issues. We don't think that these are empty words. I know security by design is something that people talk about a lot, and figuring out how to get cybersecurity baked in. We need to do more to make sure that there are incentives and tools for companies to build cybersecurity from the very beginning. Public education, I know this is an area you've also explored. We think I just underscore, obviously truly essential to help the American public, the broader internet public, understand how to protect themselves online, understand what tools are available. I would just underscore that it's also businesses, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, who need those tools, who will be looking for them. And so any public education efforts, and there must be a public education and awareness component to this, needs to have those audiences in mind. And building the workforce. And I know that's something else that you folks have looked at, and we're deeply involved in this, but the broad challenges of creating a highly skilled and adaptive cybersecurity workforce, and how we make it so that there's a good incentive in the career paths of technologists to be part of government and to be part of solving these issues. And I do believe that we have a generation of millennials that cares about these issues and wants to be engaged. So in closing, I'd just say we know that this is going to be a long and hard-fought fight. We know that our nation faces a growing cybersecurity crisis, which is why we're all here. I encourage you, as you think about your recommendations, to consider the broader context of this digital economy policies that we've been pursuing. And we need to make sure that anything that we do in an internet policy, including our approach to security, doesn't undermine our values and doesn't give aid and comfort to those who are taking a very different approach globally to how the internet and the broader digital economy evolve. I think we really do believe that we need to make the case to people around the world that an open, decentralized, innovation without permission, a digital economy is good for all of us and something that we can keep secure. So I look forward to your questions and to digging into more of these issues, and thank you for including us today.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it. And your testimony, along with Secretary Pritzker, has really been terrific. Thank you very much. Rick Ritz, looking forward to your testimony, and I know you focused on something we have focused on as a core initiative, which is in the education and workforce sector, and so look forward to talking to you today about that and other things.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Rick Garretts. I'm the CEO of a company called Life Journey. We're a technology organization and company that develops a tool that takes the nation's STEM and cybersecurity leaders and reverse engineers the journey they took to become successful, and allows students of any age or any means to test drive what it would be like to live a day in the life of their journey. And we started building this technology a few years ago, and the driver behind it was the skills challenge that we're facing in the nation around cybersecurity. Depending on what article you read, I think the latest one by Forbes showed an estimated 1 million open and unfulfilled cybersecurity jobs in the world by the end of 2016. And then if you add on to the other types of positions around cyber law and cyber insurance and all the peripheral careers that surround cybersecurity and data science, that number grows by 2 or 3x. The country right now is in a space race. The last time we've seen a situation like this has been in the 60s, when there was the rush toward the space race. And right now, unfortunately, cybersecurity is not part of a curriculum of our nation's schools and high schools, and is becoming now in college, mainly due to the NSA's program with the Cyber Centers of Excellence making its way deep into the universities. But we have millions of students that are coming up through our nation's high schools. When you ask them what they want to be when they grow up, they still are answering doctor, lawyer, football player. They're not saying doctor, lawyer, forensic analyst. They're not saying doctor, lawyer, data scientist, or exploitation analyst. And furthermore, when they go home and they have discussions with their moms and dads about what they're going to be, what major they're going to choose, the parents are not aware of these careers either. What is a CISO? And I think that what we're dealing with right now is the issue around how do we create a new generation, what is called the cyber generation. I was recently in Perth, Australia on Thursday last week, and I was at a presentation because cybersecurity, as we all know, does not have a zip code. It is a global supply chain issue, and every one of our 5I partners around the world are dealing with the same issue. And then there's a number of other countries that are not part of the 5Is that are dealing with this as well, because cybersecurity is a global skills issue and a global issue that many, many countries are dealing with. So in this presentation, the professor of a major university in Australia made the comment that said that the United States, the country that invented the internet, is also the country that is leading the way in securing the internet. And the secret weapon that they have is this thing called NICE, the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education. They held up a brochure. They talked about a framework and a place where universities, industry, and so on could collaborate. So the outside world views us as leading the way. The outside world views us as being number one. But as we all know, there's still a lot of challenges and a lot of steps we have to make to do that. My company powers a program called the NSA Day of Cyber, where a student can go online and live a day in the light of one of NSA's cyber leaders. And when we first launched this, we didn't really know that the appetite for cybersecurity, there was a lot of concern that says, hey, does cybersecurity actually have a brand out there with middle school, high school, community college, and university students? And after the first 7 months, we had 3.5 million students sign up and say, I want to explore what my life would be like if we were going to do that. I think we're at a moment in time right now in our country where the most important asset that we have on this cybersecurity challenge out there from a technology and from a skills level is our people. And to raise the cyber IQ of the nation as fast as we can, because we're sitting in a great position with a very good framework and also motivation by most of the organizations and the CISOs of the major organizations wanting to have the highest cyber IQ that we can of a nation. So we all know the rankings of STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, as United States relates to the other organizations in the world. We have the opportunity as a nation to become the #1 cyber IQ nation in the world. And that is fundamentally, in my recommendation, is that we look at the assets that we have in place with our frameworks, our universities, and push that down into the organization all the way back as fast as we can into middle and high schools and raise the cyber IQ of the United States. Thank you.
Very much. For that, look forward to talking further about it. Mike Walker from JARPA, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the invitation to come and speak today. My name is Mike Walker. I'm a program manager at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. I spent the last 3 years of my time at the agency building a global challenge program called Cyber Grand Challenge to explore the possibilities of artificial intelligence and automation in the computer security domain. And that challenge actually concluded about a month and a half ago. I want to talk a little bit about why automation and AI has a potential role to play in the future of unlocking the economic potential of the internet. The commerce and communication of today is just the beginning of that potential economic growth. Moving major infrastructure and life safety to the internet, emerging industries like connected cars, medical devices, connected homes is going to see even more growth. But with the potential for growth also comes a potential lack of confidence. A couple in Cincinnati, Ohio were awakened in 2014 to the sound of a stranger from the internet shouting at their baby through a baby monitor that they had purchased at the store that was a connected device, part of the Internet of Things. And one thing I'd like everyone to think about is what kind of information should have come with that device, what kind of testing, what type of quantification of the weakness of the software inside of that device should have been available at time of purchase, because baby monitors are just the beginning of this problem. We hear many messages that we need to build stronger software systems. The software has to be built in, that it needs to be part of the design. But right now, how to build stronger software is an open research question. Many brilliant people are working on how to build better software tools, better software systems, but that construction must always be guided by an ability to measure how weak the end result is. Structural safety in the software domain happens in the presence of an intelligent adversary. In the same way that NIST has studied fire science for decades and has studied how spark becomes flame, how flame moves through buildings, how buildings burn down, and has made a catalog of building codes that reflect all of this institutional knowledge about how buildings fail, we need to know how software fails. And our adversary is not fire, but the human mind in most cases. And the human mind is exerting constant adversarial pressure against software that guards data, and in the future it's going to be exerting adversarial pressure against software that guards life safety and enterprises and infrastructure. So the problem with understanding adversarial pressure against software is that that kind of testing is incredibly expensive. It requires experts. And few of those experts possess the skills to audit code at a very high level. None possess the endurance or scale or speed to be able to audit millions of lines of code, which is the size of most major software projects, or to be able to do constant monitoring of the networks that run our civilization. Emerging automation techniques have the ability to transform the economics of being able to understand the weakness of software. A system called Mayhem, developed at Carnegie Mellon University, was able to automatically find and prove the existence of 13,000 flaws in the Linux operating system. A system named Sage, which operates at Microsoft, is constantly looking for new flaws in Microsoft code during its development and removing them before it is ever released to consumers. And at Google, enormous amounts of compute power are being put into automated systems that search the Chrome browser for weaknesses and remove it before it ever ships to consumers. A month and a half ago at the Cyber Grand Challenge final event, we asked the question, what if we gave the entire security lifecycle to automated systems? And we did so within a very simplified context, but I will tell you a story from our result. In the space of 15 minutes, one autonomous system, completely disconnected from any operator or person, was able to discover a new flaw never before seen by person or machine in unknown binary code that it had just examined for the first time. It was able to figure out how to attack another system across the network. It did so, it took data, the other system detected the breach, diagnosed the flaw, and was able to field a patch that shut that flaw down. We have the word 0 day to describe flaws that are unknown, to describe its place on a timeline of days, but this occurred in the space of 15 minutes. It is a completely revolutionary timescale for dealing with the knowledge of vulnerability in software. And machines that can discover software vulnerability at machine scale can become the foundation for measuring vulnerability of code. They can upend the economics of measuring the vulnerability of code and make it so that we do not require expert red teams constantly scouring code, but we can democratize it. We can make it something that is available to the entire community that is developing devices for the Internet of Things. And that automation can also be the foundation for not just measuring how strong software is during its development process, but also for inspection, for rating, for quantification of weakness, and potentially pricing risk and understanding what it costs to insure software. And I think that it is critical that we actually be able to quantify weakness in software, not just say we need stronger systems, but how much stronger they need to be before we can hand over control of life safety applications to software. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that, Mike. Neil Zering from NSA.
Green, got it. Okay. Yeah, now it's on. All right, Chairman Donlin and, yeah, well, I'm used to it being voice activated. It should just figure it out. Thank you for having me here to speak with you today and to the distinguished commissioners. On here it says my title is Technical Director for Capabilities. That's only about 2.5 weeks now. Before that, for 6 years, I was the Technical Director for Information Assurance at NSA, and I think that was the role in which I was invited to speak to you. I have to note that my remarks today don't represent an official position of NSA. They're my views as a technical leader coming from that environment. Okay, so with the topic of this panel being growing and securing the digital economy, the primary point I'd like to make is that growing that economy can only be achieved by sustaining and building up and improving all of the stakeholders' confidence in the underpinnings of that economy. In other words, a confidence in cyberspace. There are a lot of key stakeholders to consider. I won't list them, we know what they are. But they're all working towards this common purpose, and I think a question we should consider here today is how can we enable and promote and further that purpose? Okay, and so you have my prepared statement. Of course, it's far too long. I apologize for that, and I'm just going to try to hit some of the highlights. I won't spend a lot of time on current state of cybersecurity. We all know it has a lot of problems. Just a couple of highlights I'd like to hit. First, that security is not consistent. And while our security has gotten a lot better, if you're going from 80% of your systems being secure to 99% of them being secure, you haven't really given attackers a much harder problem. They find that 1%, they get in, and they move laterally, et cetera. A lot of systems are getting better. Tradecraft for securing systems is getting better in many cases. But as Mike just said, and I agree with, there are areas where that's not the case today, particularly cyber-physical systems, Internet of Things, where we're embarking on a path that incurs a great deal of risk by giving systems with demonstrably in published paper, established poor security, control of life safety, industrial, medical, et cetera, systems. The next point is that trust relationships are everywhere. No matter how good a system is at sort of, in a sense, protecting itself, a super secure individual component is never enough because it has to trust other things around it to which it's connected. Okay, and we'll get back to that in a bit. And last high point I'd like to make is that today, defense within cyberspace is largely an individual activity. Each cyberspace user, be it a consumer, an organization, a government agency, et cetera, and this came up a bit this morning, is in some sense on their own. Not entirely, right? They have some stuff, but they're mostly on their own in securing their own systems and defending them. That's a very serious problem. Skip the rest of that in the interest of time. Okay, now I'm going to get to some recommendations. Again, just highlights. First, in hardening and hygiene, I think it's hard work, but we have to raise the bar on a lot of software systems. A lot of companies are already engaged in doing this. Wonderful research going on in this space, as we've just heard about. There needs to be better incentivization to actually apply that stuff. And in many cases, that can be government helping that, collaborating with industry in various contexts to set what does it mean for this type of device to be secure enough? What's that floor that all devices of that type should reach? And we've had some very good luck at NSA collaborating with companies in establishing those and publishing those. I'm going to skip that in the interest of time. Two other areas that I think are especially important. The first one is identity and credential protection. Right? This applies to all sorts of organizations and to individual consumers. Online providers of identity have to provide a certain foundational level of service in terms of identity proofing, compromise recovery, fraud detection, et cetera. And this is another area where government industry could collaborate to set what that floor should be, and then government could say, we will accept that, and act as a driver for bringing services that provide this up to that sort of foundational level. And next, there are certain key infrastructures in the internet that are critical to overall confidence. I believe, and I could list a whole list of them, but I believe the most critical one is the domain name service. And that's an area where it's consistently abused by threat actors. Methods for improving it and improving the security for those who consume it as a service are fairly well understood. And if we could establish that at a large scale, probably through some kind of industry partnership, that would have a huge impact. Next, shared defense. Hardening can never be perfect. Compromises will always occur at some point, possibly through the trust relationships I mentioned earlier. And we have to be prepared to defend systems against attack. And fundamentally, we need to get out of the mode of every man and organization for himself, in a sense, and get into a mode where defense is a shared cooperative activity, okay? Because it scales better that way. Fundamentally today, attackers get to leverage an investment in an exploit or a piece of malware over and over again in attacking lots of victims. We see that certainly happening with ransomware today, just to pick one example. Several things can help that. First, essential but not sufficient, but essential, is broad information sharing, both industry to industry, industry to government, all that stuff. There are some standards in that space that are excellent that could be more broadly applied, such as STIX, for example. Second, we need a more robust and instrumented network infrastructure. This is primarily going to fall to the network operators, the common carriers, but there's a lot of potential for collaboration there as well. Certain core infrastructures, such as Signaling System 7 and Border Gateway Protocol, BGP, the technologies for securing those are known and understood, and they're not getting applied in a consistent universal basis, especially at the seams between network providers. And third, we need to build mechanisms for timely, automated, coordinated defense at a national level. If we truly believe that the defense of our cyberspace on which our digital economy depends is a national problem, we need to have mechanisms that allow us to take national level action and in time frames that are enough to actually prevent an event from having significant bad impact. Okay? And I'm probably going over time already. Trust relationships, talked a lot about those. International partnering is going to be essential. Cyberspace is fundamentally global. Trust relationships between U.S. Consumers and firms and government agencies span the globe. So cooperating with our partners, both in bilateral and sort of large treaty group context, is going to be very important. Establishment of international norms, there's great work going on there from State Department and various private groups. Need to continue to support that. And then next, true coordinated defense at a multinational level. There's no reason why we couldn't have the U.S. and its close allies take coordinated measures against a sizable cyber attack, pool our visibility, work together to understand what threat actors are doing. This is already taking place in the defense intelligence arenas, and I see that firsthand from NSA, but it needs to go beyond those limited arenas to a broader government. And last, preparing for the long term, and this overlaps a little bit with what some of the other panelists said about education. The U.S. is actually, in my opinion, #1 in this space right now, but we can't rest on our laurels. Yes, we have a lot of universities that teach cybersecurity, and both at the 2-year bachelor's and up to PhD level. We could be doing even more there, building up that capacity and in particular encouraging students to go into that both directly and indirectly. The NSF Scholarship for Service Cyber Corps program has been tremendously successful at the size it is, but if that many kids are really interested in this, it could be a lot bigger. And finally, on that aspect, certainly extending down to the secondary school level is important as well. But let's talk about the top end a moment. To truly have a vibrant economy in this space and a long-term protection of our internet and our cyberspace, we need to have a strong R&D sector as well, right? There are companies active in this space, there are universities active in this space, DARPA and NSF, so forth. We're in pretty good shape there. The piece that's, I think, the missing link is tech transfer. I'm the head reviewer for the Centers of Academic Excellence in Cybersecurity Information Assurance Research. So I see a lot of the research that our universities are creating, but very little of it makes it into use. And that is an area where our tech transfer could be a lot stronger. So I've gone well over time, so I'll be quiet now.
Thank you very much. Questions? Who wants to start? Steve?
You think you've stopped, Neil, but I'm going to start with you. So,
okay.
You mentioned common carriers.
Yeah.
And I really do think that we have to move as much of this problem away from consumers, end users as possible, whether it's individuals or businesses. You mentioned DNSSEC, SS7, BGP. How much of this problem do you think, if we put the money that currently is being used by the private sector and we geared it towards paying the common carriers to make this a priority instead of having them focused on retail consumers, actually give them a business model to focus on protecting the country and getting rid of liability concerns, how much of this problem can be taken care of at the technical layer, do you think?
I think a substantial slices of the problem could be addressed. There are areas where consumers and small businesses are regularly being compromised today that by taking advantage of the sorts of things you suggest, a lot of those compromises could sort of be taken off the table and go from common to very rare. And that would allow us to devote things like awareness campaigns and product improvements into areas that will have better effect. The kinds of things you're talking about, the notion that I might go to be beaconing out to a weird DNS name from a piece of malware that's infected the computer in a small business, a consumer can't defend against that. They don't have the resources to do that. That's something that they should consume as a service offered to them by private sector corporations informed by information sharing and government resources.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Question for Mike first and then for Alan. You described automated patching as really revolutionary, and I would agree with you about that. Just a couple of questions about that. Do you have any sense for what fraction of the security flaws were found by the systems out there? I mean, are you talking 10%? Or are you talking 90%? Sorts of numbers.
Well,
no idea.
One of the things about counting vulnerabilities is that you can only speak to the percentage that you know about,
of course,
that was found by the system.
But you can see them too.
My most recent data point is actually still from qualifiers, which was June of 2015, where of the binary code we released, machines were able to prove a flaw existed in 79% of those 131 samples. So highly effective, but I think there are two axes that you want to be able to measure this against. One is, first, can machines find everything that experts can today? If we put our best automated systems up against the best expert in competition, who would win? And the answer is still experts. Automation has not reached that deep blue moment where Deep Blue became the world chess champion. We don't have a computer security machine champion yet, but that is certainly a goal. The other is scale. While automated systems are not as good as experts yet, their ability to scale is enormous. So finding 13,000 flaws in Linux is an accomplishment that only a computer has ever achieved. It's the scale and speed properties that we're after, and the expertise is what we need to continue to pursue through research.
Fair enough. As you were talking, the sort of from my perspective, the grand vision in all of this is, we talked a lot about in the commission about information sharing, among other things, about vulnerabilities and so on. And so the vision that I have, that I would like to imagine, is automated information sharing about threats, and then automated feeding into your automated patch systems and so on. I was wondering if you'd given any thought to sort of integrating those two efforts.
Well, information sharing is generally about established threats, so malicious software. The automation that we worked on was about flaws in software, and this information is a little bit different. The best use for vulnerability information is during the development process, to be able to remove it before the software is ever released, and then in a constant monitoring role, where as the system gets better or it learns about new ways to break software, it can instantly alert and instantly fix. And then finally, if you're still up against an adversary that knows about a flaw you don't, it can engage in a monitoring role. But I don't believe that when we talk about information sharing today, that's generally around families of malware, threat actors, their actions on a network, which is after software has already broken. The way I like to think about a future role for automation that can measure the weakness of software is right now, if you are purchasing an Internet of Things device, there is no label on the back that says, this has been audited, and these are the findings, and this is a quantification of those findings. And automation always pushes with the same amount of adversarial pressure on everything, and could be the basis for such a standard or a rating.
And then a question for Alan Davidson. In your presentation, you discussed incentives for baking security in at the start. Something again we've all heard about and so on as an abstract idea. I was wondering if you had any ideas, any specific ideas for how you would how you would incentivize, quote, baking in security at the start.
Well, I think there's a couple of different pieces to it. I mean, one is certainly an awareness piece, and for large companies, that's not a problem. For smaller companies, I think it still is. If you look at sort of the environment we live in, where you've got literally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of app developers out there. You've got an environment where you're talking about different kinds of devices than we're used to, like we talked about Internet of Things. There is a huge educational component in making sure that people have the tools that they need to figure out how to bake in security. So that's one component. A second is making sure that people have the good incentives to share information and to share information with government, and that hasn't always been true. And there's a lot of worry out there, we know from the private sector, about communication with government, sharing information with government, learning from government, even having a relationship and getting help from government can be controversial for many companies. And then I do think we need to be thinking about the incentives that people face for making mistakes in the space, and I think there will be a role. We already see the role. The Federal Trade Commission, we're encouraged to see them embracing some of the concepts in the cybersecurity framework of risk-based approaches, and that will clearly be part of the solution too.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mike, actually to follow the thread of what you were just talking about with regard to consumer labeling and trying to figure out ways, I know there's been discussion about everything from putting labels on products when people purchase them that would give them some sort of assessment of how secure they are, to setting standards that would need to be met through some sort of regulatory mechanism. I was wondering, though, if you could talk a little bit, not so much about the why, but the how, Because it seems like a lot of this breaks down when you get into the weeds of how it would be accomplished. In other words, do you have to create a different standard for a consumer to have a label on something by industry, or could it be done on a more universal level? And then again, who would the body be that would actually create those standards? And maybe you could all actually opine on it. That'd be great.
Well, I'll speak just on my own behalf and not as any official position in my agency. Where to place that in the federal government, whether it's an agency function, an FFRDC function, might be outside of my scope as a technologist, but I would like to speak to the how. So Mudge actually just spoke at DEF CON last month about how to build a nutritional content label for software. So rather than putting it on a rating scale, it's simply a list of what's inside, and whether what's inside is good for your enterprise is something that you get to choose on your own. So there are a lot of established best practices on how to armor code against intrusion. Everything from stack cookies to ASO, library randomization. I won't go into that deep dive here unless someone really wants to hear about the state of the art in application armoring. But there are a whole bunch of ways to make software much more expensive to attack. They're well known, and just building the automation required to do that checklisting process is something that's already been done once, and the results have been presented. And we could very easily move that type of nutritional label now for software into production. The automation that searches for new vulnerabilities and that lists them is more of a future technology and would take more engineering to be able to build into some sort of informative label. But I want to talk a little bit about software that is secure by design. DARPA built a project called HACMS, which was an attempt to formally verify, actually build mathematical proofs that no vulnerabilities existed within very small pieces of code, 50,000 lines or so. Why that's important is that 50,000 lines of code is not enough to run your desktop OS, but it is enough to run your pacemaker or the control system in your vehicle. And right now, without the ability to search for new vulnerabilities in code, those 50,000 lines with their formally verified proof are indistinguishable to the market from 50,000 lines that are full of vulnerabilities that a machine could find. And right now, we could think of this as a blind market. You could look at both of these and the judgment would not be made on security. But automation that could find the vulnerabilities in one but not the other would be able to help make an informed choice. So the how on automation that can seek new vulnerability in code is a research and engineering organization would need to be established around taking that automation and applying it to market sectors.
I'd like to just add a little bit to what Mike said. I think some of the fundamental security properties of some of our software systems could be viewed in a much cheaper black box way. It wouldn't be as good as a white box sort of approach like Mike is talking about, but it would get us something. And that kind of testing can also be automated. I mean, if you look at the mobile app ecosystem today, I've read a number of academic papers on completely egregious security flaws that are often found in those systems, which are simple enough that they could be checked in an automated fashion. So that might be a sort of a, I don't know, really low-level ground-based, like if you can't at least pass this, you're completely not ready for use by consumers with their personal data. And really simple stuff like you don't spray their PII out on the network in the clear, things of that nature. That could be tested in an automated fashion and be one of the lines on that nutrition label. Like, hey, I tested it doesn't do really stupid stuff and it passed. And that's like vitamin B or something.
I would agree that any type of automation would catch, I think we would call that the low-hanging fruit. Yeah, that right now it is abundant because it is not checked or detected in any way, and it's not available to the consumer to see. And that would be, because the engineering is so inexpensive, that would be a great first step.
As a software developer, from the lens of developing code and mobile apps, I 100% agree. That's the low-hanging fruit. I think that's exactly what should happen when someone publishes an application. I think it'll take us a good chunk of the way there. So I agree 100%.
I'll just chime in and say, I think the nutritional food label analogy is one that's truly worth pursuing, right? We need clear tools for informing consumers and small businesses out there about what things are. I think these are hard problems. I would also note that we've had a real evolution in our approach to thinking about these automated tools. I think if you had said 10 or 15 years ago to somebody, we would be really seriously entertaining things that would automatically patch and automatically download software. Even auto downloads were, I think, things that people worried about losing control over what's happening on their desktop. I humbly submit, I think we've given up on a lot of that, and people feel more comfortable, and that's okay in the face of a kind of tough threat environment, giving up that control. But we will want to also think about how we audit the auditor software and make sure that there's trust in that.
Thank you all.
Peter?
Thank you all. I wanted to press on a couple of things in this automation space. Mike, you said that there was the potential to upend the economics of cyber attacks, and I wanted to press on that a little bit to get a better understanding. Given the current state of technology and understanding that it is going to be constantly improving, if there were widespread deployment of kind of automated vulnerability testing and maybe even some limited amount of automated patching, what happens? What does that world look like from the economic perspective of a hacker or a cyber criminal?
So let's talk about the economics of cybercrime. Right now, it is incredibly cheap to break into incredibly expensive software. Billions of dollars are spent developing web browsers, and at the annual Pwn2Own contest, which is a contest where if someone can break the security of a most recent fully patched browser, that they receive a cash prize and the computer that was running that browser. No browser has survived, and no browser has survived a prize of $200,000, and that continues to be the case. So if you think about the capability of breaking software as a capability that costs $200,000 at the high end, compared to the billions that are being put into its construction, that is an economic situation that makes attack cheap, effective, and it's very bad to be a defender. I think we've accepted a status quo where compromises will always happen. And we have really good data on how long the flaws that allow such intrusions last. They last about 300 days on average. So if you can make a discovery on how to break into software, then that digital lockpick can allow you to break into institutions around the world in the absence of information sharing for about 300 days. And it takes vendors, well, at least as of 2010, it took vendors about a median of 24 days to patch, just to find a solution to an issue when it was identified. If you think about automated identification of the use of unknown flaws and in minutes and the automated remediation, the end state you want is that $200,000 capability, even if it can be fabricated, is one-time use. That would make attack enormously more expensive. Rather than think of it as a one-time purchase, many-time used type of capability, make it a one-time use capability. And then the entire ecosystem of software that it was used against could be immunized.
And is that true even if I'm assuming we have to accept the idea that the malicious actors will have the same technology and the same level of automation? In fact, I guess the first question is, do they have that kind of automation today? And does your economic argument hold up even in that world?
Well, the democratization of this technology actually favors a defensive status quo. I will say actually that the system that found the most flaws in software at our final event was released as open source on GitHub the next week. You can download it at home. It's called The Mechanical Fish. When that system is democratized, open, available for anyone to use on their own code prior to publication, it doesn't matter if there is another copy of it waiting. The flaws are gone before the code is published. So the economics of automation versus automation are not as tilted in favor of the offense as the economics of experts versus experts. Right now, the enterprises that can afford to hire the world's top vulnerability researchers and have them come look at their code have to pay a lot of money for that expertise. They have to wait a long time for the results, and the results are usually 1 or 2 vulnerabilities and the certainty that there are more remaining.
Neil, I found very interesting your discussion about trust relationships. And one topic area that we've been thinking about quite a lot is a potential future with a very large number of connected devices, this IoT future. What do we know or understand about the manageability of trust relationships if we were to have a significant explosion in the number of entities on the network?
Yeah, so that's a fascinating question, and it's going to be a huge challenge. It's hard enough today for people, the future of maybe 10 times as many non-person entities, and not just devices, but little microservices running everywhere. It's going to be tough. So my view on that is that we have to do a much better job of being able to issue short-lived identities, short, cheap identities, and associate with them short, cheap attributes, rather than having to issue 10 identities so that something can do 10 tasks. You issue it one identity and then a few attributes that let it do those things. That's going to imply a need for a attribute infrastructure, which is significantly simpler than an identity infrastructure, in my opinion. So I view us moving towards fewer identity infrastructures and a proliferation of attribute infrastructures that key off those identities. And I think that's the only way that we can scale to the large number of identified entities that we're going to need.
But do you see, are there any market forces that drive us to that kind of future? Because the most obvious market force seems to me to lead us to a future where we don't have clear identities and we don't have any encryption in the connections. Is that true?
Yeah, so there aren't more market forces today. I think you're right. There's no market disincentive for folks to set up their own identity infrastructures, which may or may not be especially secure. So, and I think we talked about this a little bit at lunch, we really need to have a set of core requirements that define what it is to be a decent, good enough identity infrastructure. U.S. government can lead by example in that space, and then incentivize those who employ the good enough ones, which will force a consolidation in the market. I don't know exactly how to do that because I'm not a regulatory or business expert, but I'm confident that those levers exist.
Okay, thank you.
Maggie?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the panel. One of the questions that I had for you is more along the lines of education for consumers and the public. The things you're talking about, the things that we've all been talking about with regard to cyber, Peter's point that you start to put out hundreds of thousands of these devices and they all have different properties. It's really difficult to build trust from a public perspective if you don't really know what you're looking for and how to get those answers. If you think about whether this should be public or private from a service perspective, is there a way to put together almost an automated service that consumers can call on any type of hardware or software to find out if it's considered safe to certain standards or not, almost like a search program, whether it's an automated search like a Siri or like what Microsoft does for their customers, where it could be easy for consumers to validate what they want to use and what those properties are? And if so, in the government, where would that fit?
So in a microcosm that exists for federal agencies to employ today is the CCEVS under National Information Assurance Partnership.
Okay,
It's
that's not
tiny, it's tiny micro of what you're saying,
Right.
but it's a model. You can go and search and say, hey, is this thing I'm considering buying, has it passed basic testing? And if so, which testing has it passed? And it's pretty simple. I don't see any fundamental obstacle to scaling that up. I'm not sure whether government or private industry would do it. Probably private industry under government oversight would be my guess.
And who uses that service today?
Federal agencies that are buying security-enabled IT is what it's for.
And it's an optional service for them?
No, their policy, they're supposed to use it under policy.
Oh.
Yeah, at least
Not
national
what we heard this morning.
national security agencies are required under CNSSP 11, I think it is, to use NIAP certified security-enabled devices. And the rest of government is supposed to. I don't know if it has force of regulation on them.
Are there any other ideas that you all would have on how the public can build that trust in the hardware and software products?
I mean, so let me just say, first of all, I don't think that it exists right now, and I think it's very difficult. And it's difficult for some very good reasons, actually, which is that we haven't wanted to impose a kind of one-size-fits-all view on security.
Right.
And it's something we'd like to avoid if possible at all costs, right? Because we know that this is an extremely dynamic environment, and we don't have one definition of what is secure. I will say, as a user of government services, that I'm not sure that I would want to impose the federal government's view of what we can and can't do on the general public. In fact, I'm pretty confident I wouldn't want to. And I don't mean that as a slam. I think it's just, we are slow to adopt things for good security reasons, but that's not what many consumers or businesses need. I do think also a part of this is going to happen. It's going to happen in a slightly more decentralized way. You see companies trying to manage their own ecosystems. You see Google getting both kudos and flack for trying to flag when they seize malware in search results. You see Apple and Android trying to manage their app ecosystems, and there's controversy that comes with that, right? Because there's control that comes with that. So I think we want to have these decentralized mechanisms. We want to provide more incentive for them. Some of it is going to be about building best practices. Just to give you one quick example, on Internet of Things, the Commerce Department's in the process of, we just had a workshop. We're developing a green paper we're going to be putting out on policy issues regarding the Internet of Things generally. One of the big things that people have focused on is these questions about security in the devices. We've already touched on it here. Huge coming issue. There are not even a good set of best practices out there for industry. Like if you are an IoT developer, what is the good enough security? And so I think what government can do in this area, and something that we are thinking about, is just the development of best practices on things like field upgradability. Is this device that I have going to get patches over the internet? Like simple things like that. I know it's incremental, but we're going to need a lot of it. The approach should be decentralized. There's going to be different pools where people look, but we can do it ourselves in government. We can, as a user, do it, but we can also incentivize and gather people to do it. That's one of the things you'll be seeing from us.
Thanks.
So I want to fast forward to the future on these things. I think we all do as commissioners. We want to see automated testing. We want to see scorecards, and we want to see a government agency getting out there and helping craft best practices. What government agencies should we be looking to do these things? Because so far it seems like there are government agencies playing defense, particularly on the national security level, and then there are government agencies playing cleanup on the kind of consumer and corporate side. The FTC will come after companies for not doing well enough. The FBI will, DHS and everybody else will go after the bad guys. But who's going to help build the highway that we can all ride on? And whose mandate is that as an agency?
So I think the answer is it's unclear right now, right? And that is an area where you may be able to offer some wisdom for us. It's also an issue that's a little bit above my pay grade. I will suggest that there are appropriately really different roles for different agencies. I'll make a plug for the Commerce Department having a role here. I think part of the reason that we have a big digital economy agenda is our view that there's an important role for an agency that is got a close relationship with business, whose mission is to promote economic growth generally. Doesn't come at this necessarily from a pure regulatory perspective, and we think that has a role. But we recognize that's going to be in partnership with a lot of other agencies that have deep expertise in areas. But I will say that we also need to make sure that there's an appropriate trust relationship with the private sector. I think it's hard for the private sector to work with some agencies as opposed to other agencies, and that's another reason that we have different roles in this. All of that said, there's definitely a greater need for integration. I'm sure there wouldn't be anybody in the government who would tell you, I don't think who would tell you otherwise, and we need integrated strategy across all the different agency roles. There will be different agency roles. There should be different agency roles. We just need to make sure we're all rowing in the same direction.
Without answering your question about who should be captained, I would like to add some evidence. As software takes over new roles in our civilization, the problem of software safety is bubbling up to different agencies through different venues. So if you look at the connected car and the control systems problems in cars, that's bubbling up to agencies that have to deal with vehicular safety like NHTSA and DOT. And then the problem of real-time control system safety is bubbling up also in implanted medical devices that have RF communication to agencies that deal with certifying healthcare devices. But what's really interesting about this is that the code that runs inside of cars and the code that runs inside of medical devices, from a purely software engineering standpoint, shares a lot of the same requirements. Very small, has a simple job, has real-time requirements. It probably has to be native code. So the software fundamentals are very different despite the fact that they are bubbling up through hugely different regulatory stovepipes. So I guess as a final point, I'll add that initial attempt that came out 2 months ago to do nutritional labels for browsers came from an independent nonprofit, Cyber Independent Testing Labs. And it may be that outside of government, some sort of institutional nonprofit expertise comes about that is able to advise those different stovepipes.
I'd like to add to that a little bit. I think that the whole sort of leveraging, using government authorities to leverage knowledge out in the private sector is a very powerful one. The expertise to secure each of these sectors or each of these types of apps exists out there, right? I happen to know a big company that supplies equipment into that market is partnering with I think it was Society for Automotive Engineers for security in the vehicular telematics space. I think we have a model in government that we could expand and follow, and that's the notion of a sector agency for critical infrastructure. That general model could serve us here as well. And so if it's transportation related, maybe it goes to DOT, you know? But if it's related to weapons platforms, of course it would be DOD. If it's communications equipment, maybe it's FTC, and so on. I think that model is one that would let each of these agencies leverage their authorities by tapping the knowledge in the private sector.
So Joe, I'm going to ask you a question back. Who do you think's more motivated right now to solve it? Do you think it's government or industry?
Well, I know that when I go to work every day, I'm not counting on anyone else to defend my company. You know, and maybe just to riff off of a couple of things that were said, you know, this is a problem that also doesn't exist. It's not just about cybersecurity. We don't have a department of the internet, right? It's actually not clear that we should have a department of the internet, or we will have one, right? You think so? I do think, you know, even as we pursue our sector by sector, you're right on hitting on the fact that we do need centers of excellence that are working on this stuff and integration and leadership somewhere. And we need that in part also because of the challenge we have in getting good people into government. Actually, we talked a little about that ahead of time, just before the break about, and I think creating those centers of excellence within government will be an important part of us attracting the talent that we're gonna need within government.
But having listened for 6 months, I'm with Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess like one of my questions is, should we declare a certain code to be critical infrastructure. Meaning, like, there are certain foundation software that we all rely on. We see like the Linux Foundation getting a bunch of people together and a bunch of companies contributing to hire people to basically find bugs in this open source software. Would love to see the government putting people to work on that core infrastructure.
I'm not sure that is the universally felt view in the private sector from what we hear. I mean, we see a lot of companies that are desperately trying to not be seen as critical infrastructure because of the regulatory overhang that comes with that. So
I'm not suggesting labeling companies as critical infrastructure, but there's certain infrastructure. Well, like if you look at the Internet Bug Bounty, they listed a bunch of pieces of critical infrastructure that Microsoft and Facebook and a few other companies basically said, we'll pay anyone to fix this even though this is not our code because the internet runs over this. Pat.
So I had just a comment on that last conversation, and then I have what I think is a very specific question. My comment is that we have been feeling all along this tension between the importance of this and the apparent lack of progress against this need to address security through fundamentally reshaping it to be a collective high-speed activity, which I think you all have commented on very clearly. And I guess my mindset is that I'm not sure this is a failure of motivation, which is the feeling that always comes across in this. We're also addressing something with policy-based remedies using human beings, expert-based controls against something that is moving to a scale and speed that we've never had before. And it seems to me that that is the essence of the frustration. And so the real challenge is going to be, in some sense, is any policy construct capable of generating that collective defense posture at network speed that is really going to be needed if you're going to fundamentally address this imbalance. So I tend to not view this as a failure of motivation as much as it is an intrinsic part of this technology. The question, Neil, no, I'm sorry, this was to Mike. You were talking about, hang on, let me make sure I get this right. I'm sorry, Neil, it was you. You were talking about one of the vulnerabilities in the trust infrastructure, and I think you mentioned DNS, the domain name.
Yes, that's one of the ones I mentioned, yeah.
So one thing that we have heard in earlier testimony had to do with whether this should be a more distributed system and whether technologies like blockchain and other things might be relevant to these kind of systems. Do you have any thought on that, or?
Yeah, sure. So there's a couple of elements to what I was trying to say about DNS as a critical infrastructure, and similar remarks could be made about a lot of the Internet's critical infrastructures. There's a sort of a consumer-facing side, those who consume the service, and things like DNSSEC and filtering out known bad names and things of that nature contribute to that side. And then there's improvements in the processes, the front side, so to speak, of the registration and the registries and the registrars. Both of those have low-hanging fruit. At this point, as much as I respect the emerging technologies and innovativeness behind things like distributed ledgers and blockchains, I don't think we need those at this point to secure a foundational infrastructure that we depend upon. The technologies already exist, already tested, already deployed to some fraction of where they need to be. They just need to be deployed more universally. And also, if we do deploy them, and this is why I chose DNS as my example, there's a number of standards waiting in the wings that could be powerful enablers for other facets of the digital economy that we can't yet take advantage of because DNS is not yet solid enough to host them. And once it is, boom, we get those benefits as well.
What's an example?
So there's one example that allows you to tag a domain in DNS, and I'm sorry, I can't remember its name, might be Dane, if I remember correctly, tag an element in the DNS with the associated public key certificate, so that when you visit there with say a browser or other application using TLS, you can be sure you went to the right place, right? That could be tremendously enabling for business across the internet, because you could eliminate the class of problem of somebody is spoofing, this server certificate. That'll be wonderful to have that once the DNS is solid enough that I can have confidence in using it for that purpose. Just one example.
Thanks to each of you for coming today and sharing your thoughts with us. We keep hearing about consumers concerns are growing regarding their security and their privacy online. And a RAND report estimates that a quarter of the citizens in the U.S. have received a data breach notification letter. However, the convenience and services that consumers have online seem to outweigh their concerns, their actual concerns about privacy and security. And perhaps it's because the data breaches never actually result in a significant dollar loss to them individually. So we've been asked to think about how do we educate the public. So what would need to happen for consumers to finally be so concerned about their privacy and security that they would actually be motivated to change the way or think about changing the way that they operate online or engage in a digital economy? And how do we educate a public that expresses their concerns about privacy and security, but don't appear motivated to change their behaviors or their digital footprint?
So maybe I'll start by saying I think, we see a quasi-rational behavior from consumers who are seeing great value from services and not seeing, at least not, and not feeling the harm that comes from on the security side. Part of that can be our need to make that harm clearer because it is out there and there's a cost in the system that people are not quite seeing, so a little bit more transparency about that. But I think there's a teachable moment coming in, particularly around the Internet of Things, put it in quotes, where there's a kinetic aspect, there's a physical aspect to the potential security threat that people are going to feel, I think, in a much more visceral way. The harm will be more if my home security system suddenly stops working, if my connected vehicle has problems, right? These are things where the harm will be much more tangible, and I think there will be an opportunity to teach around that. We would, of course, like there to not be too much harm, and these are these teachable moments, and we have to pursue them where we can find them. So that's one small sense of hope, but I think it is a huge challenge right now because the harms are attenuated and the value is huge right now.
Yeah, I think also the credit card companies and banks and everyone play a very shielding role right now. I think the good news is our financial institution and the men and women every day that work in these organizations have done an amazing job to shield the consumer from the harm. You don't hear it a lot, and I think hats off to them and to the organizations that do that. I think at the end of the day, I think right now there's trust. People buy, people ship, and they do that every day, and it's growing. And I think that's an attestament to the people. So I don't really have in my mind, or at least from the learnings, what that you call it the teachable moment's going to be. I think the big ones are security cameras turning on, the Internet of Things doorbell, and as IoT becomes more pervasive, is probably going to make it more evident. But right now, I think that moment really hasn't occurred deeply to a consumer.
Can I just add? I mean, I think part of it is also like, so what the heck are you supposed to do as a consumer? We have not provided them with a simple glide path to action, and so that's a huge consumer education issue. It's a K-12 education issue. But I mean, the reality is so I see all these bad things happening and somebody's just telling me to have a super long password that I can't remember, right? That we also need to, we have a responsibility to provide people with better pathways to action so that they can help.
One of the reasons that training users is so important is that right now it's really easy to make a dangerous decision on the internet. Everybody in this room has probably been through some sort of institutional training that says, do not click on suspicious links, do not click on suspicious attachments. And the reason for that is that if you do, you may be exposed to an attack platform that has digital lockpicks to the software in your computer, can take over that computer, and then can immediately connect an intruder to your machine and start trying to move laterally throughout the network through more software safety failures and rob your institution of secrets. Those are all technology problems. We know that it is possible to someday build a computer that is not so insecure by design that a single click on an attachment or a link will cause your entire system to be compromised and soon your organization. And one of the things I'd like to see in the future is a day where we can hand someone a computer and say, click on anything you want. And the bad choices are not available to them. If you look at a modern smartphone and you want to tell someone, don't install unvetted software on this smartphone today, we don't have to tell them that because app stores make that impossible. That action is gone. And I believe that through measurement of software safety, we're going to be able to see a generation of computers where the caution that we have to exercise with today's less trustworthy systems is greatly reduced.
I'd like to add just a smidge to that. I really like that point. One of the things I think would help consumers a lot is today the educational burden is very, very high, right? I have 28 years at NSA, and I still can't always diagnose what the unsecure things are on my home PC. You shouldn't need to educate consumers to that level, right? But if I can make that information more evident to them, right? I don't have to be a financial expert to pick a reasonably safe bank. I can go and look if it has covered by the FDIC and other sorts of ratings agencies that will tell me that's a reasonably safe bank. Some expert did that for me and enabled my choice as a consumer to be much, much easier. And that's what we need to do in the consumer space in particular for things that interact on consumers' behalf with cyberspace, services, apps, operating systems, et cetera.
I'm not as willing to give up on this as I think some folks are. So you've identified two problems, right? At least two problems. One is that we have continuing inaccessible levels of flaws in software. And we have the ability in the research and development realm to address this more cheaply, efficiently, right, and effectively through automation. So it would seem to me that that's an important research priority, right? You know, it should be a research priority for the federal government. It should be a joint research priority with the private sector as well. So I think it's an important thing to capture that there's a problem. The problem seems to be susceptible to some mitigation via R&D and automated review and addressing flaws in software, number one. And number two, I think we've agreed it would be a good thing if, in fact, we had some agreement on what really the core flaws in software are that should be avoided, right? And we put them on a label as much as suggested with his program. So that can be done either through a private sector organization in a market, right? And to have it, you know, to try to give that support where you would get a market advantage because you'd have a high rating on this nutritional label. It could be done in a public-private partnership with the government. I guess it could be done by the government. That's probably the most difficult way to do it. But I wanted to, have I captured that right? It doesn't seem to me that seems to be something that we see the problem, we see the technology, the R&D priority, and we've had an innovative solution proposed by, by a nonprofit group, right, that has a lot of experience in this area. Yeah.
Can I just add to that one thing, which is that I believe that the underlying principle behind a lot of this has to be to do this work to protect the weakest link. I'm saying this again and again in a number of meetings, but a lot of the conversation that just happened was about identifying the consumer as being the weakest link. Similarly, small businesses are very weak links. if we do this the right way, what you just said, these 2 points, we can raise the level of standard of security in our system, both across consumers and small businesses, without making them become nerds who need to understand how to talk the gobbledygook that we discuss. And I think that has to be an underlying foundational principle behind those 2 ideas. Otherwise, we miss an opportunity.
I agree totally with that. And so you have, just to give some reaction, I want to go to the second piece, but on this, it would seem to me that NIST would have an important function here potentially in identifying what are these, I don't want to call them minimum standards, but I don't know, Pat, what to call them, but kind of a set of standards that you would want to meet, right? In order for a piece of software to be kind of minimally safe, right? Or maybe better than that. That would be an important government R&D project. You could have a joint R&D project on the automation piece, Mike, which you've been talking about. It was saying to me that it's a big deal and something that would be that we can try to get ahead of. I want to talk about the IoT in just a second. Do you have a reaction? Have I missed something here?
I agree.
One thing I will say when it comes to any attempt to standardize what constitutes quality software is that bar is moving on a weekly basis.
Is it
but
hopeless?
there is an incentive structure that tracks its movement, and that is something that we haven't discussed yet, but we should, which is bug bounties. If a vendor offers a prize for demonstration of a flaw in their software, and that prize is very low, and they're writing a lot of checks, that is very different from a software vendor that offers a substantial amount of money for flaws in their software and those checks go unclaimed. And bug bounties have become enormously widespread in the private sector, and they are starting to see adoption in the public sector. DoD recently did Hack the Pentagon. There may be other federal agencies following suit in the near future. But the thing about a very simple cache for demonstration of vulnerability arrangement, which is what these bug bounties are, is that they allow a like-for-like comparison of how much effort it took to overcome a piece of software.
Yeah, I mean, Joe or Peter can talk about that, but we heard in testimony on the bug bounty programs at Facebook and other places in one of our hearings, and I think the DoD is the only place in the federal government that's doing this today, and it's at a pilot program that they're running over out of the Secretary's office. So I think it's an important point. I don't know why we wouldn't want to use it as kind of a proof, kind of fireproofing mechanism in the federal government as well. I don't, Joe, it seems to be, this is your world, and Peter, your world, it seems to be fairly prominent, effective, and the companies spend a lot of money on it.
Absolutely. I strongly endorse bounty programs. We've had great experiences at my companies. Just makes you better.
And I think, as someone mentioned, it's important that it's done not for your own software that you're developing, but anything that you're procuring for deployment.
Yeah, when I was at my last company, we opened up our bug bounty program to our, not just our front-end code, but the infrastructure. And we frequently received reports of third-party code vulnerabilities that we would turn around, and then we even started putting it in our contracts with our third parties that they would have to reimburse us for the bounties that we paid out.
One thing I will comment, though, and maybe we'll get some reaction from our panelists, these same tools do get used by cyber criminals and hackers as quality assurance checks on their own exploits. And so, to my mind, the economics is actually still not completely obvious here, and it is probably deserving more study. It's, you get both evidence from things that are turned in or discovered through the Microsoft patches or through a bug bounty program, and you get information. This is the kind of charm of being on the bad side. You also get information by the fact that things haven't been turned up there.
That's one of the reasons why automatic patching is so important.
Yeah.
Right.
No doubt it's a standard. So the second one I just wanted to mention, I want to go over, I want to monopolize time here though, is on the coming Internet of Things products and devices, which are quite inexpensive to make, but are going to become integral in devices that people use every day that involve their health and safety. And a couple were mentioned here, including automobiles, obviously, and medical devices. And so, again, that's another one where we're seeing to me that some effort to determine and maybe it's done sector by sector and regulatory sectoral regulators, right? Sectoral regulators, right? But some, I mean, this is now, we've been told in hearings that this is a looming significant problem, and there's not an obvious market incentive to solve it, but it's a health and safety issue, which would seem to be something that we should think hard about in terms of trying to come to grips with establishing what are the minimum standards you'd want to see in a device that could affect your health and safety, and where that standard gets made and how that standard gets implemented, and how consumers get to know, right, that that product developer made the steps that are important and necessary to protect that consumer's health and safety. Is that I mean, it seemed to me, again, that's the second problem, but it seemed to me it's got similar deals, right? Set the standards. In this case, of course, there's I think a significant societal and governmental interest in health and safety. These products are about to become pervasive. Some people even argued whether or not this is out of the barn door at this point too. We have to talk about timing, but it seems to me, again, the government would have a significant interest in trying to establish these standards and try to get the sectoral regulators to make it a priority. So I'd like them.
Let me add one point to Tom saying to complement your point, and then you can respond. Why wouldn't you adopt the standards that exist in the physical world as far as penalties, notification, regulation, et cetera? It all exists today in consumer electronics and everywhere. Why wouldn't you just apply it here for the Internet of Things, for things that could be harmful? I mean, not for playing games with words or birds or something, but things that can be harmful to an individual or crash your car or train or something else.
To start, I don't think we believe the barn door is open. Horses are out. And I do think you will start to see in areas of where there has been traditional regulation, sectoral regulation, and particularly we are already seeing it, DOT being involved in the automated car space. We're seeing it in drones. We will see it in health and in medical devices. Part of the challenge is going to be that there are things in this Internet of Things that don't fit neatly into those categories and still have the potential for consumer harm. We also have the challenge of how do we create some appropriate level of harmony, across this, so that we're don't have radically different standards in one stovepipe versus another. And that's an area that I will say I think our coming paper will look at also. I think if you go to Joe's point of let's leapfrog 5 or 10 years and that we want to be thinking about the world we want a world where there are these certifications available, whether they, in some ways, sometimes are, we think there's a lot of room for the private sector to be setting them, right? And whether it's a SEAL program or a consumer reports or a set of best practices, and there will almost certainly be government backstops in some of these areas.
I was at a conference in Baltimore. You're seeing the big sports manufacturers, purchase companies, MyFitnessPal, where you can see a 52-year-old male how much sodium intake they take and how much sugar and the aggregation of all this information. So I think the first case is, what's the worst case scenario, right? Somebody gets that information but now all that information is being transferred to your pharma companies and so on. So I think at the end of the day, it's probably, I think your example of sort of the consumer electronics, it's going to fall underneath of the organizations that already control and organize that information. But I think the common theme it comes back is that any app that we have on this device, if it's patched and it's coordinated and it doesn't have those flaws, it takes 90% of the risk out of what we're doing. And I think that is the systemic solution to it.
I would just add that I think that back to the physical world. I mean, you say, well, some things aren't regulated, but phones shouldn't blow up, right? Lithium batteries, they shouldn't blow up planes and they shouldn't blow up phones. And there's a whole set of processes that if you have like you had in a portable computer, that if you burn somebody because it got too hot or you set a desk on fire, there was a whole process you had to notify and you were subject to fines. And, we all lived in this world, right? So I just think that we have an application here that applies, that works. I don't think it's overly onerous that people produce high-quality devices.
So one difference may be the mode of failure. well, maybe not to get out ahead of you. In the physical world, maybe you have a defect that occurs at a statistically predictable rate, and it will create a curve, and you can monitor and track that curve. Many of you will remember the first internet worms of the early 2000s, where one day the internet was working fine, and the next day someone had let loose a piece of malicious software that had the ability to intrude into a computer through a flaw, and then turn that computer into a new station for replicating itself, and it spread around the world in minutes. And suddenly there were crashed ATMs in London, and that's kind of how we found out those were running Windows 2. So the problem is that there are levels of connectedness that are coming. For instance, the V2V standard, vehicle-to-vehicle communication, that is on some sort of standards and mandated adoption track, where cars will communicate with cars. They will exchange complex data. They will do it without an intermediary. There is no tower in the loop when cars talk to cars. V2V is a national mesh of cars talking to each other and exchanging complex data all the time. So you could think about the failure state of connected ecosystems in the early 2000s, computers talking to computers, and a piece of code that could spread through thousands or millions of cars in a day. That is a very different failure state than we have in the physical world. And it may actually dictate a different type of action.
I want an unlisted car, personally. So, no, I do think that the whole Internet of Things area, the tough piece of that now, and I think you referred to it earlier, is there's so much innovation still going on. It's still in early stage development. So you almost don't know what you need, what's the right points of entry to sort of manage the safety and security of some of these innovations, because they're still being developed. And is it on a device basis or a platform basis? So you can have standards for platforms that these devices are all interconnected with. And you're going to see that innovation is being developed as we speak by a number of big companies that have those platforms. So, you know, are there things that can be done in the interim or steps that can be taken that can be built upon as the devices and the platforms continue to develop?
I'll start on that one. I think that you have a good point there. There's a split of sort of the security expectations between the platforms and the sort of innovative code that people create on top of them.
Right.
Nobody wants to crush or slow down innovation. It comes down to awareness. If someone's in early stage of an innovative product, maybe I have lower security expectations of that product, but I should know what those are, right? I should know it hasn't been through that same level of scrutiny or testing or what have you yet, right? And maybe I'm willing to test it out on a dirt lot, but I'm not willing to take it on the internet, on the interstate, where it will communicate V2V to other cars yet, right? So that's a key point. The other one is that the platform issue is a primary, I think, driver here. Right? If you impose through economic pressure or regulatory pressure a need for these devices to be secure, you create an economic incentive for platform providers to be able to offer that to these small innovative companies so that they don't have to do it for themselves. But that's only going to be a level playing field if there's an agreed upon basic level of security competence or something that these platform providers can point to and say, hey, I provide level 1 or I provide level 2 and it costs more or whatever it is. And in establishing those, we've found good success from the NSA side of having technical committees that are composed of essentially 3 groups: government experts, those people who wish to buy and produce and sell those products, and stakeholders who wish to consume and purchase those products. And that's proven to be kind of a good mix.
Well, thank you. We went over a little bit, but it's a very interesting discussion, and we really appreciate your thoughts and everything you do in this area. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I know, it's true. Yeah. What's that? Yes.
I'll be right back. It won't take me half an hour.
interesting, and considering the other ones being, marginalized by the internet.
Oh, gosh, these chairs are so uncomfortable. I'm dying here, you know?
We have to go on. Thank you. That was great.
No, you guys are asking all the right questions. Really. And wine quality, really good.
Yeah, our winery and vineyard is on the number 2.
Ways to go.
I know there's
Got a few months to go.
Wow, congratulations.
A-list.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I just got the
Nice
note.
job.
Good to have you here.
Yeah. We never really. No, we didn't.
All right.
I gotta go take a call. How was your trip?
That was great. Some of that successful material. It's wonderful. Yeah.
All right. All the time in the gym. Or...
All the time. And then turn it back. That's some great pictures. One message.
I'll be back.
Okay, this is not a very agile space. Okay.
I think that would get a lot of attention. Redirect the assets. This is like the biggest But I mean, it's an interesting way to think about it, is why you take the talent that is here and make it and just service from close to an internet service agency. Great.
Walk around.
Okay.
How are you?
You know, you have an updated one.
I can't see.
I know, that's why
I can't
so
read
Tom,
them.
I don't know if you noticed, Tom asked me to write them out in bigger letters.
I can't see. I mean, I need new glasses, I'm sure.
That's good.
Well,
I like
look at
that.
you. Look at you. You can give
I'll
me
do
that
it for
cheat
you
sheet.
too.
Give
Where
me
are
the
you? Are
cheat
you right
sheet. I'm
here?
right here. I just looked in the book.
No, see,
a special.
It's a special thing. Oh, look at you. You have a special thing. If I can see it, if it's right there, I can read. Okay, I'm fine. It's distance. I got it. And they always go left to right. So
That's
Evan
right.
should be first, right?
Yeah, so Evan, Tom.
Perfect.
I don't have a highlighter, but I
No,
can
I'm
get
good.
you.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm gonna get some tea. Do you want coffee or anything?
I got some.
Okay. So, what I would have loved to have added on to is the RFP strategy. I can create a market and have something that's we'll talk information.
Oh, okay.
But if you have the opportunity, I'm gonna send you.
Maybe we can do it before he gets back.
So there's a lot of action before he gets back. I appreciate your awareness. I know. You're right there.
You've only been here a small amount.
If you had a fat butt like mine, you'd have a butt. You got a skinny little butt.
It's so true.
Yours is as big as mine. You're plenty of cushion.
When I get up and I do a stretch or something, I've been like shifting my body.
All of us
like a
like
cushion.
look, everybody's standing up. It's so good.
I love your dress.
Oh, thank you. And it is one of those dresses that travels.
I love it. I love all the
It
colors.
doesn't wrinkle.
It doesn't wrinkle.
I noticed. But you're looking pretty down.
Always.
UN's in town.
Is it? Oh, the UN. Yes. It is crazy. I am so glad I'm not there.
I was wondering if that's why. No, I know. The 27, the 26.
Say that it was a test.
So that's
Well, test. I think you were there. It doesn't do it sometimes. I wonder if there's other
I'm gonna grab them. Right. It's analog. It's just like
Well, first of all, don't be 5, 6, 8, 200 taxes. The guy going to New York City. That's Obama and the governor was kind of don't get on the cell phone. Cash for a one-way ticket.
Yeah. Out of any airport with somebody on the run. Yeah, he was. Yeah, sometimes it's better when
Yeah, I know.
we're naive.
they know where. Let's get a couple of those questions.
No, no.
That's okay, we don't need his questions at this point, we've got enough of our own.
We have a lot of them. I'm gonna get a. Hey, no, he's got a 15-minute call, he said.
Have those two things, it really almost doesn't matter.
He's like, all over the place. Everybody has.
I'll wander over here, yeah.
And he's just making us.
Your stuff is right. Just let it go. All right, let's.
Can we ask everybody to take their seats, please, so we can get into the third panel?
Third and final.
Final.
Feel free. No, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay, I was happy sharing. I was happy sharing.
Okay, if we could have, everyone could take their seats, please. We lost one of our commissioners. I don't know who that is. Maggie. All right, okay. Get your tea and come on back. Hey, Pat. That's right, exactly. Well, Tom's on a call, so I'm going to. Tom, the chair has an urgent call he had to take, so I'll kick off this panel. I'm sure he'll join us. Our third panel is Embracing Innovation in Government and Preparing for the Future. I think this should be an exciting topic, and we have four great gentlemen with us this afternoon. So if you don't mind, I'll turn it over to Evan. Could you start, please, and lead off this panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Palmisano, distinguished members of the Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. I'll keep my remarks this afternoon brief and defer the details to my prepared statement in your record. As I hope our discussion this afternoon will highlight, there are ways to move fast in government, solve hard technical problems, and deliver meaningful change quickly. The background we will discuss today will be on the U.S. Digital Service, which hopefully will provide useful lessons and examples for your deliberations. On August 11th, 2014, the President directed his administration to create the U.S. Digital Service, or USDS. This continued work the President and his administration had already done to support innovation and technology transformation, including creating 3 new high-level positions in the White House: the U.S. Chief Information Officer, the U.S. Chief Technology Officer, and the Chief Data Scientist. Over the past 2 years, more than 170 engineers, designers, data scientists, and product managers have answered the President's call and signed up for a tour of duty with USDS. I was one of those engineers that dropped everything, moved across the country, and joined up. This team has delivered more than 20 projects and initiatives, including making it easier for veterans to access healthcare, helping students, parents, and families make more informed decisions about college selection through the college scorecard, strengthening information security at the Department of Defense. The Defense Digital Service Team, as we heard in the last panel, launched a program called Hack the Pentagon, the first bug bounty program in the history of the federal government to strengthen the security of DoD's digital assets. More than 1,400 outside researchers participated, and more than 250 submitted at least one vulnerability report, with reports going to a team for remediation in near real time. The U.S. Digital Service was created based on a simple theory of change: bring top technical talent into public service and deploy small, empowered teams that partner with career civil servants and agency leadership to solve high-priority problems. USDS is organized as a federated set of connected but autonomous agency teams that work hand-in-hand with agency senior leadership. The concept of operations is best illustrated through the USDS core values. Number 1, hire and empower great people. Number 2, go where the work is. Number 3, find the truth and tell the truth. Number 4, design with users, not for them. Number 5, optimize for results, not optics. And number 6, create momentum. Together, these values define a culture of delivery. That is, change is accomplished by focusing first on results that improve the lives of citizens and customers. This model has been successful in improving citizen-facing services, a challenge that has several parallels to the problem of improving federal cybersecurity. I share the following few thoughts as an implementer who has worked on U.S. digital service delivery teams, and from a policy perspective, in my current role in the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Cybersecurity, as we know, has an inherently technical basis, and we won't, as a government, have a full understanding of the issues we face or the available solutions unless we bring technical experience and understanding to our most senior discussions. We have observed time and time again how organizations cannot manage their way out of bad technical architectures. We need technologists at the table. One way in which USDS seeks to address this problem is by ensuring that position descriptions for job openings, even for senior roles, require a certain level of technical and operational experience. There may be an opportunity to increase the rate at which this transformation is happening. The USDS model of bringing technical talent to do tours of duty in federal government may also be a helpful tool in tackling important cybersecurity challenges. A few key features of the USDS model are the opportunity to work directly with senior agency leadership on critically important problems, the mandate to make difficult decisions that may challenge the status quo, and the autonomy to build and maintain a unique culture with leadership that is technical and has private sector operational experience. These can be difficult requirements to realize, but they have proven important components of success. In addition to the engagement model and organizational structure, our work on projects has also surfaced experiences that may be helpful data points for the Commission. First, many policies and processes designed with good intentions to improve cybersecurity in past years do not necessarily achieve the envisioned security outcomes. For example, rules put in place to strengthen the process of obtaining an authority to operate, or ATO, can sometimes lead to inconsistent security outcomes, long review timelines, and significant of duplication and effort across and even within agencies. Another example is federal guidance to departments and agencies on trusted internet connections, a policy that was originally put in place before the wide adoption of cloud and mobile technologies, and that could be modernized to support new, more secure tools. As we consider a more agile federal policy framework for cybersecurity, our experiences suggest that policy for cybersecurity should be tied to measurable results, where possible, and designed with evolution built in or sunset as technology matures. Second, our work has illustrated how difficult it is for a highly federated system to consistently implement a large number of complex changes quickly. Consolidation of critical common federal services and platforms, such as email and productivity applications, will help provide the visibility and control necessary to provision the federal government for a more automated world of advanced machine learning and artificial intelligence and defend against the next generation of threats. A small team responsible for all federal cybersecurity oversight that can deliver memos but not services is a difficult way to ensure consistent outcomes across the federal government. The USDS has shown us one model for change and innovation and also demonstrated an important point. How change can be achieved could be just as important as the question of what needs to be changed in an organization as large and complex as the federal government. There is no simple answer, but empowering those who are close to the problem and understand the technology will get you a long ways. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Evan, thank you so much. Eric, could you please present? I'd rather say that versus testify.
Thank you for inviting me. So my name's Eric Mill. I'm from the General Services Administration, where I work for the Technology Transformation Service, which is a relatively new bureaucratic entity that houses 18F, the Presidential Innovation Fellows, and the Office of Products and Programs, which has a number of other important technology programs in the federal government. My opinions here don't represent necessarily the entirety of GSA, but I want to share some suggestions from my work in the federal government. So I work as a policy advisor to GSA's technology branch, and I've worked as an engineer for a couple of years in 18F's team. I've been working on the web for, in some form or another, for about 20 years. And more recently, over the last few years, I've gotten into a lot of information security policy and practice. So 18F has a deep investment in the cloud and hosts applications in the cloud for us and for other agencies. We are hiring information security practitioners and trying to do that in the right way. We are working on standing up a bug bounty and a vulnerability disclosure program. We've put in a special amount of effort on HTTPS and TLS encryption, and have really tried to help make the US government's public web surface secure and encrypted by default. So I want to talk about just a few areas, and I'm actually going to try to get a little bit more detailed than in my written statement, and happy to field questions. So I'll try to get through these three things fairly quickly. But the three things I want to talk about, one is actually elevating technologists. So a lot has been said about hiring practitioners in the federal government. A fantastic idea. I'm one of them, a fairly recent addition to government, about 2.5 years ago. But hiring technologists and hiring security practitioners is not enough. They need to be elevated in an organization. So they need to be given autonomy, but they also really need to be involved in the strategy of the agency and the policy of the agency in a way that's not often contemplated. So agencies are very accustomed to relying on their legal staff, as an example, for more than just really straightforward, minute legal analysis. Right? The legal offices for agencies are brought into the strategy and policy efforts of that agency. And that is not always the case, and perhaps I think not often the case in the federal government. But you do get much more valuable and sometimes radically different results when you do. That these technologists, when they're in the government, they also need to be given the autonomy to set direction for the agency from a technical level, and not necessarily be weighed down with supervisory responsibilities. And so you do want your supervisors to have these technical abilities, but you also want to make sure that your senior practitioners who are given the authority to direct the posture of your agency, of your office, are there, that's their job, that their job is to do that work directly. And this is not something that comes naturally to a lot of agency org charts. So I really think that in the commission's work, encouraging those sorts of changes to support strong technologists in the federal government would be a positive. We have tried to do that with the information security positions that we're hiring at 18F. It's also very important to disintermediate, to the greatest extent possible, the technology ground truth, the information security ground truth as experienced by practitioners in the field, and their experience in the federal community and the broader technology community, to disintermediate their interactions with policy and oversight bodies. This also does not come very naturally to the federal government. And this includes legislative interaction. Right? You shouldn't always just have the only direct interactions between technical practitioners and valued legislative oversight staff happen through back channels. That should be something that happens in a regular, safe way. I want to talk a little bit about information sharing. This is information sharing, broadly speaking, especially around security, not something that the federal government, not something that comes really naturally across agencies. And in particular, I want to talk about the value of public information sharing of security relevant policies, documentation, software. And this is especially important because there is no better way to disseminate information throughout the federal government, throughout all of its agencies, and not just to its formally designated executives, but to its staff, then publication, then full public release. And this is, you can't, it takes more than a kind of command and control dissemination of information to actually reach the people and agencies who you're trying to affect. So if you want to affect government-wide change, you have to release that work. And this is, though the private sector is not always, fully open, and they have a lot of IP and competitive concerns, you do very much see the private sector sharing best practices, sharing security failures, security processes, through conferences, through blog posts, through direct community interaction. That is the lifeblood of how the technical and security community in the private sector spreads best practices as quickly as possible. It's not just through emails and phone calls. And that's, again, something that needs to change in the federal government. So the last thing I want to talk about is avoiding unnecessary centralization and avoiding a focus on the perimeter. So there is a tremendous pressure in the federal government to focus on centralizing computing resources, centralizing networks, and to rely on the idea of a trusted network. And this is really in stark conflict with modern technology and security trends. At the most basic level, everybody is moving to the cloud, and for lots of really good reasons. And when I say moving to the cloud, what I mean by that is using computing resources that are not in the direct control of the agency. That's all the cloud is, somebody else's computers. There are lots of other benefits that come with the cloud as it's traditionally practiced, so just commoditizing resources and making it easy to virtualize things. But fundamentally, it's about moving computing and information into spaces not controlled by the agency. That creates immense conflicts with policies and practices that have information flowing through central points. At a more basic level, privilege separation is a fundamental aspect of how security is evolving in the modern world, to create systems, to assume compromise and to assume potential occasional compromise, and to make it so that compromising any one element doesn't unnecessarily compromise your entire enterprise. And when an example of that is focusing on limiting entry and exit points for networks, which places unrealistic security expectations on the nodes that govern entry and exit to that network. So my statement to the commission is to focus on removing policy pressures and removing the pressures that push agencies to unnecessarily centralize their infrastructure and to rely on logical controls rather than physical controls. Logical controls being software rather than physical separation to the greatest extent possible. And fundamentally, and this is one thing that the commission can really bring, is to ignore sunk cost fallacy of the immense amount of resources that have been put into some practices that it's really where the broader world is moving away from. And things like DNSSEC are another good example of that, along with centralizing networks, just things that they've had immense amounts of energy put into them, but sort of need some outside influence. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to take more questions.
Thank you very much. Tom?
Good afternoon. So I'm probably a little bit of the odd person out here. I'm from the Cyber Threat Intelligence Integration Center. I'm speaking to you informed by a federal career of about 31 years. And I come to this conversation with a threat and a targeting perspective of an engineer and an intelligence officer. I also spent 4 years at the White House working with, among other people, Mr. Donnellan, working on the National Security Council staff, and participated in the cyberspace policy review. So there's a lot of this conversation I think I've heard before. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. There are some good ideas that are worth bringing up, but I wish you luck in finding a breakthrough. I am speaking from my personal views. I'm not representing any particular organization. My premise, I have two simple premises in this conversation. Number one, that the question before you should not just be how do we secure networks, but it should also include how do we manage risk in business processes. Because in my observation, most of the truly catastrophic failures have been at root cause failures of business organization and business process. I will also say that from a targeting point of view, that when I'm looking at something, that's where I start. I do not start with technical flaws. I start with organizational flaws. For a nation state, there is no economic calculation. It's a national security calculation. And so we need to look at this, and I think there's two different problem sets here that need to be considered, which is there's the consumer problem, but there's a national problem, and it's a very, very different problem with very different calculations. Looking at the federal government in particular, I would note that we are essentially trying to secure industrial age business processes in environments of concentration and global connectivity that have essentially increased risk by about 9 orders of magnitude, in my view. This is not a matter of semantics, as this really shifts responsibility from just the engineers to include the business process owners who must be accountable for the choices they made. And I can think of some specific instances where very much business process choices were made that had very much personal effects on me as an intelligence officer. I've gotten those letters along with 22 million other people. And it also influences the question that you're trying to address of who is in charge. I would also note that, not only do nation states, when they look at organizations and they don't depend on flaws. Indeed, eliminating flaws is, I would describe as a condition that is essential, but not sufficient. And I'd just like to give you one simple example of the devices that you talk in cars. I would not go after the car. I would go after the car dealer. I don't think I need to describe that any further. We must redesign our business processes to take into account well-established security principles that have been understood, certainly in some parts of the financial sector, for literally thousands of years. And I'm happy to explore that issue of thousands of years ago, but in a sense, as of about 25 years ago, we essentially walked away from those principles as we applied the internet. And this issue that Eric has raised about centralization and decentralization is not answered by those principles. And in fact, I think one of the principles you have to look at is how can you shift risk from someplace where it cannot be managed to someplace where it can be managed, and then examine the new risks that you've taken on board in the process of doing so and mitigating those risks and asking yourself the question at the end, has your business process better now? Have you mitigated the totality of your risk? And have you in fact made progress? So, I would submit that by doing so, you can essentially narrow the problem that is purely the technical cybersecurity risk, because I would submit that this notion of perfecting the infinite complexity of all software is not going to get you, assuming you even get there, it still doesn't solve your problem, and fundamentally, you need to look back at the business process. So what is the way ahead? My second idea is that our research and development in the federal government has always been essentially stapling a lot of interesting ideas together and then filing it under various categories in what is purported to be a strategy. And that what we in fact need is a unified purpose that the different elements must come together to in fact work on helping solve the problem, at least for the federal government. And perhaps that would have some use to the private sector. But my experience at the White House also goes back, along with Mr. Trubinsky, to the Comprehensive National Cybersecurity Initiative. We have spoken to this issue previously, and I would say we have not succeeded. I would also note, building on a point that Eric made, that we are heavily burdened by legacy investments in technology, legacy investments in business processes, and so on and so forth. But you know what? We're going to spend money changing that anyways. So the question is there a smart way forward that as we go forward, we will incrementally move into a smarter and smarter space? In other words, we need a roadmap for how we will move from current place to a much better place and allow ourselves the time to do that and to make the investments. But first, we need to have that underlying risk philosophy that will guide the decisions that we will make going through that process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark, welcome, and please.
Thank you.
Share your thoughts.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Palmisano and all the esteemed members of the Commission. My name is Mark Ryland. work for Amazon Web Services. I'm the chief technologist in the public sector business. And I want to thank you for giving me and our company the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. And really, the theme is about embracing IT innovation in government in order to gain many of the benefits that we've been talking about with cybersecurity. I want to make clear that although I'm going to use Amazon examples, AWS is a leader in this industry, I'm really talking about an industry shift, a paradigm shift in terms of how IT services are procured and utilized. It's much broader than our company, but it does represent, I believe, the next large kind of phase shift in IT. And also the theme of automation, which has been here very present throughout this afternoon, is a big theme about what I'll call true cloud. So one of the issues you have to face is that the industry has this phenomenon called cloud washing, which is you take an existing product you have and you just put the word cloud on it because it helps sell. But what I'm talking about are these large-scale, highly automated systems that are so large in scale that they must be automated. You cannot manage and run a system at the scale that the large-scale providers, such as our company, Microsoft and others, run at unless you build it from the beginning as a highly automated environment. So really starting 10 years ago, AWS began offering access to our cloud-based infrastructure based on our expertise in highly skilled infrastructure and service-oriented architectures. Now, a decade later, a vast range of organizations from the small startups to large enterprises and, of course, government agencies have taken advantage of this flexible, secure, powerful, and highly efficient way of accessing IT resources. Before the cloud, business and government agencies spent a lot of time and money managing their own data centers and co-location facilities, which meant time not spent on their core organizational missions, providing products and services and of course, customer or citizen services to customers and citizens. With the cloud, organizations like government agencies can now function more like startups that move at the speed of ideas without upfront costs or worrying about unknown future capacity needs. Today, AWS has more than 1 million active customers in 190 countries, including thousands of government agencies, educational institutions, and so forth. And then every kind of industry you can imagine, companies like Shell Oil, BP, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Merck, Bristol-Myers Squibb. These are highly regulated industries making very dramatic and major shifts towards cloud infrastructure. Of course, it's fun to just look around this table, and I recognize a lot of partners around the table. So, for example, CloudStrike is an AWS partner and customer. And digital services agencies working so effectively to modernize IT in the government are also very strong users and advocates of cloud technology, and we're very happy to have them as customers as well. And in my written testimony, I provide some further examples there. In the beginning, there was a certain degree of reluctance to trust these large-scale, utility-style, what are called public cloud. So I call that the worst name ever in the history of the industry because, of course, there's no business unless everything customers do in these environments is completely isolated and private. But we'll call them commercial clouds. And this was understandable considering that anytime a powerful new abstraction appears in the IT industry, it takes time for users to understand and become comfortable with it. 50 years ago, compilers were considered kind of scary. Think about it. There's code generating the actual code, and you never see that you don't understand the output. That's kind of scary when you've been writing assembler for years. Even 10 years ago, virtualization was considered very scary and potentially dangerous. And so it's natural that if something's new and it's not well understood, there's a certain reluctance around that. But as customers and IT professionals have learned about these modern large-scale cloud technologies, the initial concerns have turned around completely. Now there's a growing realization that commercial cloud service providers offer fundamental security benefits over traditional IT infrastructure. As U.S. Federal CIO Tony Scott has stated, quote, "I see the big cloud providers in the same way I see a bank. They have the incentives, they have the skills and the abilities, and they have the motivation to do a much better job of security than any one company or any one organization can probably do. I think today the better bet is to get to the cloud as quick as you can because you're guaranteed almost to have better security than you will in any private thing that you may do." So in my written testimony, I provide kind of a summary, like 7 reasons why the cloud is more secure. I'll skip a few of those and really focus on just a handful. One thing is economies of scale. Economies of scale really apply to this issue of security and security through automation. The large-scale providers can hire the best in the industry, give them some of the toughest challenges, and yet at the same time, if you measure the number of security professionals at the ratio of the number of people versus the number of servers under management, it's a really, really good ratio. It's really efficient because the amount of infrastructure that they're managing and building tools for is vast. The next point is that, let's be clear, it's not a panacea. Cloud doesn't solve all problems, but what it does is it shrinks the surface area that security professionals need to be concerned about, from everything from the stack, from the concrete up to the application, to a much smaller surface area, which essentially is application security, and to some extent operating system security, although if you use certain types of services, that's taken care of for you. So the customer still has to do a really good job with their responsibilities, but those responsibilities are narrower, and that's a real benefit. It's a real win across the industry. The other couple final points of my list, we talk about this as using the cloud to secure the cloud. The cloud provides the analytics and the data processing and storage capabilities that allow you to actually process the logs that you may be accumulating today and not even looking at. And so one of the kind of mild ironies of this space is some of the top security companies in the industry now run in the cloud, and yet they're securing infrastructure on-prem that some of their customers are reluctant to actually go to the cloud with. So companies like CrowdStrike, companies like Splunk, many others, FireEye, they all run in the AWS cloud, but some of the tooling and the agents and so forth and their sensors are running on-prem. So it's an interesting shift to actually the security industry sort of a leading edge in many respects with this major transition. So in short, commercial cloud and the accompanying automation and agility that they provide is really an opportunity to enhance system security and privacy. As a former senior government official said recently, I was present at a meeting on cybersecurity threats at the American Enterprise Institute. He said, very interesting, someone asked him, it seems hopeless, what do we do? And his answer was, cloud gives us a mulligan, a chance to do it over again, do it right. So in sum, we believe the evidence fully supports the proposition that security should no longer be seen as a barrier to cloud adoption, but really should be seen as an argument in favor of that. And that's why, I think this has come up before in the Commission's discussions, the very interesting example of the C2S region, which is a special region that we built for the intelligence community. And again, there were many reasons for that very innovative decision. Perhaps most importantly, the customer had the vision to say, what does industry do when they want the most powerful, agile and cheap and capable analytic capabilities? And we want one of those. So they put out a contract that said, build us one of those. So it was very insightful and visioned by the customer. But there's been a number of other benefits that have come, including a lot of security benefits, which is something that could be discussed. I'll skip some other customer testimonials, but again, you find that a very common theme is that once people get into the cloud, they'll say, this is more secure than my own physical and on-premises environments. So in terms of recommendations, we applaud the administration's emphasis on cybersecurity with a specific focus on securing federal networks and planning for building security into emerging technologies such as IoT. We would recommend, first of all, the Cloud First policy should continue to serve as the foundation for improving federal government cybersecurity posture. Some additional things that can be done. We can, to fully realize the goals of the President's Cybersecurity National Action Plans, CNAP, first, the Commission could recognize that the most important step forward in the effort to secure government communications networks and IT systems per CNAP is through effective and lasting technology modernization. Again, another big theme of the Commission's today in the testimony has been modernization as a theme. And I would note in that regard that the advent of, which I haven't heard today, but it's probably come up before, the advent of DevOps as a new way of developing and deploying applications is a very relevant and highly important technical change that's going on in the industry, which reflects the themes of the Commission and the panelists today. If you talk to someone like Mark Schwartz, who's the CIO of the Immigration and Citizenship Services and part of the Department of Homeland Security, what he'll tell you is his security and compliance officials are part of the daily stand-up meetings of his agile development teams. And the code that they run to check for security flaws or issues in the code is part of the DevOps pipeline. So before the code is ever deployed, and they're deploying code on a daily basis, just like a startup would, all that code is being run fully through a very strong security vetting process. And of course, if any flaws are discovered, they can be remedied essentially instantaneously. Things like advanced persistent threats don't exist in these DevOps worlds because the code's being replaced constantly as part of the normal way that applications are deployed and built and managed. So that's a really important theme I think that the Commission should be aware of. As Tony Scott noted recently in a quote just from last week, he said, the federal government must stop using a, quote, bubble wrap approach, putting fragile security layers around inherently insecure legacy systems. In the private sector, IT modernization is happening because businesses of all sizes and across all sectors of the economy are moving their applications and workloads into commercial cloud, yet policy, regulatory procurement, and cultural blockers, frankly, a lot of it cultural, will still remain to prevent a lot of the movement of federal workloads to the cloud. Second recommendation is further emphasis on FITARA. FITARA is designed to empower the agency chief information officers to have procurement resources to modernize IT systems, and do that as quickly as possible. And additionally, the Commission should review and perhaps support the passage of the recently introduced Modernizing Government Technology, MGT Act, which was approved by the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee last week. The MGT Act provides a mandate for IT modernization through commercial cloud adoption and the replacement and retirement of outdated legacy systems that are vulnerable. Third recommendation, of course, importance of FedRAMP. We've talked a lot about labeling and certification, and I think the federal government has actually done a really good job on this particular topic, which is there's plenty of standards in this area. NIST 800-53 is widely recognized around the world as a really good security standard baseline. Question is, does someone actually implement that properly? And FedRAMP, through the use of third-party auditing organizations and diving very, very deep into the participants, into their code, into their business processes, peeking behind every curtain, that's their job, and generating thousands of pages of evidence and documentation, they actually prove to interested consumers that these large-scale providers, cloud providers, have actually doing what they say they do. And now with the FedRAMP High baseline, we're able to host even things that are considered FISMA High, very sensitive data. So there's a lot going on in that space that's worth recognizing as an achievement and perhaps doubling down on. Thank you for holding this meeting today and for inviting us to participate. I look forward to discussing these critical issues with you and the other panelists. Thank you.
Mark, thank you so much for your thoughtful comments. Kirsten, I'm going to turn to you first because one of the commissioners has submitted some questions. He couldn't be with us today, so I'll turn it over to our director, and then we'll go to the panel.
Thanks, Sam. This is on behalf of Keith Alexander with some other comments that have been made. It's a broad question that actually ties in the three panels that we've had today, which looks at R&D. As you might be aware, one of the key missions of this commission is to look at R&D efforts. And so when we're talking about innovation, one of the questions, and Tom referenced this in the previous panel, how do you incorporate innovation into an R&D effort that both that balances what the industry is doing with the private sector? And I'll ask a couple of these all together, and then you can kind of pick and choose which parts you want to answer, because I think that they feed into each other. You've referenced a lot of efforts and initiatives that are in the current plan, some other, and I know particularly Mark in your statement, other key efforts that you would recommend we enforce. What are the key elements that we've missed in the CNCI and other efforts? Why have those failed? And why are we in a position now where we're still recommending some of those elements? And then finally, we talk about R&D, we talk about innovation, and in all 5 of our meetings, we've not once heard, and that might be too extreme, but I think it's actually pretty accurate, we haven't heard anything about mobile security. And we haven't heard anything about mobile devices and what the government is doing to look at this next frontier of attack. We look at, in the previous panel and some of the innovation discussions that you've talked about, when you look at the Pegasus attack on iOS, we're not looking at all at that from a government perspective. And when we are examining how do we stay ahead of the curve, that would seem to be one of the key elements that we need to be looking at. So that's kind of your buffet of ideas, and you get to choose which ones you want to address.
Eric, would you like to start, since you like to be involved in strategy, be left alone with modest supervision? Maybe you'd give us some insights from your point of view.
Okay. Well, so mobile security is, so I'm going to speak less from the point of view of, agencies funding improvements in infrastructure and things like that, and a little bit more from how I've seen mobile agencies, when they try to work with mobile and try to support mobile, how they view it. And I would say currently the unfortunate answer is that it is largely compliance and checkbox driven, more than it is an analysis of threats unique to mobile security, or a deep understanding of what some of the privacy and security considerations are. And I don't think there's any one single answer for why that is, but the lack of in-house software engineers that that can build these apps directly and have some political clout within an agency to help set the direction for applications is pretty significant. You know, if you're outsourcing the development of an application to a third party, you know, that third party doesn't necessarily have the same clout as somebody inside the agency to say like, well, you know, I know this particular federal document says this, but in our situation, that's not really a good idea, or that's not the most important thing for us to do, or we really need to focus our resources on this. That's not really a dialogue that can happen as easily with outsourced components as they can internally. So I would say that's one aspect of it.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to comment?
In terms of mobile, I think I want to make the point that different agencies have different risks and need the flexibility to treat them differently. And so my government mobile device is pretty severely locked down, but it's also what I would call cauterized in the sense that there's only one element of risk that we're truly concerned about, which is the email, and that's been further containerized within the mobile device and then managed in a centralized way at the enterprise level. So it's just not the thing that's keeping me awake at night, so sorry for not bringing it up. I would also note that, you know, as we look at these issues, that the cloud doesn't necessarily equate to the internet. In fact, we host his cloud on our infrastructure, on our premises. Right. And so, again, we have a very different risk model.
Although it is a shared network in a multi-tenanted environment, which is kind of a unique thing.
But it's our place. And it gets to the issue that part of this conversation is very concentrated on internet-based risk. There are other risks to be considered. And so as you do concentration, that you have to consider one of the classic security principles of separation of roles and capabilities. And so we cannot have a very small number of people running a cloud who have total access to all the information on that cloud. That you've now just created my target. Indeed, the control system of that cloud is now my target. And I will adopt your cloud, thank you. And so I think as we go down these pathways, we just need to be mindful that these are not single point solutions. These are tools that we can make brilliant use of, but we need to adapt it to the entire business risk that we're taking and understand that some of us have different risks than others.
Go ahead.
Sure. So first on the question regarding innovation, I would first point the Commission to a recently released report on the cybersecurity R&D plan. It is an updated version that lays out a roadmap for R&D research specific to cybersecurity. The second point I'd make is about how to think about integrating innovation into the policymaking process. The administration has focused on ensuring that it has the appropriate processes and tools for tech policymaking, including by creating a group within the White House that includes the policymaking councils and then embedding tech leadership directly in them. One of those entities is called the Tech Policy Task Force, and it recently helped support the federal open source, federal source code policy, as well as an initiative around artificial intelligence. And so those are two concrete ways in which real innovation is being integrated directly into the policymaking process through the right form of convening. On the mobile security question, I would bring to the attention to the Commission the challenges of multi-factor authentication and mobile devices. One of the means of credentialing across the federal government is a PIV card or an HSPD-12 form factor, and plugging a PIV card into your iPhone is a difficult thing to do. There's some great work going on around what's called derived credentials that NIST has been a lead on, looking at how do we take a identity management process with a secure root of trust and propagate that into the mobile ecosystem. That work is still relatively new, but it's an important component in ensuring an overall strategy that manages risk appropriately in the use of mobile devices across the federal government. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments on those questions. On the sort of in reverse order, mobile security, what I think is interesting there, and this goes to, I think, one of Eric's comments about network security, is that when people start building mobile applications, they begin to think about security and not in terms of network perimeters, because essentially the phone's got to reach an endpoint somehow over the internet. And that's actually a really healthy thing. I think what we've seen is customers that begin to focus on mobile apps also will begin to think more broadly about API endpoints and basically building defense in depth in such a way that you really don't care if a packet can be delivered to that endpoint or not. That's sort of irrelevant. You can deliver a packet to the S3 Amazon Simple Storage Service endpoint from anywhere in the world, but that doesn't mean that you get access to what's inside the storage system. Similarly, the thing we worked on with GSA actually on what's called the TIC overlay project, which is trying to show how we could meet the requirements of the TIC, the Trusted Internet Connection compliance standard, using the cloud technology. The cloud has this massive capacity and the ability to reach huge numbers of customers, but if you have to funnel all that data back through a special device, on the government premises, it really defeats a lot of the value and the purpose. And we were able to show that when we look at both the FedRAMP requirements and the TIC requirements, we could really not only check the boxes, but the cybersecurity engineers involved in that project felt good that this was actually a well-designed and well-architected security system for building mobile apps and web apps that were directly reachable by government employees using government systems over the internet. So I think there's a healthy development that comes with a focus on mobile. In terms of the first point on innovation, I think that the work the digital services teams are doing, 18F, the DoD digital service, which has just started up recently, the Hacking the Pentagon project, which I think was mentioned earlier, is a result of the new DoD digital service, which is doing some very innovative things there. And what you find is when you insert those technologists with the latest innovative ideas from outside into government environments, you really see an explosion of really powerful new capabilities, and with security very much at the forefront of the design principles. And I think that encouraging more of that and recognizing that you sometimes get pushback from traditional vendors who supply the government because this is upsetting their business model or whatever, I really think you've got to push through that and really get the government onto these more innovative approaches.
Thank you. Maggie, you want to start? And we'll go from Maggie and work our way around the table from the commissioner's point of view.
Thanks, Sam. And thank you all for your comments. I know this panel is about really embracing innovation, right? And what we should think about for the future. And if you think of the context of the different trends that you all sort of highlighted, things like hiring great people that would deliver results, that our current technology today, which is legacy-oriented and centralized, the way it's built and the policies associated with it are really last year's trends, not where we're headed. That cloud is one of the answers because of the economies of scale, the security that's built in, the footprint, et cetera. And that business processes and practices and organization is where we can get into trouble the fastest. So based upon the context of that, for our recommendations, what are the 2 or 3 things that we should focus on in recommendations in this area that could really help move the ball down the court?
I'll just go back to what I said earlier, which is I think that the current R&D, current research and development lacks critical mass, and it's not self-reinforcing, and so it's too dispersed, and therefore it ultimately has no effect. It gets to the tech transfer problem that was raised earlier, is because the research was done outside the context in the environment that it's ultimately going to have to work. And so,
do you think it should be decentralized from an R&D perspective to the environments?
No, I'm saying that it needs to be organized toward a comprehensive goal.
Okay. So one goal, and then the resources underneath.
And the question is, do you have all the pieces in place to make a comprehensive solution? Do you have a gap in your research program because you're going to have all these bright ideas, but none of them will work unless you got a widget thingy over here, and you didn't invest in the widget thingy. So so it's all a fail. It has to take into account that this is where we are now, this is where we're going, and so it has to. That tech transfer only works if you build it into the R&D program up front.
I might think about your question along 2 lines. One, which is, how do you get the people who do the innovation into the organizations that need it.
Right.
And that's one part of the problem. And then the second part of the problem is how do you empower them and break down the barriers that are in front of them to do the work that's necessary. And I touched on a few ideas in the first point in my comments around perhaps there's a way to bring talent that may not necessarily have joined the federal government into solving some high priority cybersecurity problems. I understand the Commission has talked at length about the recruiting problem in general, so there's probably some great ideas there. And then the second piece of that is how do we overcome the barriers to those innovative folks getting things done? And there are kind of maybe two ways to think about that in the context of the government space in which they need to operate. The first is making sure that they have the right empowerment to be able to make difficult decisions. And so finding the way to take those innovation leaders and give them the ability to make important decisions. And then the second piece is sometimes it's not the leader in their organization that is causing the challenge, it's actually the policy that's blocking them. And so how do we find a way to make sure that in a government-wide sense that we're making good decisions about the policies that are on the books and thinking about how do we make sure that those policies evolve in the right way, and we're picking new policies that make a lot of sense. So, and I touched on a few ideas in my remarks, one which is thinking about the ATO process, which digital service teams have run into challenges with in a variety of different aspects. And then the second one was on trusted internet connections, which is one policy wherein it governs how applications connect to the internet. So there's certain policies that may, with some hard work, be able to make a huge difference in our ability to drive innovation. Thank you.
Eric?
So I guess a couple of things that are tried to be specific here for recommendations. So one is that there's been a lot of recent activity over the last couple of years to really push for more sharing and release of source code in the government. That's become something, you've seen White House attention from it recently. You've seen there are now, almost every agency has some sort of open source presence in some form, even if that hasn't necessarily, been the result of an agency-wide policy or decision. But there is an immense amount of work and mindset changing needed to go there. So right now there still is no mandate or pressure really in the federal government to release source code that's developed specifically for the government as publicly, as open source. So that that doesn't necessarily mean that every single piece of software that gets written for the government is broadly, generically reusable, will organically have people donating amounts of their time. That's not what that's about. What it's about is making sure that value that's created by the government is reusable to the broadest extent possible, at least in the federal context, which requires open source and public sharing. And fundamentally, that agencies are asked to challenge their assumptions and create the processes that are necessary to be able to talk and release security-relevant artifacts publicly. And the second part, and to build on Mr. Ryland's comments, to really push the government to focus on things like overlays and reference architectures and things that aren't things that are descriptions of how to do something, right? So and not necessarily all get on board on this one exact system. I actually want to add one more thing, which is there's something very crucial to I think how the private sector currently today, at least in the last few years, approaches information security, and something that is really key in the federal government, which is the idea of the blameless postmortem. So it's very important when a security incident happens that people feel safe reporting it. So that means things at a few different levels. It means that internally, staff need to feel comfortable reporting it to whoever their relevant official or boss or system owner is. They need to just come forward and feel like they're not going to be punished for it. More broadly, agencies need to feel like they are not going to be punished for discussing security incidents that have happened. In fact, it's vital that they share these things as widely and as soon as possible. Right? We shouldn't be learning about the details of how an attack was made on a federal agency a year after the fact. right? That should be quickly disseminated through the federal community so that we can all have a chance to react. And right now, that requires some changes in agencies, and it requires some changes. It requires some recommendations to oversight bodies as well to make sure that they're willing to support that kind of a relationship.
Although I would note that sometimes it takes a year to figure it out.
Of course.
Indeed, it takes a year to figure out that the problem you thought was solved is in fact not solved.
I'll just touch, at the risk of repeating myself, I think, the commission focuses on IT modernization, the use of, commercial best practices, things like DevOps, things like cloud. These all are going to move the government away from the legacy systems. I don't know if there's something that more practical that can be done in terms of incentivizing government officials to begin to shut down some of those legacy systems. I mean, that's something you could, I guess, consider. But I think that's really going to be key is that, I think the figure is something like 85 or 90% of all IT spending is all about keeping the lights on in the government with existing systems, and that's just painful. It's really large numbers of dollars, very little of it spent on modernizing or changing or new things. And anything that the commission can do to, change that, help change that balance in the name of security, it's a huge security win, so.
I'd add to that you have to look very carefully, though, at some agencies who have statutory requirements as to how they do things, and so there's some obstacles built into there, and I'm thinking of Social Security Administration, perhaps the IRS, and other agencies, the Census Bureau, agencies that are handling national statistical information have very severe legislative requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, and then we'll go to Pat.
I think I can be brief. Let me, this is directed to Mark Ryland. Let me just agree that it would be wonderful if federal agencies moved to the cloud in a big way. But
we need a legal perspective when two competitors collaborate.
Right.
On this topic, yes.
But to be more serious about it.
Seattle-based.
To be more serious about it, as I'm sure you're more aware than I am, it can be a challenge for enterprises to take a mission dependence on a sole source supplier of a service like cloud services. And so what would you advise if there's an agency director that's expressing that kind of reluctance? What is your response or advice for that director?
Well, first of all, there's a great deal, as you know, of semantic similarity between these modern cloud platforms. They all have a similar virtual machine service, a similar object storage service, database services. They're actually, even portability between one to another, even if you write completely to the native APIs, is quite easy compared to traditional, to sort of the old world of IT. Now, in addition to that, you can make business judgments about, just what is the cost and the risk of either optimizing for a particular provider versus doing something more generically. Things like Docker provide a really nice way to genericize virtual machine access, and you see all the major providers providing access to Docker containers and ways of automating that, so that's a nice way of kind of abstracting out some things there. But really the bulk of your code is still, it's not cloud code. It's, it's a J2EE app or it's a new Python app. Whatever you're writing is not writing, the DevOps part of your deployment and that tends to be more cloud specific, but the bulk, 90% I would say of the application code is not specific to a particular cloud provider. So I think if you both, make a balanced judgment, a business judgment, a value judgment about, hey, if this one provider provides this really optimized service and it's going to save me a ton of money, I will write specifically to that API, knowing that, I may have to port it somewhere else someday. But in other areas, you may make a decision, look, I'm going to use more generic things or build layers. We have customers that do all their dev and test in the cloud and deploy on-prem, and so they write software layers that abstract out the differences between the AWS cloud and their physical, or say, VMware infrastructure. We have a lot of customers doing that. You probably do too. So software can solve these problems, and again, I think it's just a business judgment. But the good news is everybody's using, HTTPS, TLS, everybody's using JSON, everybody's using, it's all, the technology in general, the stacks are very simpatico with one another. And so even if you go specifically to a particular vendor's API, you're in much better shape than you would have been, 20 years ago, choosing between, say, operating systems or databases or things like that.
Let me ask if any of the other panelists have additional comments or even a counterpoint to this. No? Okay, thank you.
I would just add that I would recommend that an agency anticipate that they will have to change just based on experience and just plan for it right up front.
Thank you. Pat, you want to?
Thank you. First, I want to say, Evan, you've made me feel a lot smarter today because now knowing that the USDS geniuses couldn't figure out the ATO problem makes me feel a lot better in a very strange way. I actually wanted to pull something out.
Was that a compliment? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's a backhanded compliment. I wanted to make a quick comment on this question of culture and the role of the technologist, because I think this may have touched on our discussions with workforce in a way that I had not been thinking about. So if I think of other fields where you're managing things, you can have a very process management centric process or skill management. I think we are biased towards process management, so checklists, procedural control, things of that type. I think the comments I heard today make me think that, there's no reason you can't have both. So, you all think of an airplane pilot, right? There are aspects of that job that are procedural and are appropriately done through checklists, but we would all be terrified if they were flying the plane that way. There can be skill-based activities, and I think what you're pointing out is that there are clearly skill-based activities where senior technologists need to be playing a much different role. I think that's true, but I think that has an implication for what are those skills. Just, the way you manage high skill is with a level of skill, and whether it's a pilot, a surgeon, or what have you. And so I think this will touch on our, what is the right skill set in these organizations. I'd be interested in your reaction to that, but I actually had a quick follow-up question that touches on the R&D. Tom, you've talked about, a very diffuse R&D. I would say the government's R&D effort has always been historically biased towards discovery, bottoms up, new ideas. You're kind of suggesting something quite different, which is an outcome-based R&D agenda, a moonshot, where we're going to do something and then you lay out a roadmap that would have clear gaps. Any thoughts what that moonshot would be? I know you didn't like that term. I saw you squinting.
Yeah, at least it wasn't the Manhattan Project, I guess. So I think of this as it's an organizing principle around the research, and it's organized around what it is that the government does as a business, and identifying issues like we've just been discussing about what is it that we actually have to accomplish, and understanding what those risks are. Because part of our problem here in making these decisions, part of the fear in some cases in moving is not having a basis on which to make decisions. And to understand that this way is in fact better than that way, or this way is good, but it needs to be mitigated in the following way. So there's no roadmap for someone to make decisions around risk. And I'm not sure that exists anywhere. So I would argue that is a research project in and of itself that then begins to identify the problem sets that needs, and you can work this down in layers. You can begin to identify the things that are happening by discovery that are relevant, but then contextualize those discovery ideas into the context of something that's actually going to get done on a timeline. And I think that's the ultimate issue. I'm not advocating a specific research, although I am advocating that we go back to basic principles of basic security principles and build those into our conversations. In terms of separation of duties, separations of risk zones and so forth, that allows you the flexibility to do different things different ways depending on what it is you're doing or what you're doing it with. And so it's not a technology that I'm pointing to that will emerge. And I think most of those technologies have been identified even in the course of these conversations. Like, I have my list here in terms of that. It sounds like a lot of other people's lists. But the identity management, the key management at scale, the separation. How do you separate and control privileged duties between a network administrator and somebody who manages information content. How do you do secure cross-domain movement of information? And that cross-domain doesn't necessarily mean between unclassified and classified. It's between one level of risk and another level of risk, which all may be unclassified. And so I think there's a standard litany of challenges that we have been talking about and probably are all somewhere in the Orange Book back from the 1980s. And it's just a question of applying all of that. I'm part of that lost generation that remembers the Orange Book. So it's the, yeah. So it's applying modern technology to what needs to be a new business environment. We are using what are essentially Victorian business processes, where we replace computers one for my file cabinet, for my phone, and for my typewriter, cooked it all together with the entire planet and figured, yeah, cybersecurity, they'll fix it later. And again, it's not a question that the cybersecurity was bolted onto the information technology late. It was the information technology was bolted onto the business in a completely unthought of way. That is where I think there's the first layer of the research. And then we'll get down and figure out which are the brilliant cybersecurity principles we need to do. Cloud is not a security principle, it's a business process. But by God, it brings along flexibility that will allow you to do security in a different way. That's the mind shift we need to have.
So actually, we'll react to the mention of like thinking about technology in a skills-based way and staffing in a skills-based way. Something that is maybe worth understanding is how software development, how the wielding of technology and code is changing. So at my organization, at 18F in particular, we have software code being written by our operations staff, by our contracting staff, by management, our advisors, to do their job, right? And to do their job in the most effective way possible. And that is similar to the way that a lot of organizations conceive of things like word processing and spreadsheet management. You can't get away, if you're in an office job at least, you can't get away without using a spreadsheet and without using word processing. And that is how we approach software. And that's very challenging to environments that are not skills oriented and that looks at things in terms of capabilities versus formal job titles. So that was my reaction to your statement.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same reaction, and I think there's a number of profound consequences to that. One is, in a procedure-based control, you can have prescriptive requirements, and I think what you gave some examples where you've run into things like ATO processing, other things that are quite prescriptive that may, in fact, not apply to a given situation. So that argues for things like performance-based standards, which provide much more flexibility but require much higher skill levels to basically implement those. So I think this is true. One interesting question will be, let's talk about the federal aid, does every federal solution require this level of expertise built in, or is this really much more of a specialty activity, and technology or business innovation will allow a concentration into things like cloud for other parts of this?
So if I could offer another model from my world, which is, part of the issue here is understanding who owns the risk. And so in my world, there are people who are responsible for doing activities on behalf of the US government and in the field, and they are responsible. But they are informed by a lot of different kinds of expertise. And so I think part of the challenges here is how do we identify what are the actual risks that are involved or the actual benefits that are involved, and bringing those together and having people who are, have the skills to really be adaptively recognized that for this particular situation, we need to think about it this way. And that in this particular situation, we can take that risk because we're really gunning for a particular benefit, and we're going to take that risk. But you have to empower somebody to make those decisions and then to be accountable for those decisions. And I would argue we do that.
Thank you. Heather?
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for your time today. It's been really interesting. And I wanted to follow up on a theme that came out of some of your commentary, which is that there are a number of different processes or policies or cultural norms that are enhancing national cybersecurity. But you've spoken of it more generally, and I'm wondering if there are any that you could identify specifically that you would deem to be low-hanging fruit, where if you eliminated it or if you changed it dramatically, it could have a real impact in terms of giving us more resources of either time or money to redeploy for better uses.
Well, I'll start with a couple that I can think of off the top of my head here. So in terms of recruiting information security professionals, it's not going to be a radical suggestion that there is a pay gap between the private sector and the public sector. There are, some efforts that have been made to change that around the government, but they're not evenly distributed and not something that is really tangible, I would say, at the moment. So there's that. There's addressing that pay gap. There's also the idea
is that a policy change that then you would be looking at? Because it would require more money.
Well, everything requires more money. There's policy changes and there's probably legal changes that might need to happen as well. But that is something that we should be looking at. The other thing is that it's very common to require security clearances for people whose jobs intersect with information security. And that's something that agencies should be more flexible about, and that recommendations along those lines specifically would probably be very helpful.
I think another cultural shift is that is to get away from there's an understanding that physical separation is somehow necessarily superior to cryptographic separation, when in fact cryptographic separation then introduces other opportunities to mitigate risk in terms of auditing and very much fine-grained control of who gets access to information and knowing who got access to the information and knowing what they did with it.
I'd love to answer, but the low-hanging fruit is what I'm struggling with. It seems like a lot of the problems are not simple and not, I'm struggling to think of easy wins in this space, but I think a lot of it has to do with the incentives that don't exist, perhaps, to avoid problems and make progress in certain areas. It's just not part of the way the government's structured and the way people kind of think of their careers and so forth, that they're not really oriented towards solving these, either the security problems or modernizing systems or whatever. That just doesn't seem to be the right incentives in place. And I'm not sure if that's not a low-hanging fruit, but that it strikes me as being a major issue that we struggle with. And it's unique, in some ways unique to the government. I think bringing in this new generation of workers and giving them the tools that they're accustomed to and the modern technology can help change that, and maybe having more free flow of workforce. Again, this gets perhaps to the compensation issue, but between the private sector and the public sector, like you see between private sector firms, would be all very healthy and very, very beneficial. If we can figure out a way to solve some of those issues, I think then you can begin to see big, improvements. But I guess I can't call that a low-hanging fruit. I'm sorry.
Worth exploring. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And then we'll do Herb, and I'll remind the commissioners, not the panelists, that cocktails are at 5:30.
I keep going off. There we go.
Does anybody have theirs?
Hear me? Okay.
Here, mine works.
Thank you. There we go.
I think we should start cocktails now.
I did want to talk about, wireless jamming as a potential threat, and we're seeing it here. Mr. Donahue, thank you especially for 3 decades worth of public service and incredible leadership in this area. Something you said in your brief really resonated with me. You were talking about how we've had a lot of failed strategies to date that tend to take a whole bunch of recommendations, divide them into categories, and then your words, staple them together, and then realize that they don't really add up to a strategy. And instead, your suggestion is that we need a unified purpose to help solve specific problems. And Dr. Cook, you yourself were talking about efforts that your group has taken to solve high priority problems. And so for us to pull on that thread so that we don't put out 50 recommendations, divide into categories, staple together and call them a strategy, We need to start coming up and figuring out what those goals are, what those specific security problems are, for which the recommendations get formed together for that metric-based goal. Earlier today, we actually, I think, heard some areas where that was done when Mr. Painter from the State Department talked about China as being a big economic espionage problem, and every high-level meeting, to include the president, started being directed to try to resolve that as a security problem, China's economic espionage. The last panel brought up other ideas, including reducing lines of bad code as maybe a objective in and of itself, and how do you get there? An ability to click on a link, right? That will make a big difference for an entire organization. Get rid of spoofing. Get rid of the wide-scale distribution of malware. What I think we're seeing is there's a whole nother discussion that I would say discussing the solution set as though it were the problem set. Information sharing is not a problem, right? It's a solution to some problems, right? Not to others. So pulling this back now to all of you, and including anything I've already said, what would you say are the big specific, your words, Mr. Donahue's, specific problems? What are the specific problems that we would have as that goal? I know you did cringe when we said moonshot, but at least you knew where the moon was. We knew where we were pointed. We had a direction, and we knew we had to come back. What are those specific goals that we should be bringing all of this that we've spoken about for months now together to form that?
Well, I'll launch. So again, it gets back to, I think we need to understand our businesses in the modern era better than we do. We need to understand the risks that we entail when we do share. We need to understand what information shouldn't have existed in the first place. I have some specific examples in mind, but then we have to understand where it's important that we do share, and that we understand how to do that in a way that we are sharing what we should and not sharing more than we should. And that gets fundamentally down to truly understanding our workflows and understanding what is necessary about them and how to improve them and take advantage of new technology. So there's a combination. It's a synergy between organizational design and technology architectures that needs to be brought together into a single thought process.
But I mean, what you just said is that is the goal reduce the overcollection of sensitive information? Is that the goal that we're striving for, that we bring everything together?
No, the goal is to understand what you have brought together and why you brought it together, and should it have been brought together. And again, it gets back to risk. We're not thinking of it at a system level. We're thinking of it in little bits and pieces, and we need to bring it together. But that can be I think that's a non-trivial problem that will require some thought as to how the missions of the government need to be executed in the current digital environment, and how we can do it, and the outcome should not only be better security, but it should also be better processes that are more efficient and more likely to achieve what they're supposed to. And so the problem with cyber is that cyber is part of everything. The problem, and so when you say, oh, who's in charge? Well, you're asking who's in charge of everything, right? Because you can't separate the cybersecurity from the mission that the cybersecurity is supporting. You just can't separate those. And so this is really an organizational research problem that needs to be addressed, and then the cyber needs to be brought up into that. That's not a detailed technical checklist, because it's not exclusively a technical problem.
But it's also hard for me to know when I get there, right? I knew when we went to the moon, right? So what we're looking for is what's the goal line? It's easy to play football because I know where the goal line is. I don't talk about it in terms of the next yard, right? That's only going right. There's only one reason to keep moving downfield, and it's not for the sake of it. It's to get to that goal line. So any other thoughts on what those goal lines are that we could actually measure success?
Part of the research is to, in fact, understand how to measure that risk, because as I said earlier, I don't think the average manager in the federal government understands how to measure the risk, how to evaluate the risk, and then to understand what the possible alternatives are, and how to mitigate the alternatives such that he actually ends up in a better place.
I sense you're frustrated. I understand that when you state these high-level goals that are not sufficiently concrete, it's not clear exactly what actions need to occur. And as you come down the level of generality to more specific things, the problem is that their applicability also narrows, and they don't apply to everything. So you're kind of, I believe the key is to find sort of mid-level principles that are, specific enough to feel actionable and be actionable, but general enough to apply to lots of things so that you're not solving 175 different problems with very concrete solutions. I don't know exactly what those mid-level principles are, but I think, you might take a stab at a few of them. I mean, maybe the phishing comes up a lot. Maybe there's a very actionable, and people do phish testing, right? There are companies that will send email to all federal employees, and they'll measure how many people click on the phishing links. I mean, it's a business. And maybe there's a concrete goal, which is let's reduce that rate from whatever it is today, 33% to 16% in the next 2 years. And then make sure that there are people incented to meet that goal, and whatever technology solution they came up with to meet the goal, fine. But, again, I'm making this up on the fly here, but I think what you're looking for are perhaps those kinds of things. Like, what are some very concrete actions? Another example that came up a lot today was, automated software testing of things. Maybe that can be a goal. Let's raise the number of, penetration tested and code scanned by automated tools, the percentage of federal systems that go through it, some kind of process like that from whatever the level is today, maybe estimate that best you can to some other higher. Again, I'd be happy to think maybe even me and my colleagues could think more about this and provide you with some written follow-up, because I think I really like, I sympathize with your desire for concreteness. And when we have business goals, we as a company, that's exactly what we do. We say, we notice that when people are clicking through this sign-up flow, that we lose 35% of the people at this point. Why? Let's do some testing, A/B testing, and we begin to develop engineering's, we test different methods, and then you work through it, you try different things, and you say, I'm going to take a goal, I want to make it take it from 35% to 17.5%. Over the next year. And if you can achieve that goal, you get rewarded for that. And so that's the way business operates today, more and more with more and more analytics, more and more, metrics-driven decision-making. That's what this whole, buzzword around big data is really all about. It's all about trying to put into numbers and measurable things, goals that we can then, concretely pursue and use machine learning and other things to get there. A lot of the same things apply to IoT. That's really what the value of IoT is. It's all about more data that will drive intelligent decisions about whether it's repairing things or whatever it may be. So maybe there are some concrete. I'll stop because I'm rambling, but it's a great point.
One of the thoughts that has come up several times from panelists today is the notion that the world is moving to software. And so one way to approach the vision is to think about, well, what does the federal government look in a fully transformed state in a world of software? And so then the question is, well, how do you get there? And so some of the things you need the right culture, as we touched on, and therefore you need a process to hire the right kind of people that live in a world of software. And there's certain ways you can measure whether you're being successful with that. Another thing is to think about, well, in a world of software, we need tools that support automation of processes and infrastructure. And as we heard about in the last panel, there's some interesting research in that area, and so we can measure our progress towards the automation of our cybersecurity tooling and infrastructure. And we can also measure our ability to use that automation across the federal enterprise. So investing in policies and governance frameworks that provide the hooks to support automation. One of the comments that I made in my statement is thinking about where we should be consolidating with the goal of thinking about, well, if we live in a world of automation, we're going to need software to be able to control that infrastructure. And so we can measure things like, for example, how long does it take a patch to go throughout the full federal enterprise? And how will we know when that patch has been fully deployed? So certain metrics and goals we may think about that indicate we may have reached this point of a software world. Thank you.
Herb, do you want to? I don't mean to cut you off, Eric. I just would remind everyone our recommendation goes to the President of the United States, not the CIO, but please, we welcome your thoughts. Tom cut you off.
Oh, sorry about that. So I mean, one specific metric so I think what Evan was just saying is really important, that a government that is functioning from a technology perspective as software. What is a government that is run as software, controlled by people, but something where logical barriers are the barriers that the government puts up? I think that's really important. I think one specific metric you might look at is how long does it take to get an authority to operate? And because if you start moving that number down, if you set goals of changing something that generally takes years, down to months, down to weeks, or down to days, or down to hours, depending on the system, those things all imply varying levels of organizational maturity and a commitment to automation and a belief in automation, fundamentally, a belief that automation leads to better security outcomes. So I think that is if you have to pick some specific metrics, that might be one that kind of gets at the heart of the issue. The general, if I was going to put out when I hear, I'll know that a part of the job is done if I hear people talking about the public sector the way that they talk about the private sector. So at a general level, right now, if somebody says, oh, well, Google is doing this or Facebook is doing this, there's an automatic level of authority that comes with it, that it would be nice to have some of our agencies have that same level of credibility. And that is a general goal, and there are a lot of things that are involved in doing that. But to me, that is a sign of success, and I think that involves creating a community throughout the government that could take all the things that the panelists here have spoken about.
Thank you. Herb?
For Eric and Evan, you're both newcomers to federal service from the private sector. You could have done a lot of stuff in the private sector. You chose to do government, and you chose starvation wages compared to what you could have gotten in the private sector. From your perspective, what would you tell your peers to try to entice them to come into government service?
Well, I do want to clarify something. I'm not making starvation wages. I make pretty good money. In fact, I come from the nonprofit sector before this. I worked for the Sunlight Foundation for about 5 years before government. And so I did not take a pay cut to come to government.
Fair enough. Okay.
And so I just think that's an important part of the narrative.
You want to hire?
Perhaps, yeah. So the point is taken. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. And the thing that brought me into government was the promise, sometimes vaguely stated, sometimes specifically stated, that we'd be able to have a real impact, that we would be given the ability to run code, to deploy it, and that the ramifications of those acts would be taken seriously politically inside the agency, and that we'd have the ability to do a good job and do the right thing. And I think that promise, something that could be made in conversations one-on-one, it can also be sent out as a signal by an agency. And I know one of the most important things that we've done from a recruiting perspective is to do things like blog about the technology that we're doing, to tweet about new protocol stuff that we just did, right? Like really basic stuff that gets right to the community, that isn't going to reach a mainstream audience, but is going to reach the audience that we need to reach to do our job.
One of the big questions that many of us ask when we're going to take a job is what is the impact that I could have in this organization, in the world writ large. And one of the things that hasn't maybe been clear, at least in my experience before joining government, was that I, as one person, could have an impact. And so hearing that there was an opportunity to work directly with senior agency leadership on critically important problems is important. Hearing that there's a mandate to make difficult decisions that may challenge the status quo in government is really important. Hearing that there is an autonomy to build and maintain a unique culture with leadership that's technical and has private sector experience is very helpful. It is also helpful when the President of the United States says it is important for technologists to come and serve in their government. And I think that message really makes a difference. Thank you.
Thanks. And for Tom and Mark, what I'm about to say is not a serious proposal, okay? But just as a matter, just so that I can understand some of the issues that we'd be involved in, what cloud brings and so on. The Intel community is not putting its cloud up on Amazon, as far as I know. That is, it's an internal, it's essentially an internal cloud service. Why would Amazon not be the right place for the Intel community to put its cloud?
It's the first proposition wasn't, I think it needs to be nuanced. So it's the exact same capabilities, it's the same software, it's the same hardware that we sell commercially. The difference is that it's connected to a different network. That's you know, again, could be nuanced more, but essentially that's the only difference between what the IC is using and what anybody can use with a credit card. So that different network obviously makes a difference, but it really is a commercial, it is a copy of the commercial cloud that we run everywhere. But I think your question is still a very important one, because I've thought about this and we've talked about this. When will come the time when even a top secret, secure, compartmentalized information workload could run in a commercial environment? And I believe that time will come, and it's not that many years away. And it will come because of technological innovations that provide not only separation, but strong cryptography, absolute separation of duties, incredibly strong audit controls, such that the customer will actually know better what's going on in that multi-tenanted large-scale environment than they'll ever know with their physically separated equipment. Now, that's my personal opinion, and it might be 10 years away, it might be 20, it might be 7, but it's going to happen, I believe, and we'll all be better off because of that, because small capacity pools are inefficient and wasteful. That's one thing we've learned. When we build smaller regions, nobody's happy. They're not as good for us, they're not as good for our customers. Large-scale capacity is wonderful, and having that with strict logical separation is the future. But it'll take a while to get there, and it'll take a while to convince. Once we get there, technologically, it'll take a while to convince people that we've gotten there, just as it took a while to convince them that the existing commercial cloud is better than what they have in their non-secret environments.
So I think the answer to your question is it's our threat model. I mean, we're not just looking, we're considering nation-state intelligence services who would consider our data to be the absolute crown jewels, and therefore we must provide a degree of additional, on top of all the logical and cryptographic type of separation, that we feel that we still need to provide a degree of physical separation on top of that. And that's not just, that's against human threat, that's against surreptitious entry, that's against emanations, and it's and I think it gets to the issue of, you know, again, having a different subset of people who are managing our stuff for us versus everyone else. I don't think you want to put all your people through our torture process that we do, what we call our security clearance process.
But what if our people couldn't actually get to your data regardless? That's the key point I'm trying
Right,
to
so
make.
that's, I agree, and that's, that I think, but that's, I think there's a lot of convincing to be done, and because my first step in, yeah, that one guy isn't going to be able to do it all for me, but he's my first step. And so I will break the problem down piece by piece, and I will work my way, and if just having somebody on the premises is going to get me a long way towards where I want to be. I will figure out the rest some other way.
I just want to be clear, I'm not stating Amazon's position on the future, but I'm, as a technologist, giving you my opinion on where things might go. It seems to be a logical step, but there's going to be a ton of issues, and it may be that people will never be persuaded that the logical separations and separation of duties that's the key thing. Obviously, if you're an administrator of one piece of the system, if you can't go from there to another piece, then this data can be kept very safe. So all those issues would have to be worked out in gory detail.
I mean, we're working against people who are willing to devote literally their lives to gaining the access to our information. We're dealing with organizations for whom there is no economic answer to this problem of getting to our information, and that have skill sets that that are just unparalleled.
So is it a fair statement to say that you, Tom, are a little bit, you'd push the time when this happens out farther into the future, if ever?
Yeah, I think I'm in the if ever category at the moment, because I just can't, I just don't see the technology as being by itself is sufficient to defeat the full scope threat.
But what I hear in that, given that you are going to the same technology only in a separate network, is that essentially the air gap, a big air gap, does it.
So no, yeah, well, air gap's a misnomer, right? I mean, it's not an air gap.
Separate.
I get paid every so often, and guess what? But there's a message that crossed from high to low that told my bank to pay me again. And so I think that's why I mentioned cross-domain is another challenge, but I think that's something that we think we know how to manage. I think the other risk that comes along with what we've done here is a recognition there's a concentration risk in a facility to physical damage, which is another thing which we worry about. It's just the destruction of that, and that's why we've invested in multiple locations.
Fair enough.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I would thank you so much for your contribution today. It was very thoughtful, and on behalf of the commission, we appreciate your time. So the commission will now go to the next phase of the agenda, which is the public hearing, where we ask some of our colleagues in the audience to have some statements they'd like to make. I'd like to refer to this as a forum since I'm not FACTA compliant, but either way, would you please go to the mic and identify yourselves and make your comments. Thank you so much.
Well, actually, we begin with those who have signed up. So it's Larry Clinton, Mari Savikas, and Michael Nelson. And then if you can form a line after those three, please.
Thank you. 18 months ago, we asked each member of the Internet Security Alliance board one question. If you had 30 minutes to advise in your sector the next president on cybersecurity, what would you say? The result is the Cybersecurity Social Contract book that we've given you today. We've designed this book to be credible, comprehensive, coherent, and concrete. We believe it's credible because the heart of the book is written by the CISOs of major corporations representing 11 different sectors on the ISA board. For these people, cybersecurity is the day job. It's comprehensive in that we don't confine our analysis to the usual suspects of critical infrastructure like defense, IT, telecom, financial services, and utilities, but also address the unique cyber threats on equally critical sectors like manufacturing, education, healthcare, and even agriculture. These sectors are experiencing the similar threats of equivalent sophistication as the others, but they're receiving virtually no attention. Chapters 3 through 11 analyzes what is unique from the cyber perspective for each of these sectors, what specific challenges they face, and then offers specific policy recommendations directly related to those needs. We believe it's coherent in that we organized our recommendations within the context of the hard-won, bipartisan, industry-supported consensus approach to cybersecurity, the social contract. Chapter 1 describes how this consensus was developed and explains in detail why the outmoded regulatory models developed in the 19th and 20th centuries are inadequate and, in fact, counterproductive to address the cybersecurity problems we face in the 21st century. To solve the cyber problem, we need to first understand it. The cyber threat is equivalent to the invention of gunpowder. Mandating thicker armor is not going to work. It's not so much that the technology is bad as it is that the technology is under attack. And it's being attacked because all the incentives favor the attackers. Cyber attacks are cheap, easy, profitable. Defense is hard after the fact. You can't show return on investment to things you prevented, and we have virtually no law enforcement. If we attempt to adopt a traditional regulatory model for cybersecurity, you'll be creating a cyber Maginot Line. that will sap our cybersecurity resources and undermine our actual security in favor of compliance. We offer recommendations at 3 levels. We start with the tone the president needs to take, such as the need to attack this problem with much greater urgency. And frankly, we need to be investing much more money, although I also did include 2 blogs on 10 cheap tricks that you can do to adopt cyber policies that will work quickly and cheaply. We also offer recommendations at the strategic level, such as the way to need to move away from the IT-centric approach that we have been using and better integrate economics into the problem. We need to increase our appreciation of cyber from a law enforcement issue, not just primarily as a critical infrastructure issue. And we need to focus far more on the needs of small organizations who are presently receiving only lip service at best from the federal government. Finally, we conclude with operational recommendations. Some illustrations of these are our specific plan to develop metrics for cost effectiveness of the NIST framework, thus stimulating far greater use of the tool. We recommend altering the current backward-facing, finance-based, pass-fail compliance assessment models in favor of developing a forward-looking risk management maturity model, which is much more appropriate to the problems we face. The back section of the book offers 6 chapters addressing cost-cutting issues, such as evolving role of corporate boards, the need to adopt corporate and government structural changes, the need to rethink our methods of cyber audits and assessments, how to better use insurance, how to balance the competing perspectives of law enforcement, privacy, security, and intelligence communities, and finally, the ways to actually operate the public-private partnerships we all say we want. Finally, I'd ask you to turn over the book and look at the back chapter, the back page, the back cover rather. Any recommendations that you give to the President of the United States are going to have support from government, academics, and industry. This approach that we've outlined for you today has these things. Michael Chertoff says, the book offers a roadmap for sensible practical practice in dealing with the cyber threat. Former NSA Director and National Intelligence Director Mike McConnell said, I strongly recommend that the administration adopt the recommendations in this book. Former Carnegie Mellon University Dean Pradeep Khosla said, the book fills a gaping hole in the cyber discussion and offers the best hope for making progress against the cyber threat. Former District Director Charlie Kroom says, we've presented here a practical framework for integrating technology, policy, and economics that advances our nation's security. And former Chairman of RSA, Art Coviello, said the book explains why we have failed to get our arms around this issue, including privacy, and what the next administration needs to do to avoid catastrophe. I, for one, don't think that Mr. Coviello is being hyperbolic. As bad as things are now, they're liable to get much worse very soon. That's why we've gone to the trouble of preparing for you 400 pages, 100,000 words, 17 chapters, and 106 recommendations. We're deathly serious about this book. Churchill said, some are born great, some have greatness thrust upon them, some strive hard to achieve greatness. Probably the members of the Cyber Commission fall into all 3 categories. But you certainly have the opportunity for greatness in this space. Some on our government side seem to view cybersecurity like it's Enron or WorldCom, that the government means to stand in the way to protect the consumer. That's not what we have here. In this issue, the consumers, government, and industry, we're all on the same side. The bad guys are out there attacking all of us. We need to pull together. We offer this book and hope you'll take a look at it and integrate into resolving this problem. We really need to do this together. Thank you very much.
I should have worn heels today, right? Hi, my name is Mari Savickas. On behalf of the College of Healthcare Information Management Executives, also known as CHIME, and the Association for Executives in Healthcare Information Management Security, also known as AHIS. Collectively, we represent CIOs and CISOs across the country in hospitals and clinics. It's a little awkward reading off your computer. We appreciate the opportunity to offer comments today to the Commission. We would like to use this opportunity to highlight the challenges in healthcare as a critical infrastructure is confronting in the face of increasing cyber attacks being launched on our nation's hospitals, clinics, and healthcare providers that they serve. Healthcare information contained in electronic health records is estimated to be several more times valuable than credit card information. And last year, the Office for Civil Rights, which is in HHS, who oversees compliance with the rules governing the protection of healthcare information, reported that over 112 million patient records were breached in 2015. CHIME and AHIS were pleased to recently submit comments to NIST's RFI concerning the current and future state of cybersecurity, seeking feedback for the Commission. We would like to take this opportunity to publicly share with you our high-level comments and recommendations concerning healthcare as a critical infrastructure. First, we are pleased to see, one, greater attention placed on the need to secure healthcare information, including the work being done by HHS's Healthcare Cyber Security Task Force. We also are pleased to see NIST's increased focus on risk management and their framework, which is being updated, and the FDA focusing more on cybersecurity, in particular with devices, and the growing attention by C-suite executives in the federal government on cybersecurity. Second, we see the following barriers and challenges to protecting patient information and safety from cyber attacks, and we have a few recommendations. First, we believe that federal agencies need to improve the transparency of known threats in order for the healthcare industry to better implement risk mitigation strategies. Second, more actionable and plain English guidance about current threats are needed. We also believe that since there's a growing number of medical devices which are now connected to the internet and hospital networks, cybersecurity needs to be seen as a business issue related to patient safety, not just an IT problem. We also believe that when it comes to compliance, providers need guidance for assessing threats that they can control as opposed to those that are outside of their control. For instance, leaving a laptop in your car is inside your control, but if you've done everything you can to protect your network, you can't face like a nation state like China. You're going up against bad odds. Also, the audits for the Office of Civil Rights are perceived as being punitive and not assisting the organization to recover and learn from a breach. We also believe that OCR should acknowledge and recognize provider efforts and investments to safeguard information and when assessing the scope and magnitude of their enforcement efforts. For example, if you're being levied a hefty fine, it is hard for you to really invest in cybersecurity, better hygiene. And last, we feel that more help is needed for under-resourced providers, specifically more attention on maximizing protections under business associate agreements, which is a term of art for HIPAA in terms of protecting health information for patients, by redistributing responsibility for security more evenly among covered entities. Again, that's a HIPAA term with respect to what providers have to meet under the HIPAA law and rules, and share the responsibility with their business associates, which are people that they contract with. Also, an effort needs to be made to reduce or remove the financial incentive to steal healthcare information. This may include better monitoring of suspicious financial transactions, as well as reducing reliance on social security numbers for patient identification. Patient safety and patient data should be used as a public good, or viewed as a public good. Protecting those things should be viewed as a national priority. And last, we would note that cyber attacks are highly disruptive or crippling to healthcare entities should be given the same consideration as other critical infrastructures such as energy, water, and financial services. And we encourage more collaboration with the federal government. I'm happy to give my contact information to anyone who needs it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for going over time. I'm Michael Nelson. I'm in charge of global public policy for Cloudflare, which is a web security firm based in San Francisco. And I just wanted to share a few tweetable thoughts, since I only have 3 minutes. And specifically, I wanted to highlight a couple things I heard and then highlight some things I wish I had heard, and I think are important that the Commission address. Cloudflare is a web security firm. We have about 100 data centers in more than 35 countries around the world, and we protect more than 4 million websites, often for free, from DDoS attacks. We also provide end-to-end encryption. And last year, when we launched Universal SSL, we doubled the number of websites that support HTTPS. Every day, we manage about 10% of all the world's web requests, and that number is growing very quickly. But let me just point out a few things that we do and why I'm concerned about what I didn't hear. We manage all this data, terabytes of data, which we then use to find and block attacks. We also provide encryption. We also improve the domain name system. At your meetings, I was glad to hear that you focused on all 3 pillars of cybersecurity: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Most meetings you go to, the focus is entirely on consumer privacy and confidentiality, ID theft, and data breaches. And you don't hear about the concerns about websites going down and malicious hackers launching DDoS attacks. I was also very glad to see both the first panel on procurement, because that is a critical issue, and the last panel on innovation, and I learned a lot. But most important, I think, it was good that you are looking at the international aspects. Chris Painter, I think, framed the issues well. Our company operates globally. 60% of my time is focused on what's going on outside of the United States. And 80% of my time is focused on stopping bad policy. So while I was glad to hear Tom Donnellan ask for best practices, and I think you should address that, I hope you will be even stronger in addressing worst practices. So let me give you a couple examples. One is the Wassenaar arrangement, which was developed in December of 2013. This was designed to stop export, to put export controls on the export of snooperware, which tyrannical or dictatorial governments could use to snoop on their people. Unfortunately, it was expanded to also cover export of information on cyber vulnerabilities, which is something we do every day. As this is implemented by the 41 countries in Wassenaar, this could have a huge impact on international research collaboration and on the work that we do and with other companies around the world. Second worst practice is something that was announced 3 days ago by the UK. Their new firewall, which is designed to block out malware. But at least from preliminary reports, it sounds like it's going to have huge collateral damage, much like the work they're doing already to block porn from children. The problem here is a national one-size-fits-all solution. A third issue, which I didn't hear discussed in this meeting, maybe was discussed in others, is law enforcement access to the cloud. And this is an incredibly important issue for any company that operates in the cloud. If there aren't clear, well-understood, transparent rules about when governments, both the US government and foreign governments, can get access to data in the cloud, we're going to have a major trust problem, and we won't be able to use the cloud to improve security for users around the world. Two other thoughts. You talked about workforce. That was great. It's incredibly important, particularly for a fast-growing company like ours. But I didn't hear the word immigration reform. I may have been out of the room. This is a huge issue for us. We need very esoteric skills. Often we find them in South Africa, Bulgaria, Japan, and every time we try to hire somebody, we have to play visa roulette. And the last issue is standards, which you discussed a great deal. And I would urge you there to keep thinking about the small companies, the ones that have the new technology that often aren't covered by the standards that were written 5 or 6 or 10 years ago. Again, Cloudflare is very happy to have a chance to say something here at the end of the day, and very happy that you're digging into all the right issues. My CEO and our co-founder, Matthew Prince and Michelle Zatlin, have been involved in the White House meetings at Stanford and elsewhere in the Valley, and all of us are happy to provide our insights. Thank you.
Hello, this is Charlie Tupitza. I'm the CEO of the Global Forum to Advance Cyber Resilience. First, I'd like to say that it's great to be in America, to be here, to have an opportunity to be in front of you, that you're being transparent with us. That's the biggest value that we have this public and private ability to communicate together. I really appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that you set me up about the moonshot. I put the system in to track the maintenance of the space shuttle and the International Space System. And if we think about this moonshot, it's kind of ridiculous shooting for something that we really didn't get a value out of that, other than we were better than somebody else. That's kind of neat at the time. But when we launched the space station, it's a framework, right? If you think about the NIST cybersecurity framework as something that's out there that we're going to take value of, we didn't know what we were going to connect to that framework when we put it out there, but we made it so that it was interoperable. People from different countries could work on it and make adjustments to it and send things up there that we never thought of that would for research projects and all the types of things. So thank you for that setup. But one of the focuses that I'd like to have you work on is this. The fact that AJ brought up the importance of strategy and who is responsible for strategy, and that's sitting in this audience. I'm not clear that who's responsible for the strategy, and maybe that may be your responsibility at this point. It certainly would be a difficult thing for the President of the United States to be responsible for the strategy or understand all the intricacies of this. And I really appreciated Mr. Donahue talking about the business. This is all about the business. And one of the things that our Global Forum does, we're a public and private collaborative group that brings people together so that we understand how cyber resilience underpins our business. we're not in the business for cybersecurity. We're in the business to make shoes or whatever we're doing. So what we need to do is we need to shift this conversation to the strategy phase and show where the value of this cybersecurity is in the context of us performing our mission of our organization or the customer service. Now, to the low-hanging fruit, and I thank you for that question. There is a big low-hanging fruit that I think that you can address at this point, and that is the use of IT service management within the federal government and the commercial government, and a common use of that. The CIO of the Defense Department, Terry Halverson, calls out a directive for all activities within the Defense Department to use the Defense Enterprise Service Management Framework that calls out ITIL, COBIT, Lean Six Sigma, and other components that are necessary for good and CMM necessary for IT service management. Those same things are called out in the majority of the contracts for the federal government currently. So at this point, you can actually go in without changing the scope of these existing contracts and go into the strategy phase of different components of those things and address cybersecurity, which is where cybersecurity needs to be addressed in the strategy phase. If anybody else uses the term baked in again in public, I would like to arrest them. We don't understand these things. We need to be disciplined in the terms that we use and how we address these things. And if you look in the public sector using these same foundational elements, there is a definition for strategy, and let's start using this common lexicon. And we think that that's really important. And I think I can let everybody go now for their cocktails. This is awesome. Thanks again for the opportunity to talk with you.
Any other comments? We're going to be adjourned. Thank you very much.
Well done, Mr. Chairman.
Meeting's adjourned.
Two pits of tea. I'll give you the card.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you. Maybe I should stay inside. Yeah, I'm sitting there like, I'll let you get to your dinner.